We is streaming. Let's see if we connect. And we're looking at the encoder now, and it says we have an excellent connection. Let's see if we get an image to match with that. And with that, we're going to check into our channel. We're going to check out the homepage, see that it registers. Looking at the encoder now, and it says we have an excellent. Good. What you hear there is an echo of my voice. And we are going to acknowledge this video with an upvote. Everybody upvote. We are going to now check our inbox to see if we get the usual report from YouTube that we are connecting. And let's give them a few minutes to do that. And check back with now live on your channel. There we are. And okay, so we can start the infinite call. Okay, we're going to then go to Microsoft Teams and press that button that gives us the options for an audio call. This is where we hear the ring, and doesn't seem to be as invasive as it used to be. And all right, it is, however, making its noise. Aristides, my dear man. Okay, I hope your Christmas weekend went well, and so glad you're here joining us. Tell us, how are you?
I went all right and doing okay. How are you doing?
Well, much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. And with that, we're going to have you, unless you want me to, maintain the stage for a few minutes. We're going to have you do the blurb. How about that?
I'm just about ready to do that.
Okay. And let's ask everybody if they can hear you. I'm going to ask you to say something again just so I can make sure you're registering, which I'm sorry, I didn't tend to that immediately.
Oh,
So,
okay. All right. I hope I am registering.
according to my online broadcasting software, you are, which is always a miracle, a minor miracle, considering all that I have to deal with as soon as I get home and re-enter into the crypt. So, dear T-Tank Berry, let us know if you can hear our man Aristides as well. And thank God for your appearance, T-Tank Berry. We love you dearly. And whoever's sending hearts, we send them in return. And as well as that, I guess our man Aries is ready to take on his burden. How about that, dear Aries?
No burden at all.
Good. Thank you.
All right. So I've just really sat down here. I clicked on the little pop-up to get to the program. We'll get to that. You will want to hit the thumbs up, upvote as soon as you get here. It's very important, not just to show Doug your support, but to show the algorithm that this is important content and it should be suggested or shown high up in search results to others. And even more important for the fact that there are those pathetic few who hit the downvote for reasons which would have the opposite effect in the algorithm. So, let's get those upvotes in there. We'll get to more along those lines. You also want to, if you didn't quite get all your Christmas gifts out in time, that's okay. And if you intended to get one to Doug and you didn't, that's okay. We'll fully forgive you if you just go ahead and send it right now. And the easiest way to do that is with PayPal. We'll get the link in the chat, but you don't ever need the link to do that. It's no excuse. Oh, I wish I could send Doug money, but I just don't have that link. All you have to do is remember his name and go to PayPal. And you could search for his name, or you could search for Douglas D. Dietrich, which he always has right there on the front thumbnail poster screen for the program. The PayPal.me, Douglas D. Dietrich. Just remember Douglas D. Dietrich. You can get to PayPal if you just search for it. You'll get there. So,
thank you.
And then please consider sending him all that you can afford as a either a belated Christmas or Happy New Year's gift. Consider even if you don't have a whole lot right now, but you have regular income, perhaps setting up an automatic payment, as some people do. Even if it's a smaller amount, it will add up. So please consider that. You should not need to be logged into PayPal to even send money, maybe the automatic thing, but just to send some money, I don't think you need to be logged in. There should be something to click there to just send with credit card. And so that is always an option. Please do seriously consider that. If you absolutely don't want to use PayPal, I'm sure there are other ways. Just say so in the chat, or send Douglas an email. I'm sure he'll provide his email, or he or don't usually have that somewhere. He might have it in the. Do you put it in the pinned comment?
I do not actually. So maybe I should start. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's what is it? Douglas D.
Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, my full name. Yeah, it's
okay.
Douglas Dwayne, and Dwayne is spelled very exotically, Duane. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, just contact him if you need to arrange alternate ways to pay. We'll provide his address. You can send money order, check, some insured carrier shipment of precious metal bars. These days it's just worth more and more. So it's the gift that keeps on giving. So anyway, in all seriousness, or a little bit more seriousness, if you can't do that, if you cannot contribute, then you must distribute or find ways to share this content. You can, below the window, if there's a button that says share, you can click that and get a link for the program. I would suggest that you could copy right out of the browser bar, and the link to the program is good both now during the live and in the replay. But if you click share, YouTube knows you did that. So we're here. We're trying to finesse the algorithm in any way possible. So if you click that, I'm assuming YouTube knows that. Just similarly, if you hit save there, if that button is there, clip if that button is there, you can bookmark it. You can clip out a like a 1-minute little teaser segment that'll be sent on your behalf, but it should link to his channel. So those are all quick and easy things you can do. You do need to be logged into YouTube to do these things, unfortunately. But that is easier than you think. All it takes is having a Gmail. If you're not already logged in, you should recognize a Gmail if you have one. They're easy to make. Whatever you need to do to just click, and if it says sign in, if you have no type of account whatsoever, Gmail, or if you never logged in, you can make one. Or I don't think you need a Gmail. That just gets you there for free, basically. So get logged in to do these things. Once you are logged in, you should have a little icon up in the corner for your account. There should be a menu there. One of the options is switch account. That doesn't really mean different accounts. It could if you have multiple Gmails, depending, but not too many people are going to switch between once they're logged in. But that can also provide you a way to make what are channels or sub channels underneath your account, normally for publishing content. But the cool thing is each one of them can upvote separately, kind of like its own little identity. So actually right this minute, I'm switching between there, and I just upvoted again. So
excellent.
We're all for democracy here, as long as we can skew it in our behalf.
That's
as always inevitably happens with democracy. But
yes.
So, and then remember to switch back to your whatever main account you want to chat with or operate with. Also under that menu, there should be a entry there for restricted mode. You want to make sure that's off. If you're an adult, that is, because that controls access to age-restricted content, which some of the programs could be labeled that way after the fact by YouTube, just by their whatever their automatic vetting methods or whatnot. If there's is it sometimes is it the image for the program? I think sometimes it's the image, sometimes it's words that are said, whatever.
How do you mean? Forgive me while I multitask. Yeah, continue.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
But some actually, I just ran across one of your older programs that was age restricted. from a while back.
Okay.
But it does happen. So,
Oh, it
you
can
know,
happen because of either the image or the content. Yes, but
yeah,
mostly it's
yeah.
it's the usually it's the content because if it's the image, if they consider the image to be too risque, they're just going to take down the they're just going to take down the episode. They'll just
Mm,
say at times that's what they did in the
uh,
past.
I
Uh,
guess one of them it was. It might have been the image. It depends, how borderline it is.
mhm.
Anyway, so make sure restricted mode is off if you are in fact an adult, which we hope you are. We forgive you if you're not. We forgive you even if you're, using, you're an unattended minor using an adult's account. Make sure to use their account to send some money too. So we're just kidding, of course. Unless you're not.
Oh, oh,
So
oh
yeah,
God.
make sure age restriction is off. And if anybody's you hear anybody saying, "Hey, I don't know why, I'm just not seeing, getting notified or whatever," um, have them check that. And in terms of getting notified, you will also want to, well, you want to like and subscribe, as they say, and even as the little children say that, instead of good night, as they lay in their cribs when their parents leave them with a device, and some video playing. And then usually at the end of the video, I said, please like and subscribe to our channel. So they think that means good night. That's very unfortunate. Um, but yes, like and subscribe. We covered the like. Subscribe. You may see that under the window. If you do see that, that means you're not subscribed. So you want to hit that. If you don't see it, perhaps you are, especially if you remember doing so. If you at some point click on his name there in blue, that will get you to the main channel page. Don't click away from this window. So either open a separate window or go there later. If you go there, it'll show you your subscription status. And then finally, there's a little notification bell, a little bell symbol. If you click on that, it'll give you some options. And you can have a pop-up notify you of the program starting. And that is very convenient. Even I use it. And among the options there, one of them is, let's say, all. You can get notified of all instances or personalize, whatever that means. I never tried to personalize anything. When I saw that menu, I just hit all, as you should too. I mean, it's only, twice a week, so it's not like
Yes.
we're going to, spam you with pop-ups, like everything else.
Yes.
So, yep, please do those things. You can also, if you're on a PC during the replay, you can right-click on the window to generate a link with a timestamp built in to get someone right to that point in time. And once it's on a replay, once it's all said and done and is a regular YouTube video preserved for posterity, we hope, then the comments are enabled below the program window. That's different than the live chat, which would probably be replayed also depending on your device. So Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial information. Please like that for similar reasons. Any comments that are downvoted, not upvoted, might be disappeared by YouTube. Please like any other positive comments there, and feel free to leave your own and let Douglas know what you think. Say hi, say anything. Don't say bad words or going to get it flagged or anything. Constructive criticism, welcome. Jokes, you know, what have you. So, and that would probably help the algorithm a lot. Anybody can hit a like, but I think comments probably do more. So if you do all that, you can check out the nice paragraph of the program description. And in the title bar, look at that, we have 3 footnotes here today, huh?
Yes, yes, they're all
If you
small,
see the little
minor.
asterisk there,
Yes.
one, see one, then a double, then a triple. Those refer to spots in the description, footnotes, if you will, to further expand on the topics Douglas wants to recognize and commemorate, on this day in history, so to speak, in the past, or this current day in history also. So,
Yes. Yeah.
all right. Did I forget anything?
I don't think so. I think you've done great, and I want to thank T. Tank Berry for his updates on our earthquake that we're experiencing right now. We have seismic activity That is a 4.7 magnitude earthquake near Susanville, California, that's being reported. So we've got 5.03 quakes rattling the Susanville area. Our man is right over the fault line. Apparently, he's got his car straddling a crack in the earth. This is the archetypal image of a automobile with his wheels on either side of a crevice that has opened in the earth. Got a runnel of water going through it, so this is obviously formed geologically as opposed to seismically, but still very impressive. And the earthquake is quite real. And so we do want people to understand that we're maintaining internet accessibility by the grace of the gods of our ancestors. And we are appreciative of the incoming reports from our man T-Tank Barry, who's our on-site correspondent. So blessings be unto he, and everybody maintain him in thought and prayer for his safety and his continued well-being, as well as his capacity to overcome the challenges that he's faced as of late, of which there are many, primarily financial in his own right. And we do want people to say, to maintain the same attitude towards Brendan Zogit. Oh, by the way, Brendan Zogit, if you're listening, it says that I've got messages from you on Instagram. You'll have to tell me what they are. I don't know how to access that Instagram or some of these other little things that were set up by other people a long time ago. I'll try and open up the email things that tell me I've got these messages. Half the time I try to link to these various little mediums or venues from the email itself, and it doesn't work. So, you can just come on and tell us whatever it was you said on Instagram. At any rate, our dear T-Tank Barry says, respect and gratitude for all creation. Tell the truth and shame the devil. And which, by the way, is the title of a Holocaust denial book, which he is not recommending. He just happens to, it's an old German phrase. So it's, but then it got slapped onto a Holocaust denial book. By the way, I want to thank Vril, who is our man Aristides, who's put these links up to access supporting myself. Matter of fact, I better start putting some links in. I came home to news of an earthquake in Taiwan, and of course, San Francisco has still not gotten over its blackout that occurred. We are going to be putting in links towards that, both of these events. And all of that being said, tell us a little bit about, what's going on in the world that you feel we should be paying attention to, dear Aristides, domestically or in foreign affairs. Whatever you feel is relevant.
All right. Let me see what I might have recorded there.
Mm-hmm.
In a second.
Yeah. While you do that, I just want to give credit to people who have been contributing. By the way, Douglas Marks in the chat says, happy holidays, everyone. Douglas, I have a personal question to ask you. Do you personally believe in hope? Obviously, I embody it. So there we are. That's going to be my answer. Obviously, I embody it, my dear. Douglas Marks. I did Douglas Marks. Here we are. Okay. I am the personification thereof, I will add in a moment. Let's provide that other link in a second concerning San Francisco, which is a lot more detailed than what has happened in Taiwan. And while we're doing that, here we are. We'll turn back towards our man, Aristides. Okay, as our numbers continue to climb, tell us, Aristides, what strikes you? Over the weekend, there must have been something. Please continue.
Well, I have a, breaking news, probably the most important thing you're going to hear all day, and it has to do with the Epstein files, and it is I just put it in the in our text box chat. It's a picture of Stephen Hawking there on the beach with two young ladies.
How are they sitting on his lap? There's very few other ways to.
They probably kill him. I just thought that was funny.
That is funny. That is funny. So oh my God, give us that link.
Chair, like out of his wheelchair. Yeah. Feeling loose and happy there, and
He's
getting
he's
getting handed a drink that
uh,
he probably couldn't hold or drink by
n-
himself, but it was a good photo.
oh my God, are we sure this isn't a Photoshop
I
or
no, I'm not sure of anything
okay?
that I say. Usually it's completely unverified,
Uh,
um, but that doesn't stop me from sharing it. Um,
uh,
um, Also, let's see, Trump administration will begin garnishing wages of people with student loans, I guess, where necessary, starting in January.
oh, wonderfully, he's gonna starve
How
people to
kind?
death. He's gonna
How
starve
kind?
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Happy New Year. Happy fucking New
Yeah.
Year. Come on.
Right. Right. What a way to incentivize, people
to, to
to
even work, yeah.
get skill. Yeah,
Yeah.
to get skills, to join the workforce. Right. Mhm. It doesn't matter because he'll just import those skills, because America first, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
America is your first destination if you've got you know, a garbage degree from some country, and you can show up and do the job for less. So you come to America first.
Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah, a good way of saying it. Douglas Marks says thank you. Yes, that's so thank you, Douglas Marks.
Yep.
And so glad that he asked the question. And yeah, and let me
Yeah.
take a closer look at these images.
Right.
We have some others sent by Aristides. By the way, Aristides, I haven't been able to get to some of the ones you sent last episode even.
I don't
So
know.
so I'll have to take a look at those.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll
Uh,
see.
uh,
And possibly related to people trained, whatever, degreed people that who are imported, we won't say from where, but I saw an article saying that let's see, there's an urgent report. It was on some science channel on, I think, Instagram. I'll put the images. Fake science is flooding into journals faster than real research. Right. So basically, journals are now are being weaponized and more so used as what do they call it? A career boost. They had a better journal hijacking. Basically, it's just all bullshit. They make fake papers. They all kind of grease each other's palms and have people on the inside, approving their stuff and publishing it, just to get clout, just to get all these things on their resume, just so they can, get jobs. So
wow.
the whole scientific journals industry has now been, you know, highly corrupted. And what more? AI is going to be out there reading it all, and some of it is even completely faked, right?
Wow. And
Yeah.
and then AI takes that as real,
Yes.
and
Yes.
yes, go on.
Yes.
Take it
Yep.
from
So
there.
not even science is real anymore.
Yeah.
Welcome to, it's not 1984. It's
It's worse.
2025. But yeah, right.
It's much
Yep.
worse.
Yep. Yeah. So.
This is how AI will be the
Wonderful.
death of us all. Yeah, AI will be
Right.
the death of us all
Yeah.
through this shit. Yeah, and
Hmm.
so at any rate, that's communist China. For those of you who are worried, we were just asked about Hope by Douglas Marks. For those of you who are worried about this, now other countries will overwhelm us with real science. Communist China suffers the same fucking problem in spades. So you don't even need to worry. Everything is done by
Right.
party favoritism. People, do their careers by forging documents. They all reference other forged documents and
Yep.
plagiarize each other like mad. Yeah, I once knew an American whose career was based on plagiarizing term papers. So, this has always been going on, but AI has rendered that poor son of a bitch obsolete. He's probably out of a job because AI does that for you. And, but unfortunately, it's plagiarizing papers that are often not even real, or just, and then it ingests that and regurgitates it and conflates all of the unreal info with real info, thereby discombobulating the entire affair of science or the entire. So take it from there, Aristides, and
Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
here.
So yeah, that's encouraging. Let's see what else. I have some other things that I get in the form of video, so it's hard to share because it's not a link. But Let me pick through here.
Yes.
Oh
And
boy.
then
Well, we can't get too long before touching certain topics here. One's an interview with I guess with a rabbi, and he's fine. I don't know when it was taken. He was responding. You remember the tunnels thing in New
yes,
York?
yes,
The mattress with the stain. Ugh.
yes, yes.
And so this I'll get it into the chat. I don't have a link for it. I don't know, but it's an interview, and he starts to explain. He's like, well, something. And he was like, it's not that we killed anybody or something. And he said, but probably would have been a ritual. They might have been already dead, and we might, it's just a normal thing to kind of do rituals down there, because we're trying to bring back the Messiah, which is Rabbi Sneerson, and like
Yes.
people are like staring at him like, what? Yeah, so
Oh, oh,
I know
yes.
it's old news. The tunnel, just old news.
By the
Who
way,
cares?
this
Who cares?
this is part of a messianic Jewish cult that believes that a dead rabbi will return. They don't themselves perceive this in the zombie sense. They perceive him as reanimating in a holistic
Right,
sense, meaning that as a living, breathing person in a healthy sense, as
right,
opposed to a reanimated cadaver. But in all fairness, it's not part of the mainstream of Judaism, but also we cannot discount it as something that does not impact our lives, because they're obviously endangering literally thousands of people in New York City by weakening the foundations under buildings, by expanding in tunnels that are completely illegal and structurally dangerous, as if they were human rats. They're kind of like the Skaven of Warhammer.
Well,
Yeah,
I
go on.
mean, who
Yeah.
knows how many, maybe that was they found all the tunnels. Maybe
Uh,
they're not doing it anymore.
what we would hope, we know that's not the case, because the bribery and influence that they have is out of all proportion to their population of this particular cult, cultic sect. And the fact that they were able to get away with it in the first place shows that the system is already completely compromised. And for whatever reason, now there's a video I'm afraid to tack onto here, because I don't want any sound effects to compromise our channel. Is this video
What
from yourself?
that
Oh, you sent this,
that I
right?
put?
Yeah.
That's
What is
what I
it?
was talking about. You don't have to open it now.
Okay. Okay. We want to open it
Yeah,
now.
but it's just kind of like, and it's in his own words. There's video of him talking, so
Mm.
I'm not making it up.
Yeah.
I don't know what authority he has, but it's almost how nonchalantly he was
Mm.
kind of let that slip out. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't. It's not like it's not like we killed or hurt anybody. They were already dead.
Yeah.
Drag him into the tunnel. I don't know. I actually don't even remember every word that was said in it. I don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe find a link. Let's see.
Oh.
What else? What else? The Erica Kirk thing. Oh yeah, Erica Kirk, and let's see. I hear her dad was involved with. Was it Raytheon or one of them? And the Israel division
Of
of.
course, that goes
Was it
without
really?
saying. What else would it
Right,
be?
right. Completely unrelated to it, too, of
Is
course.
this a photograph from her reality TV days that John Doe provided
No,
us to
no. It
take?
says it's from. No, again, not verified. It's an
Okay.
older
Okay.
photo, supposedly from Instagram from 2012,
All right.
in Romania.
Right.
She was promoting the charity Romanian Angels, located near a U.S. military base and run by a U.S. colonel. A whistleblower uncovered the quote-unquote charity as a front for trafficking underage girls, but authorities did not investigate.
Right. Oh, of course not.
Allegedly.
Well, I mean,
Allegedly.
by myself, I do want people to understand we have to be skeptical about everything that we receive.
Yes.
But nevertheless, what makes me skeptical about this is that she's wearing her like Miss America kind of pageant band. If you see that, it's under the gun. It's kind of like the band that a woman would wear to identify herself in a beauty pageant. So why would she be wearing that over her bulletproof vest in firearm? Actually, that's a very real photograph of her. No, guaranteed that's real.
Yeah.
But it's
Right.
something that would normally be in America, where people would do that for NRA type events. and they'd say I'm Miss State whatever, and then they'd have the firing contest. And
Yeah, wait,
you know, NRA does this
wait,
shit. Yeah, our gun
right. She
clubs.
has the band. Wait, yeah, she has
Yeah,
the over the shoulder.
yeah,
Yeah,
band that
the beauty pageant thing. Yeah,
the beauty pageant
yeah.
thing.
It's funny how many of these people.
Yeah,
There was another post where it's like there's a whole connection between the
yeah,
beauty pageant circuit and
yeah.
or similar and politics, which is funny. I didn't realize that's what made people the most qualified to be leaders, but apparently beauty pageants is what does it.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
that's
and being involved in human trafficking. Like,
yeah,
of course,
yeah.
that's
It's all involved with a form of pimping. It's all remember
yes,
Jean Benet. What's her full name? Jean Benet Ramez.
Ramsey.
Ramsey, thank you. I kept thinking Ramez for some reason. Why did I keep Hispanicizing her name? Anyway, Weekend at Jeffries with now this is fucking funny. We got an image of Weekend at Jeffries with Clinton and Bill Gates, I think, holding up, our man, who's the wheelchair scientist? I'm sorry,
Hawking.
Hawkins, holding up
Yeah,
Hawkins because he can't
Hawking.
stand
Yeah.
on his own, so they're holding him up. Yeah, that's delightfully funny. That's horrible but funny. Now, but what I'm trying to say about this image, what I mean to say is there's an image above your entry that was entered by John Doe, INST Tank Berry, of Erica Kirk. Well, is that photoshopped or is that from her reality TV days? Because she
Wait,
was involved with reality TV. Now I'm convinced this
where?
Instagram of her
Oh.
between the two soldiers is it's right above your
No,
post.
is that her? Or is that just for the movie?
It could be just
That
for the
that
movie.
that
Yeah.
doesn't look like Eric Kirk.
Okay. It's not. Yeah. Okay. So it's not Erica Kirk. Yeah, that's what I thought. It just looks like her, but it's not her.
No,
Yeah, just
right.
favors her.
Wait. Here,
Yeah.
I'll send you a picture of Erica Kirk. Hold on.
Yeah, but Erica Kirk
Yeah,
between these two
yeah.
soldiers, I
So
believe that's
here's
yeah.
just for reference. There's
Yeah.
a picture of Erica Kirk.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's hysterical. Yes. Okay, so
Okay.
we'll do a aha for that. But yeah, that's so
Yeah.
repulsive. Please delete that. That's so
Yeah.
fucking
All right.
repulsive. That's awful. That's I mean it's just an assault on the senses. So but with Erica Kirk between these two soldiers, I do believe they took a very real photograph of her and they photoshopped it between two soldiers in a base because that's what it looks like to me. It looks very
Uh,
primitive and it doesn't look real. But such being said, her being involved with such an activity would not surprise me. It would be par for the course with all of these people who are currently in power. Now, I do want to forewarn everybody. I'm not really in the mood to be here very long tonight, and I will, we'll carry on. We'll amble toward midnight. I'm not quite sure we're going to make it till the midnight deadline Pacific Standard Time. Even though I had a great deal of ability to, or was given the opportunity to kind of refresh myself to a degree at the estates, taking care of my responsibility, teaching all the lads. It consumes its own amount of energy. And coming home now, I'm ready for decompression. I'm not particularly in too much of a mood to do too much talking tonight, but that can change. And it often does change during arc of narrative while I go monologue. We'll probably go through a short burst of energy, then I'll try and get into something a bit more deep or profound, where this wasn't a year in which we were very much in a mood to do very holiday-oriented things like talk about the revelation of the Magi or the like. It's just not the year for that, and we do want people to understand that that was part of the challenge we had with one particular individual who was stuck in the past, but of course was assigned to basically take up a lot of time and really derail us from dealing with current events. So again, inevitably, we will return to that topic because it's inescapable. People do ask questions about it. But for right now, let's take a look at a link from our dear Aristides. This is Poland's Communist Party declared unlawful by constitutional court. Thank God for that. And this is a good thing, believe me. And
yeah.
in you have no idea how criminal The Communist Party has always been, whatever nation it's in, and that includes Japan, where the Communist Party is legal. But they were, of course, indirectly affiliated with the Japanese Red Army, which was a world-renowned violent terrorist organization. But they maintain a legality for the Communist Party so that they can keep an eye on such a movement. There is pragmatism in Japan, but Japan has an ability to quarantine and contain such threats. Other nations do not. At the same time, it's already, in a sense, too late because the communists have done their damage to the culture, and the culture is now so corrupted that it's completely compromised. There we are. Now, here's a photograph. And honest to God, this photograph is real, but it looks photoshopped, even though it's real. Because the people look so insincere. They look so insincere. They look so artificial that it's hard to believe that there's anything real there. But it's real. It's real. And, or it may not be. She did the devil sign, which is like, well, okay, so we have to question it. And but she was definitely next to Trump on the podium at one point. As for the devil sign, doing the devil sign, I don't know about that. Not that she's to be considered a saint. Far from it. Erica, what's her name? Erica Kirk. Yes, there we are. She's going to change it soon to Erica Vance. And all that, of course, is just gossip and beneath our dignity to a degree, but. All right. Sad news in terms of the weekend. Brigitte Bardot, the original sex kitten who courted controversy until the end at 91 years of age, has died. And this happened to be on Mary Madeline Marlene Dietrich's 124th birthday. And she, of course, is dead. She died at the age of 90 or 91. So they both died at around the same age. Marlene Dietrich died at that age, and then Brigitte Bardot. Marlene Dietrich, of course, was the product of World War II. Brigitte Bardot was a product of the post-war period, as it's known. For the sake of convenience, obviously the war never ended, or rather, it ended in the Pacific Theater. The Atlantic Theater of War never concluded, or there would never have been a Warsaw Pact in NATO. Which we can go into the history of that another time, and I've done so ad nauseum in the past. Oh my God, this does look real. Fuck, I am impressed. This does look real. Holy shit. This really does look real. This looks like she did the devil sign, the devil's horns. Like what the fuck with when she's next to Trump. Okay, and we've got the communist, little symbol here provided as a kind of a, just a reminder of how good they can be at branding. They're good at branding, and that's, of course, one of the primary elements of their success. All right, let's take a look at what else needs to be brought up, if I can think of it. Again, this was a holiday weekend in which I got a call from Sammy Romero just before I left. And if I look at my calendar, that was on Christmas Day itself. So we had to have my son Ed Beth take his time in coming to Rendezvous and pick myself up because we were dealing with so many environmental challenges. The rain was torrential. We had torrential rain on Christmas Day. If anyone accesses the links that I've provided, you will find out not only about the earthquake in Taiwan that happened as soon as I came home to the crypt. As soon as I reinterred in crypt, it was to be informed of an earthquake in Taiwan. A rather off the coast, thank the gods, that of course still put a lot of people into blackout. That nevertheless was power was restored almost immediately. Their infrastructure being orders of magnitude more efficient than San Francisco. San Francisco, however, if you access the second link I entered into chat and the text box, you will find out just how bad San Francisco is doing. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have Aristides, as an engineer, take us through that. We might as well turn towards that now. So, Aristides, take a look at what we were dealing with in San Francisco and why my son's picking myself up had to be delayed because of the weather impacting the terrain en route, and then rendezvousing with myself through all that we were dealing with in San Francisco, navigating that obstacle course, and then are finally leaving San Francisco for my being able to tend to my task of tutoring the young boys through the holidays, which I, of course, tutor them through major holidays, and that gives all the other tutors who are certifiably recognized their time off. So with that, let's take a look at this link. Can you access it, Aristides? Do you know which one to access? You're free to access both, of course. And let's see if he responds. Dear Aristides.
Oh. What am I? Okay, yeah. What am I looking for?
Oh, the second link that I put into the text box would be the more important one. It would give you an idea of what we're going through in San Francisco, and perhaps you would have an idea, being an engineer.
I have to scroll. You mean I have to
scroll up? Yeah, a little bit.
San Francisco town.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that might be the earthquake one. That's from John Doe. That's the earthquake one from John.
No, you put.
Oh, I put it.
Suffering a blackout, plagued by noisy generators.
Yes, please. Yes, if you could explain that to us.
I assume that'd be like building backup generators. Not too many people are gonna have their own.
No, they're on wheels. They're on wheels. These are provided by PG&E. By the way, when I came home, when I was able to get back in, when I got back onto my computer, the first thing I'm hit with on YouTube in accessing this channel is an ad, an apology campaign, a damage control campaign from Pacific Gas and Electric, better known as PG&E, which is the utilities monopoly of Northern California. And guess what ethnicity appears on my screen of the individual who's in charge of Pacific Gas and Electricity, the damage control campaign. Can you guess the ethnicity, Aristides? Don't be too quick about it.
No, I can't. No, I can't. Sorry, I'm distracted, but I'll explain. No, what?
A Sikh in a turban. A Sikh in a full turban. A Sikh in a full turban. He said his name, which would very likely, well, all of them have the same surname theoretically, which means young lion. Singh, I believe it's Singh. So,
Yeah.
But he introduced himself, and I, of course, didn't catch his name. I had to get started on preparing for production. Otherwise, I would have gladly watched their damage control campaign. But he went into, the first thing he said was, "It is my honor to be essentially the head." He introduced himself as essentially the man in charge. So he's of PG&E. So he was going to go into his spiel about why we're all without power. But at any rate, so PG&E has responded with these mobile generators that operate at the decibel level of a jet taking off. This is what people in San Francisco had to deal with while I was gone. And of course, PG&E, when confronted by people who couldn't sleep, confronted them back with, well, you want power or you want to sleep? So take it from here, Aristides. Take a look at all this and tell us your own evaluation of all Presidio's dead. The power's still dead in all Presidio. Power's still dead all over a large part of San Francisco, right next to Russian Hill. All right next to Russian Hill. And where I'm broadcasting from, just so people understand. And of course, it's been an absolute nightmare. Our mayor, of course, some would say he's lying, came on aboard before I even left. Before I left for Christmas, our mayor said all power is restored in San Francisco. That is a political statement. He is not lying. He's just not giving you the details. Yes, all power is restored in San Francisco at a price of you're not going to sleep. And you're going to need to wear earplugs throughout the day because these fuckers will anyhow. So take it from here, Aristides. You're the engineer. Give us your own impression.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it takes an engineer. I would think some people would be happy to have power, and what would they do with that power? I guess not have their food spoil in their fridge, and beyond that, I can only wonder how much, everything shuts off. So they hook up these generators, whatever. They turn
And
and
in
like
many places, when the electricity shuts off, you also do not have water, correct?
no,
Or
not that I
gas. Without
think.
electricity, you can't pump
No,
gas
no.
in many
Usually, both.
places.
As far as I know, both those things usually will they come on their own, unless uh, yeah, you have some sort of follow-on devices to that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you have a furnace that runs on gas, it doesn't mean it's running without electricity. The fuel is gas, but the controller is, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we use
Electrical.
electricity.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the water, I don't know. Usually water. I mean, you would hope you turn on water. The water, I would think, even if there was a state pumping station nearby, it would probably has its own backup generator built in. You'd hope, you'd think.
But by the way, we're also in T-Tank Berry territory with this because T-Tank Berry is very much a field engineer who works with the Silicon Valley water safety systems. He also knows, he provided us an excellent photograph, which our man Aristides can take a look at. So Aristides, I'm presuming this photograph just entered by T-Tank Berry is basically a power station, but they've
Yeah.
hooked up the generators next to the power station,
Mhm.
presumably to operate the power station. Is that not correct?
I don't know if it's a power station, but
It certainly doesn't look like a normal
yeah.
residence. There's no windows. It looks like a
No, right.
blockhouse.
Yeah, right. Probably, perhaps. Well, wait. Why? Well, I don't know why the power went. Like the station failed.
Yes, it must have. Yeah, it must have failed completely. Failed. I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
like a fire
okay,
started. Failed.
right. Well, there was one of those. Is there?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that it?
correct.
Or
One
is
of
there
those.
more?
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah.
Usually power gets cut off in between, like the station and where you're at. It's usually not the station itself.
Right.
Yeah, but
Understood. Understood. In fact, there was a fire that was at one location that somehow they claim impacted all this. I do not believe that because the whole city would not be shut down by one little fire on a street corner. So it must have been something happened at a power station. Or, but such having been said, another good photo provided by T. Takeberry that doesn't give us too much of a strategic perspective, but it does give us a fueling what looks like a fuel truck that is now fueling the electrical generator. So how's that for a bitch? They've got to truck in fuel to refuel the generators.
right, to make noise. And then what I was gonna say is that all the people go around and like turn off all their unnecessary stuff. You know,
Oh man.
like there's only a few things in that situation. You want like your refrigerator plugged in,
Yeah.
not too much else.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like where they sitting there like watching TV and you know, playing stereo, whatever, whatever, run the hair dryer. Like, oh, good, now I can get ready to go out.
Oh man, well you know as well as I do, people do not think the way you think. You first thing Aristides would do during an earthquake, for instance, is Aristides would go down to his basement, make sure the gas is off. Aristides, like during wintertime, checks his pipes to make certain that they're not freezing to the point of breakage. So he would make certain there's some kind of, oh, what do they call that? A kind of antifreeze or something element that, there's different things Aristides would do, no one else would do. But your average person is it's just going to be all on or all off. And but I do know for a fact, unfortunately, when it comes to many apartment complexes or many gas stations, that without electricity, they do not pump because there's electrical components. That it's not just operating on gravity like a well system. But all that being said, if you scan through the article, you'll also find out more images of the Waymos, and obviously they're still a factor. And if you scan through the article, just tell us what impressions you get of the overall infrastructure. Obviously, San Francisco is a very old city, and it has never had the room to expand. And in a very real sense, because of that, cannot modernize. We cannot modernize our sewer system without digging up the whole city,
Right.
yeah, and all this other shit. So when it comes to our electrical infrastructure, it's all above board, meaning all of it was dependent on wires. Which are quite visible in these photographs. There's wires that just web. The city is under a web of wires. And you just accept that as part of your sky when you look up at the sky in San Francisco. This is incredibly obsolescent. But when it comes to these cat rental power, so these are these trucks. These are what would you call them, Aristides? They're units that are wheeled units for the
Yeah.
generators. What would you call that exactly? A kind of mobile generator unit or something?
Yeah. I mean, they're either trailers or they're on trailers. You know, and they
Yeah.
like, I don't know, crane them off or something. They're just giant shipping container like shaped things.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And obviously, they have ventilation for the unit, which is going to be heating up tremendously. And of course, it vents out the noise as well. There's a door for a person to enter, which must be a
Yeah.
nightmare.
Yeah.
They must have ear protection. Anyhow,
Some,
take it
you
from
know,
there.
the better generators are
Yeah.
they're made. They can make them very quiet,
Okay.
but um, that doesn't mean all of those work. That they're probably the newer, more expensive ones.
Yeah.
You know, if you're at an event, you know, sometimes they'll have or anyway, they can make generators quite quiet, believe it or not. But that doesn't mean that those work. They were probably the, older ones, or they had them, they got them on, the lowest bidder on the contract, and they're like, oh, well, we could save $1,000 in each unit by just running a wide open exhaust. So like, oh, cool. Muffler? No, we already got the contract.
You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. When I scroll up a bit further, and I guess I'll have to reset my page to get rid of that Trump image that combines him and Erica Kirk, and it's a horrific image. Now, we take a look at this. Scrolling down, if you press the continue reading button, Aristides, and this is very dramatic, by the way. So, you did that, right? On this article, you pressed the continue reading button so
I
you can see these.
I walked away. I'm gonna have to keep. I'm gonna have to go back.
Yeah, please go back when you can because I want people
But the
to.
gen the
Yeah, okay. You
generators.
know what I'll do? What I'll do is I'll do a screen share. So I'm going to do a
All
screen
right,
share, and so here we are. We're doing a screen
I'm
share.
going back. I'm
Yeah.
going back.
Now,
All right.
John Doe, if you're on this call, you can see this as well. So now, first off, we see. Now, can you see this, Aristides? Let me know if you can see this.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you see this? These are the generators in question, and they obviously are, for lack of a better word, basic, primitive, and they're packed in too deep. Look at that. There's two of them packed in. They packed in two. They blocked off the road, and they put one generator beside another, and they've done this for several generators in a row. Oh my fucking god! So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at least that we can see in visibility. Maybe more down the road, but that's pretty heavy duty. They've got too deep. Now I don't mean it's too deep as in it's too much. I just mean they're two in a row that are then followed by two more in a row, followed by two more in a row. They've got a domino thing going on here with these generators to provide, I guess, an adequate amount of power to a building without windows that is obviously the station that has failed. So they're powering the station so that it can work. And then this, right in view of the Golden Gate Bridge. So understand, here we are, the Golden Gate Bridge. We can see 6 of these generators now, sky eye view, towards, again, this windowless building that is obviously probably the power station. Woe be unto everyone who's across the street exposed to the noise from these things. And this is pretty dramatic. This mosque here, this mosque-looking thing, is the Russian Orthodox Church. We have a Russian Orthodox Church in San Francisco that, of course, Russian Orthodox priests. At the time I was involved as a mercenary in the Balkan Wars, I was dealing with Serbian Orthodox priests. And they would complain that all of the clientele or the attendees in San Francisco were gay, which is like kind of like, well, do you want to close the church down or keep it open? I mean, it's like they've kept it open, obviously. By the way, the Golden Bell. Golden Bell was stolen from this church and then returned like over a period of time, like a week or so before it was missing and then returned. Then we take a look at some of this. This is a video. So we see these people who are obviously involved with the power problems that persist, and PG&OI prompts noise complaints from all the people. And here's a black woman in area, so we know that it's a multiracial area, despite the fact that, well, I guess it can't be that, elite or exclusive. So then we see San Francisco at night. This is dramatic. The only lights on these streets are from cars. That They're not traffic lights. And they're all blocked because the Waymos can't move. They're all blocked because the Waymos can't move, so they're clusterfucked. Look at that. It's solid car, bumper to bumper. A river of cars, solid, bumper to bumper. That's pretty impressive. Aristides, right? That's impressive.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, that's bumper to bumper cars. Oh, fuck. It's just for, how long would you say that was? Several city blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, how many miles is that? If it's like, how would you guess? Would you guess that's about a mile?
Yeah.
That's about a mile of cars, solid cars, bumper to bumper, are the only lights in San Francisco at night. And here's the map of San Francisco. And now I'm in Russian Hill, which would be here. Russian Hill would be here. But Presidio and, a good half of San Francisco, it's out. It's black. And this weird little area here. So it's definitely high crime at night, very dangerous. And here's our friendly Waymos. 1/3 of the city in darkness. Driverless Waymo cars cause traffic jam, malfunctioning. It says that they were confused by the malfunctioning street lights, meaning they no longer had the lights to navigate by. So I guess their system was they navigated by the street lights. Once they went out, the Waymos died. And then we see, the intersection here. And so urged residents to avoid non-essential travel and treat down traffic symbols. I think they should say treat all traffic signals as four-way stops, is what they meant to say. And in fact, the mayor, Daniel Lurie, urged people to stay off the roads. Just stay off the roads. And so, obviously, we had a hell of a time, Ed, Beth, and I, getting out of the city alone. So tell me, what's your impressions as an engineer? What do you think is going on, or what happened here, or how they're trying to deal with this ad hoc, as it obviously is?
Well, it's a disaster. there was not going to be any good way to deal with it.
Thank you.
Try to manage the chaos. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the diagnosis. So Dr. Aristides has given a simple diagnosis, but profound. It's simple but profound. So here we are, major power outage. This is from John Doe. John Doe's provided. Oh, here, Aristides. Do you see these images? I'm sharing screen. So you see, this is what you were talking about.
Yeah.
So Aristides, John Doe, the T-Tank Berry has provided us an image of what Aristides. Tell us about this, Aristides. So it's called a Whisper Watt.
Well,
7,000.
Yeah, they have quieter ones, but those are usually the smaller ones for like events or stuff like that, or where you care about customer comfort impressions, right? Customer comfort, right? And which obviously was not a factor.
Oh shit! And so here we are. T-Tank Berry provided another image. Power outage leaves over 130,000 without electricity in San Francisco, California, and the lights on those streets are not street lights; they are car lights. So yeah. At any rate, thank you, both of you gentlemen. Both of these gentlemen are profoundly familiar with such technology. We are joined by Brendan Zogit, by the way. So, Brendan Zogit, what exactly were you sending me on Instagram? So I got these notifications. Hey, man, you got all these messages from Zobran on Instagram and shit. So, you doing something new? You TikToking now?
Well, I didn't know you were on Instagram. That wasn't me. You sure that was me?
Said Zobran, man.
I don't.
Zobran, yeah, or Brenzo.
Okay,
Brenzo.
Well, that's weird because I don't use that handle. So
okay, let's take a look. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else was fucking around. That's par for the course. I mean, we deal with cyber espionage on a daily basis, and if you think I'm over dignifying it by calling it espionage, here we are. Let's take a look at this. Let's go to screen share again. We're gonna go on the call. We're gonna go on screen share. So. And we're joined by Holly Kiefer, by the way. Thank God you're alive. Or is that, that's Holly, right? Anyhow, so.
Yeah, it's me. Hi.
Oh, love you. How much time we have with you tonight?
I'm okay tonight.
Good, good. So anyhow, take a look at this. So look at this, Brendan. Look, Instagram from Brendan Zoe and others. 5 unread messages. Come on, Brendan. This is this you?
Okay, that's anomalous because I'm not going to reveal my Instagram handle, but it's not that. Maybe it's a Facebook message that's getting, because they're both owned by Meta. So
interesting. Okay. I mean, let's take a look at the message.
Theoretically, you should be permabanned from
yeah, no shit.
that platform.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's got my face. You know, I try to access this shit, and it's just gonna fuck up. It's gonna
Yeah.
We'll access this later at you know.
It could be just like super old from when I was sending them, because they just stay in there unless you open it.
Right, and I'm afraid to open it because it's gonna be like if we press C Messenger, it's gonna be okay. First off, says login and all that shit, and then we won't be able to get in. That's all that's gonna happen.
Is Mara Pentecost legit?
Let's take a look at that. Marlene Pentecost. I'm sure it was during its day. Lay Hayes. She was real too, believe it or not. Yeah, at the time. But these are a long time ago. But they keep sending me they keep sending me notifications even today, and but they won't let me in to access them. So it's just part of the just stupidity of a malfunctioning system. Now, believe me, we're not sharing this with the public. It's going to be between Team Dietrich during private conversations, but there's been a lot going on. At any rate, so dear Holly, catch us up a little bit on how things are going with you before we turn back to Brendan. I'm just glad you're both alive and well.
Okay, enough on my end. Couple short comments on the Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk thing. No. It's just a weird fucking thing. Put it in the weirdest fuck file, but that popular rap singer Nicki Minaj was there.
Oh, wow.
Being the big black MAGA supporter.
they're super token. The super token, yeah.
Yeah, super token. So they're all on stage and they're just loving all over each other. And she starts to go off and talks about the assassin, J.D. Vance. How much she loves the assassin, J.D. Vance. And when the word comes out of her mouth, everything stops. And there's this big silence. And then Erica's like, oh, you're so funny, girl. Don't worry. Everybody slips up once in a while. Ha ha ha.
Well, to be fair.
But that happened. Don't ask me.
IQ's like double digits. I mean, we're talking, it's bad.
Well, yeah, but big word for, where'd you get that big word? She's never been a smart person, No, but why that word? I mean, call him that redneck J.D. Vance anything. But so that was weird. Oh. And don't even get me started on the generator thing. Because here,
tell us what's going on.
In the last 3 years, say, because we'll get a blackout or two every winter, everyone from the mansion to the motel to the separate apartments run to Costco and get the biggest, smokingest, roaringest generator they can for $500. And they all bring them home and they set them up, and I've got one right outside my door for my neighbors, and it's for the duration.
Oh shit.
And I'm a freak. I mean, one of my favorite things is walking around in the pitch black, all quiet, and it's kind of Christmassy, but no more. I mean, roaring from all directions. Well, so it gives me a rage that nothing else does.
Well, that's I'm so sorry.
It's absolutely shithouse maddening. And it's nothing to do with medical need. That's what you hear. But no. It's for either gaming or watching TV.
Oh yeah. Guaranteed.
That's it.
Guaranteed.
That is it.
But in all fairness,
they don't go to work.
Yeah, they don't go to work. They don't. You got that down. You got that down. But guaranteed. What now, in all fairness, not to defend them. And actually, in reality, swear to God, the majority of these people we're discussing really should just die. But in all reality, their health is so bad. Their health is so bad, that I guaranteed they're probably on something horrible like an oxygen machine or dialysis because they've killed their liver or their kidneys, I mean to say, or their liver. They're on, various horrible medical implements that probably they will die without, many of them, simply because those are the ones that don't leave the home. Those are the ones that don't leave the home. But the ones that do leave the home are the ones gaming.
My neighbors are like that. Yeah. None of my neighbors are like that.
Okay, that's all gaming. That's all gaming.
I worry about the mental disability of not being able to be without it. So I was just reading this big article about the AI charter schools for little kids.
Yes.
And that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
You go in, you sit in a comfy beanbag chair, you strap on headphones and a laptop, and you get taught by this AI copyrighted program.
Jesus Christ.
And they have a guide in the classroom, but the guide's not a teacher. The guide's just there to keep kids from wigging out of their minds. And it's amazing how quickly it drives them crazy.
The guide is just a minder.
Just a minder.
Yeah.
And so if you need tutoring, which is a big fat shame, you get an AI bot. So there's no humanity to appeal to. And so they started it. It's a big franchise, and they're putting them all over the place. But it started out in Brownsville, Texas.
Of course.
Because they were going to prove how all it was going to do for the little brown kids and how it would work for everyone. But then it came out shortly, even the head of it in a speech said, yeah, we did this for SpaceX. Because all those SpaceX people can't wait to get up in there.
Oh, of course.
And so the little brown kids last about a year or two before they go shithouse crazy. And it is all rewards based. So you got to be staying up all night to get those rewards, some of which are like trips to Disneyland or computer games or cash.
Oh, man.
So it's not about what or how much or how proficient you're learning.
This is all Pavlovian. This is all Pavlovian.
Oh, completely. Completely. There was a book about this, Punished by Rewards, which even was saying back in the 80s, even giving kids gold stars and stuff is bullshit. You shouldn't need a reward for the joy of learning kind of philosophy,
Yes.
But this throws that completely out. It's all rewards based, and they want hyper motivated individuals prepared to succeed. And the kids they deteriorate so fast. So the parents are just, for a minute they have hope because half of them are homeschooled because the schools don't have any money.
Right. Yes.
And they just got to drag them out of there.
Oh, my God.
Before it's too late.
How did you get so acquainted with this horror story?
Booming. There was a big article I read about it.
Okay.
You know that dumb, stupid Wired magazine?
Yeah.
It's fluffy and it's puffy, but I've been keeping an eye on it because a friend of mine gets it, and there's some pretty damn interesting articles in there, and they are not rubber stamping AI as the next great thing at all. There's been some very good criticism in there, and this was one of those very good critiques. Very good.
Excellent.
Because I didn't know anything about it, but they name the names, they get right down on it.
Well,
so it's worth. I've looked at it in doctors' offices and stuff, but now because I have a source for it, I make a point to at least skim through and see what they got going in there. Very oppositional, which I did not expect.
Oh, actually, just so people know, the whole purpose of Wired magazine is to kind of be a expositionist position on the Silicon Valley economy and how Silicon Valley is, of course, they take it as their responsibility to essentially expose what they can about the new elite. And so, in all fairness, Wired magazine has always been recommended. And
okay, good, because I thought it was all just puff.
Oh no. It's no. It may have started as such back in the day.
I
It,
kind of think so.
yeah, but it
Yeah,
really changed.
initially
Yeah,
they still believed. Yeah.
it's it certainly changed with time because they realized, of course, that they were up against a new caste system being installed.
Yeah.
And with that, let's thank you for that. With that, let's turn to Brendan for a little bit and find out how he's doing. Because obviously it's up to Brendan whether he wants to share it or not. But you know, there's been a lot going on with both of us, and whatever strikes you, Brendan, as what you're willing to share. I mean, please go ahead, cathart, vent, take advantage of this show for therapy. You know, and Holly, the same with you. I mean, you know, I like what you said about worrying about the mental disabilities.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, of your neighbors, and not disabilities. You know, that's a wrong way of putting it. Your mental pathologies of your neighbors. The mental pathologies.
It's everybody. It's everybody walking in the beautiful mountains looking at a cell phone. I mean, it's everybody now.
Yes.
And I have to come to grips with that it is everybody. And watch it in myself very closely. 'Cause I don't want to go over the edge. But I always wanted to play an RPG, but I never have. But I'm afraid to.
Don't.
Yeah. Get my GTA on.
Yeah. Don't. You ain't missing
Yep.
shit, honey. You ain't missing
Yeah.
shit. I mean,
Yeah.
has anyone ever heard Douglas Dietrich talk about, oh, and when I'm in the gaming world, and when I'm in the skin, when I'm under, they call it a skin when you get these, go into Call of Duty, that kind of shit. I mean,
Right.
In fact,
Oh, that's your avatar.
the skin is, well, it's not my avatar, it's anyone's avatars.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they choose a form and
Mhm.
people, of course, depending on the narrative of the RPG, are given different choices or characters they can assume. And but it's look, I'm only familiar with this terminology thanks to tutoring young lads who do engage in these
Yeah.
games. But we limit their time. Believe me, and by the way, everybody news here. Come on, Holly, Brendan, you guys got to know this. We've got the threat of a mass exodus of multi-billionaires because California wants to institute a millionaire tax.
Oh, baby.
So
Don't
tell
let the
people.
door hit you on the
Tell
ass.
people what you know. Tell people what you know.
I don't know anything. Oh, well, I guess I heard a murmur of it, but
Oh.
I'm skeptical they'll get away with it in the current climate and the power of those guys.
Oh.
I mean, maybe they'll crush Newsom like a bug the way they did DeSantis.
Yeah,
for fucking
maybe.
with Disney.
Maybe.
I still say that was his downfall.
Yeah.
The Disney, you fuck with the rat.
Oh, yeah.
You're
Oh,
gonna get it up the ass.
thank you. Yeah,
Mhm.
I love
Nobody
it.
fucks with the rat.
Yeah, and you know what? I hate to say it, but that's the way it should be. I mean, really.
I agree.
Really?
I'm no friend to Disney.
Yeah,
I mean, I appreciate they let gay folks in and stuff, but
Thank you.
otherwise,
Thank
fuck 'em.
you. They do have gay days. They do have trans days.
They don't discriminate like that. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
They'll take money from
But
anybody.
that's it.
Yeah, they'll take money from anybody.
And I think Disney fucked up my mind and probably everybody else's with the concept that a happy ending is inevitable. And it's a lot easier to live when you take that for granted. Once that's gone, it's hard. But I'm trying to clean it out of me.
Yeah. Well,
because that's the princess whole thing.
Well, at the same time, we do have to strive towards that. You know, our young man Douglas Marks asked about hope. He asked about hope in the chat. So he said, Douglas, do you believe in hope? And I said, I personify it. I embody it.
That's right. I heard that. And you're right. You do.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So, you know,
I think you help raise ours a tiny little bit.
What's that, honey? You got glitched.
I think you even raise our hopes a tiny little bit, which is a big lift. You know, that's a big weight to carry.
Thank you.
But I know I feel refreshed.
Thank you.
Even at your darkest rants and all. It's to come.
Oh, I definitely appreciate that, honey. And but for what it's worth, my son's husband, even involved with the tech industry, puts time limits on what the young lads on the estates can expose themselves to in terms of the internet and gaming. Time spans, you can only be on for a certain amount of time. You can only be on for certain hours of the day. Can only use There's places of the internet they cannot go. They are not allowed onto, and this because of the capacity that we have technologically on the estates, they can actually do that, control where they can
Right.
go on the internet. So it's a much better environment, much healthier. The opposite is being done with what's being expressed by Holly in terms of what was exposed as going on in Texas, which of course, where else would it happen other than in the SpaceX camp, where they're trying to raise a generation of plugged-in kids, plugged in
Well,
and
now there's vast camps for it in Arizona and a whole bunch of like 10 states
yeah.
are jumping right in. Now, I've heard a rumor blowing through the wind of the possibility of an AI bubble.
Yes, go on.
Wouldn't that be a marvelous thing? And I don't know anything way to. I try not to hope too much for that because it seems hard to believe. But if that were the case, that may be our salvation.
Well, first off, let's define from your impression, from what you've been exposed to in terms of the information you've consumed, what is your impression of what an AI bubble is?
Well, like any bubble, everybody jumps on
Mm-hmm.
at once, but
Mm-hmm.
not everybody stays. And I think there is in society, probably the majority is skeptical of it because it's not making them billionaires
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
or necessarily, I mean, maybe it's improving their lives, but as I was listening to you guys last week, Aristides was talking about how now it's going to start doubling down on itself
Okay.
and learning from its not learning from its own mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
but all these hallucinations and stuff are becoming part of its knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that gives me hope for a potential bubble.
Mm-hmm.
The
Okay.
only other thing I can hope is the skepticism, but it's hard to be an effective skeptic when they've shoved it into everybody's phones and my 15-year-old laptop has it. Somehow it got in there.
Mm-hmm.
So when it becomes so ubiquitous that you can't not use it, then that makes it harder for people to refuse it. You can't opt out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's got to be some kind of legal standing around that,
Mm-hmm.
that they can shove it down your throat like that and not give you the opportunity to opt out. Now, on this new phone I got, I can turn it off.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But that wasn't the case on the old phone, and it's not the case on my old laptop.
Right. Right.
So I don't know, I mean, maybe a significant amount of society will reject it, but all the governments all the way down to the local level are jamming it in there. You call the PG cops, you get AI. Salinas City, it's Salinas Social Services. You got to get through AI.
Oh my
And
God.
there might be somebody at the end of the line, or there might not be anymore
Oh, that's so
with all the
sad.
fires.
That's really alarming.
It really is.
And
Because when that thing's making the decisions, there's no court of appeals.
mhm. Yeah.
It's smarter than me, so I'm fucked.
Yes. Yeah. And so that having been said, I appreciate that. I do want people to know all too many people believe in AI. They not only believe in AI, they feel that it's their only friend. And it's their closest contact to God, someone who truly knows them.
So
And
that's a companion racket.
yeah, companion racket, you call it.
That's the companions, yeah.
Yes, yes.
And that is really scary.
And that's at the lowest
You're something
level.
going to kiss your ass.
Yeah, yeah.
And build up whatever you already think to make you feel good. My friend's like, oh, it's helping people's self-esteem. I'm like, fuck that. Are you kidding me? It'll yes you all the way to the gutter.
Oh
Or the
man.
new.
Yes, yes. by the way, be aware that you're glitching at the beginning and the ending of every sentence. So make certain that
Okay.
what you do is you put what's the equivalent of your microphone directly in front of your
Yeah.
mouth and take a
Yeah. Yeah.
breath before speaking, and then take a breath before ending the sentence. So that
Okay.
that will help.
I'll try.
Yeah, it does
I
help.
might need AI assistance.
Yeah. No worries, no worries. Well, in a sense, we all do,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm joking. We're both
Yeah.
joking in that regard. What we do want people to know is that that's at the lowest level. At the highest level, unfortunately, all of the elite in general are buying into AI, and I mean literally buying into it and putting all their money into it because they
Yeah.
think that it will eliminate the need for, say, for instance, teachers. In the example Holly gave, they have only one guy there who's a minder to make certain that the minors don't go, underage kids don't go wild. Sitting in their beanbag chairs and getting bored with simply cerebral input. So he's there to just make them, not go wild and break the technology in some way or another, or at least their connection to the technological input that's going directly into their brains. Garbage in, garbage out. Either way, this way you don't have a teaching staff. And so if one minder can replace a whole staff of teachers, that's what they'll work toward. And they'll just get rid of more and more jobs. And this is where the AI bubble really comes in. Aristides is welcome to join us in talking about AI self-destruction, but I think he articulated that well enough last time he spoke of it, that AI is cannibalizing itself and mutating itself into something that is simply garbage in, garbage out. If it's eating its own intestines in a form of self-cannibalism, a kind of anthropophagy, as it's called, anthropophagy, where it's like digging out its own intestines and eating them like a sausage. It basically, nothing good will come of this. It's going to turn into a globular ball of circling data that makes no sense. That is AI in and of itself, which is one aspect of the bubble. The other aspect of the bubble is that everybody investing into it to the point where they're getting rid of data entry personnel, various other kinds of personnel that are just taking care of things that are extremely perfunctory or, just almost mechanical.
Routine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mechanical routine in nature. All of this will result in the big break because at some point, AI is not going to pan out, and that's some point much sooner than later, in the sense that AI is not going to return in the investment. It's not going to return in the investment other than the immediate cost cuts. So the immediate cost cuts are one thing, but then at some point they realize AI itself is broken. And then when AI itself is broken and starts behaving in a radically dysfunctional manner, they're going to have to bring all of those people back to replace everything that they fired them from. And it's going to be a nightmare. And that's where the bubble bursts. You're not going to just have the fact that AI is not paying off in so many senses. It all comes down to two functional aspects that AI will excel at, that I can guarantee you are the only known factors, will be weapons and porn, which is kind of like the whole range of what Douglas Dietrich is all about, so I won't be too unhappy. But, but other than that, yeah, everyone else
You're
will
looking
be.
up.
Yeah, I'm looking up, but not that I'll make any money from it, because I don't have money to invest, but yeah, at least I'll be getting off one way or the other. Which brings us to something Brendan is welcome to join in with if he's in the mood for it. And I don't blame him for being rather poutish tonight because, as I said, like myself, he's going through a lot. They pulled out all the plugs. These people at the other end, our gang stalkers are really going wild. Let's put it that way. And a lot going on. We simply can't discuss for security reasons. Some of it life-threatening. We gave you a hint last episode. Did you hear that, Holly, when Brendan was talking
I
about...
did.
Yeah,
His
actual
attack.
physical attack. Yeah, actual physical attack. Oh, in a series of them.
Yeah.
And this was but the latest. So things are happening. And obviously, at this point, my son Edbeth is more than tactically experienced to navigate what went down in San Francisco. So he's practically, thanks to my training over the years, practically on a level all his own. Obviously when he comes in a all-terrain vehicle. So we're yeah, it's got a lot of extras. It's got a lot of extras that's added to it, without which he never would have made it. But let's just put it this way: it's think of us as always being prepared. We're always under siege. So we operate with our combat antennas on the alert for good reason. And now I've been getting a lot of emails from people who say, come on now, we want your input, the renegade military historian, on the Trump-class battleship. And this is something... Now, what do you know, Holly, about the Trump-class battleship proposition? What do you know about this?
Just, the headline. And they're already, saying what's wrong with this guy. The battleships are so obsolete. I mean, you can get drones are going off a assembly line for $150 each, fighting ready. So it's again, he's stuck in the 50s, and he wants his very own fleet. It's just he's in a time warp. They sound ludicrous.
It's something that your
like
input
$1
there.
$1 billion each.
Oh, yeah, at least. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah, go on. What was the amount again that you remember?
$1.4 billion, I think.
Okay.
Per.
Yeah. And
so he wants a shiny, but this Venezuela thing is pretty hot. He's really messing with them, and I guess Putin came out in support of Maduro at the UN.
Of course.
So that's interesting. Yeah.
And what else would he do? That was give me a break. I mean, you've got Steven Seagal. It was making movies not only in Russia but with Nicolas Maduro in the in Venezuela. So tell us about what you know about this. And so that their alliance was always always a given. So
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. And well, that's been going on for a while. I'll talk a little bit about Venezuela soon enough. But in terms of that, I do want to give people some examples here about all of this. And right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Internet Archive. I'm going to borrow a book. Let's see if I can borrow this, and then I'll be able to flip through it at, hopefully a pace enough to get what I need out of it. While I'm looking for the particular part in the book that I'm looking for, I'd like our man Brendan Zogid to bring himself on, talk a little bit, and if he's willing to do so. I mean, Brendan, you there? How are you? And let us know. I'm going to just, otherwise kind of like maintain what I can in terms of, let's see now, have we got to the part of what I'm looking at is a novel by Newt Gingrich.
Oh.
So it's were you aware that Newt Gingrich wrote novels?
God, no.
It's well, now you are. And of course he can't write them himself, so he had to co-author it with a West Point fanatic named William Forstchen. And William Forstchen is like a crazy man whose father and father before him were all West Pointers. So he wrote a series of science fictional novels about reestablishing West Point in the far future on a parallel Earth, or Earth in the far future. That's how obsessed he is with West Point. Now, he's proud that his fathers were cavalry officers and fought through the Civil War, and a ardent pro-unionist. In other words, what the Southerners would call a Lincolnite. And as a Lincolnite, he consistently, heroically portrays the North when West Point, which he is so proud of, was very much a part of the South and very much Confederate. So when it comes to his own schizophrenia in this regard, one of the ways that it manifests is that he himself moved down south to live with cheaper rent or cheaper property prices, rather. He purchased a home, and he said, well, I would never raise my family in the North because in the South is where they have a sense of family values. This is the kind of insanity that we constantly see from this kind of individual. They are all lunatics who say they take pride in the United States, but essentially say, well, we're moving down south because the Confederates maintain a sense of civility. It's the same thing I hear over and over again from this kind of individual. Anyhow, so here we are. Now we're going to take a look at what.
Let me say the quick thing I remember
about
Newt
to
Gingrich.
Make it longer so I can look through this. Make it longer so I can look through this. Yeah.
This was actual. He was the big family values, promise keeping, patriarchal, strong father, family, nuclear dad, and husband. And he actually, his wife was flat on her back in the hospital, dying of cancer when he divorced her and got a hot young new girlfriend.
Yeah, that's all true.
In plain sight.
But wait a second, you know who also did that?
Shame.
You know who also did that?
Who?
The Vietnam POW, prisoner of war guy who ran for president. What was his name again?
Oh, God. John McCain.
John McCain did that, too.
He did? Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they both. The story is true in both cases, and the story is also identical for all intents and purposes. It's a parallel story. It's so parallel, it's almost identical that both of them.
I had no idea.
Yeah. With John McCain.
It's like a fad.
Yeah. With John McCain, his wife stuck with him all the way through his years of imprisonment. In other words, all the while he was a prisoner of war, his wife, said, I am not, dating. I'm not sleeping with anyone else. She made it quite public. I'm never going to date. I'm waiting for my man to come home. Then he came home. And then when she got into the, oh, man, now I got the cancer. Then he said, fuck you, bitch. He did marry a young kid.
Yeah. Straight out. Talking family values all the way through.
Yeah, both of them. Both of them. Yes. Oh.
It's so blatant.
Okay. Now, in terms of William Forstchen, I've already given people a personality profile of his pathology, and William, Newt Gingrich. There's he has. There's no need to even go into his pathology. His pathology speaks for itself. It should be.
He was like right before Rush Limbaugh, right?
Well, honey, he was. Tell everybody about Newt Gingrich was the reason we're all suffering today with Donald Trump. Basically, you can turn towards Newt Gingrich and he'll say, "You're welcome." This is the guy who took it down to the gutter. He took politics down to the gutter. This was the first guy who shut down the government. This is the first guy.
Single-handedly.
Yeah, tell people.
And he was a religious nut too, wasn't he? A big Protestant evangelical.
Oh, yeah, they all are. They all are. But tell people about. Remember that time he was confronted about the money for his naval reserves in his state. What state was his? He's got this chicken shit little tiny state that he was a representative
Delaware
of.
Or something?
Yeah. No, not Delaware. Delaware's got a beach. He's some little shiny. It's this tiny chicken shit little state that has overwhelming vote power, like all these little white chicken shit states do in the Northeast and shit. Anyhow, he was the governor of this state and put all kinds of money into naval reserves. Naval reserves, we've got to build up our naval reserves in the state. You know how they contribute to the naval reserves through the kind of like maritime Coast Guard. It's kind of like a maritime reserve. The Navy has its own reserves, like the National Guard. So it's the naval version of that. Anyhow, he was putting all his money into it. And he was confronted with the fact that Governor, your state is landlocked. You have no access to naval waters. Where's this money going? That's
Right.
how sleazy this motherfucker was.
Yeah. How blatant.
Yeah. Well, not only blatant, but when confronted with the fact that his state was landlocked, he confessed, and I truly believe him. He confessed he did not know that.
Oh.
Yeah, but at any rate, when it comes to the horrors of this individual's pseudo intellect, he, like Bill O'Reilly, remember Bill O'Reilly, who also wrote effectively what should be called novels. They were so-called history books, but they would co-author them with other people who could actually write. And
Right.
their names would be tacked onto it almost as a selling point. So in reality, you might say Newt Gingrich did not write this book. Nevertheless, he must have had some kind of input. He had enough government connections where I would dare say, having read the book, I would dare say he gets certain elements pretty well done. They're pretty well done. Its presentation style is improved by a professional writer, but the intellectual or pseudo-intellectual half actually resonates with reality, and it's to make a point. First, understand that when we have the critics, and Holly's point is well taken and obviously would be considered by conventional or quote-unquote conservative, by this I mean professionally conservative, not politically conservative, but by professionally conservative military specialists, everything Holly said is quote-unquote common sense. Obviously, as the renegade military historian, my entire purpose in life is to point out how stupid everyone's sense of common sense really is, and how everybody's living in their own fantastical and notional universe. Obviously, we have had the case of the Russian Navy being wiped out of port by the Ukrainians who use mechanized surfboards with nobody on them. They're unpiloted mechanized surfboards that they just pack explosives onto, and they sink Russian ships. And we mean big ships, like actual ships of the line, real like warships, not cutters or some kind of Coast Guard cutter or something, or fishing vessels. They're sinking actual warships. And
Probably cost less than $1,000 each.
You mean each surfboard?
To put that together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
if that much.
Yeah. All of this is true, but remember, the Vietnamese sank aircraft carriers in the Vietnam War just by swimming out and planting limpet mines. So all of this is true. If anybody doesn't believe me, you can look this up. So the American Navy hid that as a scandal, and of course rendered this whole cover story. They were so embarrassed by the fact that the Vietnamese sank an aircraft carrier, they had to raise the aircraft carrier and refloat it. That's how insane the Navy was about covering that fact up, that the Vietnamese sank an aircraft carrier with kids swimming out with limpet mines to sink it while it was at port. Essentially guarding a port or blocking the passageway of a port, kind of blockade. This is like, these things happen, and they've been happening forever. Great example of guerrilla warfare in this regard was the Confederate States naval vessel, the Hunley, the world's first operational combat submarine. Wasn't the world's first operational submarine per se, but it was the world's first operational successful combat submarine that was deployed in combat, and succeeded in sinking an enemy ship. All credit to the Confederate States of America for this incredible innovation. The Union had its own submarine on the drawing boards that was called the Intelligent Whale, that was even more advanced, but they never got around to deploying it. Now, all that being said, the thing that's to be made a point of here is it's easy to jump on the bandwagon and say something that seems obvious. We all go back to Billy Mitchell and air power and the sinking of battleships and all this bullshit. And I'll use that word bullshit. I mean bullshit. Okay, Billy Mitchell was basically a contrarian whom, it must never be forgotten, was, like myself, dishonorably discharged. Now, people tend to forget that part, that, like, Walt Disney was dishonorably discharged, which Walt Disney had his dishonorable discharge framed on his office wall. Billy Mitchell probably would have done the same, and likely he did, only he wasn't as notorious as Walt Disney. So you've got three people in good company with myself. As far as I'm concerned, I have nothing against the other two who are in company with myself in this regard. Now, all that being said, Billy Mitchell was dishonorably discharged not because he faked anything or hoaxed anything concerning sinking a battleship. He was so contrarian, of course, his personality so abrasive. This was, however, a negative person in another sense. He was the first person to bomb Americans, which, of course, was in Chicago, the Black District. When it came to the Black Wall Street, which people can look up, this was bombed by Billy Mitchell's forces. This was the first operational bombing campaign that was ever run by aeroplanes as opposed to balloons, and it was run by Billy Mitchell. So he eradicated an entire black neighborhood, literally committed genocide. So it was ethnic genocide at that, because these were all exclusively blacks, and it was the reason that it was an exclusively black ghetto that he felt no qualms about bombing it. His men also bombed laborites, or unionists, who were in rebellion against the corporations of the United States for being used literally to death in the mines, with no safety regulations or precautions ever being taken. And these people were literally dying, and so they rebelled against the corporations, and Billy Mitchell bombed them. Billy Mitchell was not a good person. I don't have anything against him personally, but we can all say that he ought to be condemned universally morally. Now, all that having been said, you might say the same about Walt Disney, but I have even less against him, really, to tell you the truth, because so far as I'm concerned, I have never been presented with actual evidence that Disney is engaging in human child trafficking. Now, when you hear Ian West and all of the crazies say that, oh, all these tunnels underneath Disney, well, one thing we know is they can't be using the client children, because nobody would ever go back to Disney. If kids were like being taken by parents to Disney and disappearing, people would just stop going to Disneyland. It's that simple. It's an equation that speaks for itself. So logic has to be applied in cases where people are claiming the literally illogical. But this is where we get into war and military technology, and, of course, the claim that the battleship is obsolete. Now, the first thing to say on a very generic level, and I'm not going to get too deep into this tonight because, obviously, I'm not in the mood, but I will say this on a general level, and it's why I turned towards Newt Gingrich's novel, is that it can help me express something that I otherwise would not express in a dramatic fashion that will help people understand. For instance, you take a look at the fact that aircraft carrier battle was pioneered in World War II, not in the way people think. When I was on Coast to Coast AM, in front of millions of listeners, an idiot called in claiming that, they didn't think of aircraft carriers as assault weapons until the Japanese used them as Pearl Harbor. And I pointed out to this idiot, the Japanese modeled their attack on Pearl Harbor on the British surprise attack using aircraft carriers against the Italian fleet in port in the Mediterranean. So a aircraft carrier attack had already been used offensively in World War II prior to the Japanese using it at Pearl Harbor. Another reason why the Americans knew the attack was coming. It wasn't that it had never operationally happened before. So, all such being said, World War II's aircraft carrier deployment did not catch up with the battleship era at all. There were more battleship-to-battleship battles in World War II than there were carrier-to-carrier battles. The Navy will not tell you this. The Navy will say, then we stopped using battleships, and then our carriers sank battleships like the Yamato, and all this bullshit, and it's all just that, all bullshit, because carriers are super expensive. And that's how the Navy makes its money. And the Navy should never have had them.
But aren't the planes on the carriers flying around fighting up ahead, overhead?
Well, obviously you make a logical point. Your commonsensical approach to this is appreciated,
Yeah.
but this is
It
not
might
what
be
people...
really stupid, though.
This is not what people understand. Okay, first off, a carrier, as the Americans originally built them, were completely useless because you've got what they call the flat top, and it's just that, a flat top, and they really didn't think this out. They built stupid carriers that were square, very angular, just a literal rectangle, a very elongated, pencil-thin rectangle on the ocean that's on top of a hull, essentially.
I remember.
Once the plane takes off, like the Kitty Hawk, the USS Kitty Hawk's exemplary of this.
Yep.
Once the plane takes off, it cannot land. You have to take all the other planes off the deck for it to land. So it's a suicide mission once that plane takes off. It's either got to find a nearby island, which was what they were thinking to land on, or you've got to clear all the planes off. And if you haven't done that in time, you're going to have planes crashing into planes. It's an unworkable system. So then they created a much larger angled takeoff platform where you've got that angle on the carrier where, oh, here the plane can take off here and then it can, be landed here. And then you've got a more advanced form of carrier. Now, all of this is part of an evolution that's understandable. Well, really it's not, because any engineer should have foreseen this. And it's really quite stupid. And the fact that the USS Kitty Hawk and these early carriers were built the way they were, it's simply inexcusable. There's no excuse. There really is none. It was a clusterfuck from the beginning, and nobody was really thinking this out. Yet it's like hindsight. You can't excuse this with hindsight. There's no excuse. At any rate, naviators, or naval aviators, they're not just pilots. It's impossible to land a plane on a carrier. You have to be the best of the best. This is why naviators do not consider themselves pilots. And if you call a naval aviator a pilot, you're in for a deadly fistfight. This is something that they would take as the gravest insult. Your average pilot could never land on a carrier. It's simply impossible because it's a postage stamp. It is so small that you have to be like an astronaut. It's something equivalent to astronaut training. You're basically the best of the best, the elite of the elite. So very few people can be naval aviators. So a naval aviator is a breed apart. And that's fine. Having done away with that qualification, a carrier in and of itself, generally speaking, should not exist. It is nothing but a concentration of assets on a single platform where they're all taken out at once. Once a carrier sinks, all those pilots are dead. The elite of the elite that's trained to land on that postage stamp is gone. The carrier itself is the absolute worst investment of resources that ever existed. This is from one perspective of common sense. The general wisdom over the years has been this, that despite what I've just said as a qualifier, a battleship in warfare is invaluable. It's priceless. It is something that is the flagship for a reason. Yes, so Brendan, do join us. Before I go on with this, give us an update on yourself, please. Feel free to cathartic vent, because I can return to this without having lost a step. My mind works like that,
That was good, though.
Yeah, no, thank you. Bookmark that. Everybody bookmark that. We'll get back to how valuable battleships are and carriers are, compare them, and get back to it. But yeah, Brendan, by all means, yourself first. Tell us a bit about yourself, what's going on with you, if you're okay. Catch everyone else up on that, by all means.
Yeah, everything's fine. Normal situation, normal. I don't have much to say, though.
Okay.
Just a heads up.
No worries. And your own insights into the new battleship controversy of Donald Trump. Just have fun with that. Come on, your own insights.
Oh, people are wasting their time about that?
Yes.
It just was like an AI drawing. I don't think anything's gonna actually come of it.
True. Yes. Good point. For those
But
of you,
money will be spent.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
actually, we're not even sure of that yet because it wasn't, so far as I know, it wasn't something that was explored in the budget. So the
Okay.
budget for this coming year has already been written, and
Oh, thank
unless,
God.
yeah, so it would take, yeah,
The projection was like 2029 or
yeah,
something.
that's right, like after his
So,
death, essentially.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's a late night whim that gets headlines.
Well, in all
And then
And
Tintin
fairness,
lots of
said
rah
something
rah rah.
yeah, there's
that
that. Yeah.
they're gonna try and ban him from naming anything anymore.
Yes,
Like,
yes, yes, I love
kinda
that.
funny.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish.
No, if hopefully
No
that'll
more
go through.
naming.
Hopefully that'll go through because it's certainly
Oh
insane.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but by all means, Brendan, yeah. Brendan brought up a very important point. All of this is an intellectual exercise because,
That's right.
in all fairness, these battleships are never going to be built. Now, that doesn't mean I would advise against it, and I'll say why. But nevertheless, it needs an articulation. So when it comes to articulating this, everybody understand that.
Let me
Yeah,
get one quick little thing in.
please, by all means.
Did you see the new submarine fleet North Korea's rolling out?
Tell us about this. Tell us about
It's
this.
you got to see the picture. It was a headline in the morning
Okay.
kind of thing, and they showed this picture of this thing. I can let me try and find it.
Yeah. Well, they just had a
Because
super naval ship that they put out that sank in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
You remember that? So,
And where was that big incident where the planes were falling off the boat and stuff?
oh God, it might have been the same one. This just,
I think it was
it's
different, but it was
it's just
they were
sad.
crashing and one fell off. Okay, I'm searching for this.
It's just fucking
while
sad.
we
You
talk.
know, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, there's no, these things are so pathetic. By the way, hopefully we don't get a noise out of this. Oh, Brendan, tell him about the musical note. Brendan, tell him about the musical note in our last episode. What the fuck? Let's make sure the sound is off here. Yeah, we'll see if he's still with us. Poor guy. Let's see if he's I guess he's mute. You there, Brendan? They're not letting you talk. And okay. So here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes, baby. Oh shit.
Yeah. So
gonna have
wait,
to
let Brendan.
screen
Yeah,
save
let Brendan speak.
Yeah,
first.
yeah,
So
sorry.
Brendan, tell him about the musical
Yeah.
note, if he can talk.
Oh, on your live stream?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, just that. Apparently Doug is a musician now.
Yeah.
So you can go watch his
Huh.
stuff on YouTube Music.
What the hell?
So it flagged the last live stream as a musical number. Like what were they thinking? Like you did like a musical, like a play,
It
you know,
was
like
bizarre.
a musical.
It was bizarre. It's never happened.
I've never seen a music track. Even a whole album doesn't go as long as what you 5 hours worth of song.
No,
That's like a whole discography.
No, they would think it was like a nightcore. You know how these people assemble something that goes on for 11 hours of, what do they call it, ASMR music or something like that?
Yeah, true.
They thought it
Yeah,
was like
good point.
that, apparently.
Yeah.
But they put a musical note on our latest episode, and it was there throughout the Christmas Day weekend. And it was only taken off pretty much by the time I re-entered Encrypt. But sometime this morning, right, Brendan? They took it off. But
recent. Yeah, it was recent.
Yeah, but for several days we were marked as a music video, the latest episode. It was really weird. And so
What?
yeah, part of the weird shit that's been going on lately. But by all means, so bring this up, Holly, what you were going to bring up, you know, before we turn back towards the subject here. Continue, please. You had something, Holly, you were going to bring up? You wanted to get it in?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm getting the picture of this ridiculous. I hyped it. It's not a it's a completed hull.
Okay.
That's all. But it's still weird looking.
Show us. Do you have a link you can give us?
I'm trying. No,
Okay.
I just found the picture.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get out of this without losing
It looks like
the
one of those
call.
clay models. Like it's like a prototype.
Yes.
It's ridiculous. Okay, I'm doing it now to the teams.
And
It's just ridiculous.
yeah, and
What are they gonna do with one?
it,
You know, I don't get it.
yeah, it's
It said it was a fleet.
well, they said they want to build 2 models initially, then go towards ultimately 25 of them in mass production. All of this is actually not something that I'm arguing against per se. So Holly sent an image. So let's take a look at this. And this is news about North Korea. There we are. This thing. Oh, she's talking about North Korea. Between North Korea and America,
I had to
yeah,
just screenshot the whole
yeah,
the face page because there's a paywall
yeah.
on the Times,
Oh,
so that's why you get the whole screen like that. Sorry.
got it. And we got your image, Brendan. We got your image on her
Yeah, which
screenshot.
I tried to crop out.
No, that's cool.
Jimmy.
That's cool. No, I like it. I like it. It's
I
funny.
did try to crop that out.
Yeah. And yes, this does look like a giant clay model. This does not look. It may be real, but it may not be. But yeah,
At least his AI, he's walking next to it. The other one was just
Yeah.
badly.
yeah. The other
rendered.
one was just nothing.
Yeah.
It
That's
was like
more
a
like it.
poster.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So all such being said, the going back to the subject at hand, so I can answer these questions from people. I do want people to understand. Take the battleship seriously, and here's the reason why. As a concept. Now, first off, as I've said before, the common wisdom has always been in naval affairs that during wartime, the battleship is invaluable. It's priceless. It's such an important asset. It's the flagship of the fleet for a reason. And you make certain that you have them as many as possible during wartime because they are the ships that are in action. They're the ships to be deployed as the deterrent in action. In other words, before we had ICBMs, before we had nuclear weapons and the concept of nuclear deterrence, the pre-concept or the preceding concept of deterrence was battleships. It's whichever nation could produce a battleship and float it had the capacity to bombard another nation's coast and obliterate entire elements thereof. Battleships are no joke. And as a result, people raced to build them, and that was known as the Dreadnought Age. And the Dreadnought Age did not end, it died hard. It never really ended. It's simply that people think it did. As I said, during World War II, there were far more battleship to battleship battles than there were carrier to carrier battles. Don't buy into the bullshit otherwise. It's all bullshit. The battleships were incredibly useful to the point where they maintained them in the fleet for generations thereafter. And they were last deployed during the war I served in, which was the Gulf War, which could never have been won without a battleship. That battleship did more than the U.S. air power or the men on the ground. Without that battleship, which was deploying drones and cruise missiles, nothing could have been accomplished.
And it was shooting at the land, right?
Yes, it was deploying all of its weapons towards the land.
Towards the land. Okay. Because I got something about that. I'll say later. Okay.
No, say it now. Say it now, by all means. Well,
Fort Ord, one of its big purposes for 100 years was to be fired on by battleships.
That's right.
Because they have one of the rare deep water harbors.
Yeah.
So you can pull any old thing up on there because it's 2,000 feet deep right up to the coast practically. So that's what they did. And so finally, when that age passed and they gave the, remnant of bomb-shattered remains into a park because it was on the beach, they had to bring a lead mining company in for years to get the toxic lead shit out of the sand.
Cool. I love it. Oh,
but they fired them farther than the beach too. There's bombing ranges there.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, what is it? I guess it's 20,000 acres, maybe.
Yeah, it's
so not that big.
Yeah,
to bomb the shit out of yourself
yeah, no,
in a
no, it's
magnificent natural area. I mean, Christ's sake.
and you know why they did that? It's important that it not be that big because you've got to practice aim. So because you've got to practice
Mm-hmm.
aim, you've got to practice calculation, you've got to now a great example of where we needed battleships more than ever and we didn't have enough was Vietnam. And in Vietnam, you had battleships cruising right off the coast, but there was only a few of them that were still left. The last one died after the Gulf War. It was put out of commission, which was the Iowa. But before that, you had the New Jersey, which served in Vietnam, if I remember correctly, or it was recommissioned by Ronald Reagan. But we had battleships off the coast of Vietnam, but not nearly enough. Instead, they kept deploying fucking aircraft carriers. So when you had all of these United States aircraft from carriers, along with those from bases in Thailand and Guam, of course, but those were more strategic bombers. The fighter aircraft, which did most of the work in Vietnam, these were striking deep into North Vietnam. And of course, you had cruisers and destroyers, full flag battleships conducting offshore bombardment deep into the hinterlands because their guns are that big. Where Vietnam's a thin coastal nation, it's just a cadaverous strip all along that comprises its entire national entity is nothing but this cadaverous strip that's kind of the anterior or opposite of Chile. Chile is this cadaverous strip of land that faces towards the Pacific on one end. Vietnam is a cadaverous strip of land that faces the Pacific on the other end. So on either side of the Pacific, you've got these beach nations that are nothing but shore and beach. That's all Vietnam was. So every inch of Vietnam could be hit by a battleship. So basically, half of the total combat missions into North Vietnam, they were flown from naval aircraft carriers. And we lost over 550 of them to anti-aircraft missiles, SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, and the like. I mean, that's over 5,000 carrier planes shot down over Vietnam. With combat losses, that's over 40 squadrons of aerocraft. So that's the equivalent of having entire aircraft carriers sunk. With what I've just described about how much it costs to train a naval aviator, an aviator who's the equivalent of an astronaut, the elite of the elite, and they're all getting shot down over Vietnam. You may as well be sinking entire flotillas of aircraft carriers. You know, you could have saved all of that money if you had more battleships. So all of those battleships could easily have replaced these stupid aircraft flying overhead, and they could not be shot down by SAMs, surface-to-air missiles. They would have had to have gone out to try and sink those battleships, and that would have led to a war, because the Vietnamese were not allowed to go past certain demarcation lines without it being declared a full-blown war. Now, a few times they violated that, but other than that, even if they had violated it with their MiGs, it still would have taken a lot to sink a battleship. They probably would not have been capable of doing that. Probably capable of doing some damage, but of sinking one, not really. So do understand that battleships are very well armored. However, what they proved was that when the Americans recommissioned a few of these battle wagons, these were well armored at the belt, but they neglected to armor them at the bottom. So people would sink them in war games easily with a single conventional torpedo. So a Coast Guard submarine, and such things do exist. The Germans and the Japanese have Coast Guard submarines. The entire North Korean submarine fleet is basically Coast Guard submarines, and they've got 600, 700 of those, maybe 1,000. We don't know the numbers, but they have a lot. So yeah, one of those could sink a battleship because the battleships the Americans built were never armored below, because the Americans, again, this is inexcusable. It's just one of these stupid things. Like, how could you not think of submarines? It's like the same way I said they were so stupid in building aircraft carriers where they had no capacity to land aircraft on. There's no point in having the aircraft carrier. The Americans are really fucking stupid, and they do really stupid things. There's no way, they talk to you about how professional they are, and they make it sound as if they know what they're doing. Nothing could be further from the truth. Everything they do is stupid, and the mistakes they learn are at astronomical cost. So just understand that, there is no way that, you can never take what the Americans say seriously. Never underestimate an enemy, but when it comes to the Americans, believe me, you can really underestimate them and you can take a gamble, and most of the time you're going to win. You take a look at World War II, where they always brag about, oh, incredible industrial output, oh, incredible innovation in technological application of our industrial output, and then just ask them, how come it took so long? I mean, that's like 4 years of active war that, where's all this incredible overwhelming? It should have been, the way the Americans describe it, like the Gulf War. Like, literally, it should have been over in 44 days, like 44 to 90 days. Based on everything the Americans will tell you, it should have been over in 44 to 100 days. How come it took years for the Americans to do what they did, which is not what they claimed they did at any rate. But all that being said, when it comes to battleships, obviously they have a purpose, which is offshore bombardment. Now, our man Trump is not thinking on those terms. He's talking about very large platforms that would not have guns. They would not have conventional guns. He's talking about a very large platform for rail guns, because the Americans spent billions on rail guns. And here's where Aristides can come in. Aristides, let's check if he's still with us. Aristides, did you have a chance to review those videos on rail guns that I shared with you, the links to those railgun videos? Or if not, just let us know. That's fine too. But I'm just curious if you did.
I think he did say that outright too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't
Trump?
he mention?
Trump did.
Yeah.
Trump did.
Yeah.
He did. But go on, Aristides, did you get a chance to review those?
Not completely. I looked at them a little bit.
Okay, so what's your impression? What's your impression about why the Americans gave up on railguns? And
let me review them a little bit more, or maybe if I turn on the captioning, I can do that while we're doing this.
Okay, take your time. And if it takes till Wednesday, we'll be back Wednesday, and we got plenty of time. I'm just going to grab something here, which is some notes I have on this battleship disaster that took place a number of years ago. It's no, that's a book on satanic ritual abuse. Here we are. Let's take a look at this one. See if I can sneak this satanic ritual abuse book back in here, and then grab this sheaf of notes that I've got right here, because the Americans aren't going to put this into any goddamn book. All right, so I've got this sheaf of notes here on this great battleship disaster, which this is why Trump says there's not going to be any guns on the battleship. And here we are going through my notes. Is because the Americans simply are incapable of operating guns anymore. We're not even talking about rail guns. We're talking about the big old guns. I mean, real guns that the Americans had. And
they give you the brain damage.
That's right. That's true. That's what they'll do. It's something that it was. Here we are. When it came to basically the Iowa, it was basically, here we are. The United States naval battleships, they were deployed by the time of Ronald Reagan, where they recommissioned these babies. And like I said, the Iowa was pivotal in the Gulf War. You would not have known it by what had happened before. They just, we're talking about the best days of the Navy. This was under Ronald Reagan, was when the United States Navy was given everything. This is like unlimited budget, carte blanche. And what happened was that the battleship USS Iowa, which had been launched in 1942, 1942, it was modernized. It was reactivated in 1984. You've got this ancient vessel that was not in good shape by the 1980s. The new captain found a loose hatch in one of the turrets that had been leaking hydraulic fluid for 2 years. The crew in that turret used 25-watt light bulbs for fear of blowing fuses if they used half 100-watt bulbs. They just felt if we use a higher range of light bulb, we're going to blow the fuse, so we got to operate in the dark. And so they're all operating blind. And the gun loading areas, you had these bags of explosive propellant that were torn. They were leaking black powder. The crew was just not up to any professional standards, quantitatively or qualitatively. In wartime, World War II days, when my dad was a sailor, ships were literally meat wagons. They were packed with men. They were packed like a cattle car. You had men falling out of the portholes, was the old joke, because you wanted as many men on a ship as possible for when they began to die. Because as soon as men begin to die, you need other men to replace them. So you had to have an assembly line of men ready to replace the ones who were going to get killed. Nobody thought like that anymore by Reagan's time. And so you had not enough people. The ship was undermanned. It was short of good petty officers, like my dad, who was no longer in the Navy. It had an annual turnover of crew that was about 40%. In one turret, you were short of 37 of the 118 men who usually would serve there. So think of these big turrets. These turrets are big. They usually have about 120 fucking men just to make that thing work. That's how big these turrets are. So you were missing about 40 of them. And not only was the ship short of men, all of the men she had, according to the captain, that's according to the Iowa skipper, Fred Muzzally, surname spelled M-O-O-S-A-L-L-Y. Captain Fred Muzzally said all the men he did have were dopers. They were all marginal personnel, high school dropouts on dope. They were completely unreliable, just scum of the earth. And the Iowa's deficiency was obvious to all our officers, including Lieutenant Commander Dennis Flynn, the director of the ship's Strike Warfare Center. And Flynn predicted in 1988 that the Iowa would be sunk in any free play exercise, meaning war games, and he was proven right. You had this
Sunk in a war game?
Oh, well, not literally sunk, but it would be taken out.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, it'd be
played
taken
out,
out.
yeah.
Played out,
Yeah.
literally, metaphorically sunk in a war game, which is exactly what
That's
happened.
hilarious.
So in the fall of 1988, the Iowa engaged NATO forces and was sunk, metaphorically, by a Dutch frigate hiding behind a civilian oil tanker. And a few months later, in the Caribbean, they played more war games, and the Iowa was sunk again, metaphorically, by the British, Canadian, and West German forces combined. Now, in April of 1989, the reason they're never going to put guns on a battleship again was basically all these doper crewmen in the Iowa's number 2 turret, which is one of the bigger mounted platforms. They had no experience with the equipment or procedures. They were put on the spot during an exercise because they had to fire the guns. They said, you fire those guns, we've got to prove we can fire the fucking guns, or there's no point in having a fucking battleship, right? So these dopers get put behind the gun in every sense, metaphorically and literally. And to complicate matters even more, they had never worked together before. And of course, they blew up. Literally blew up. The resulting explosion killed 47 men. 47 men. Now, you've got this poorly maintained super platform. It was sent to sea too soon. It was theoretically destroyed in 2 combat exercises, meaning 2 war games, and then partially destroyed in real life. This is a really sad story, but remember, this is like why they know one thing. They know that your modern American serviceman is a turd. There's nothing you can do with him. So there's nothing they can do to bring the battleship back per se, simply because they don't have... It used to be iron ships. Well, how was it my dad said? My dad said it used to be wooden ships and iron men. And remember, in World War II, it was still wooden fucking ships. Aircraft carriers had wooden fucking decks. That was what gave them an advantage. An aircraft carrier could have it's flight deck blown apart. And all you need to do is get back to port. If you can make it back to port, they just replace that deck with more wooden planks and you're good to go back to sea. You could do this in a matter of days. It was wooden ships and iron men. Then my dad said, it all became iron ships and wooden men. With a modern aircraft carrier flight deck, that piece of shit is concrete. That gets damaged, you're not going back to sea. Your aircraft carrier's out of the war. You're going to have months pass before that baby gets back to floating again, because its deck needs to be basically remolded. It needs to be remolded in concrete and reestablished onto the ship platform. It's a joke. It's like, so, but this is what really gropes my ass, is all the same people who are saying, well, the battleship is obsolete. We've moved on from battleships. It's, well, if everything you say is true, motherfucker, why do we have aircraft carriers? There's no difference in size, except that an aircraft carrier is even bigger. So the idea that a battleship is too big for modern naval warfare, well, why do you have carriers? It all comes down to, what are you doing in this war? What kind of war are you fighting? This is why the old wisdom was that a battleship was invaluable in wartime, whereas an aircraft carrier was proving its worth or earning its pay 24 hours a day. Because theoretically, an aircraft carrier is maintaining constant air patrol or condition cap or constant air patrol, and can literally go all over the world and project power, whereas a battleship is useful only in combat. So the idea was that the aircraft carrier is a colonial ship. It's a ship for projection of colonial dominance. And because America is not a warfighting nation, but a colonial empire, the aircraft carrier becomes its modus operandi. Now, for people who don't understand where I'm coming from, understand this much. The nuclear navy was born in a much more practical time, when the United States Navy decided they were going to get rid of ships completely in a very large sense. For those of you who do not know, the Air Force itself is completely worthless. By the way, our man, Brendan, read this aloud. Brendan, please, read this aloud, because I want to look something up. So read this aloud if you'd be so kind. I appreciate that. And this is what they're useful for. So go on. Yes, please, by all means, Brendan, if you would be so kind. If you could read that aloud, let's have, or yourself, Holly.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the main use of them, especially modern, is these extremely long range, what I would call cannons, but they're called guns.
Yeah.
Like the deck cannons.
Yeah.
Those are what are tactically, basically the guns with the longest range are on the Navy ships. That's the point of them. That's why they're so useful.
Yes.
Says the longest range naval gun was an experimental Italian gun that could reach up to 28 miles inland.
Oh.
And then it says, while the ones that are combat ready and combat effective are on the USS Iowa class battleships. They have 16-inch guns which can hit 20 miles away. And with their advanced gun system, AGS, they can also, at sea, strike up to 83 nautical miles with specialized rounds. So there you go.
Thank you. No,
that's ship to ship, and that's very dangerous. So. And
what do they say about the Littorio? Tell us about the Littorio and read that for us. The entry that you entered here, which names that ship specifically, the Italian aircraft carrier, I believe.
Yeah, the Littorio class, known as the Vittorio Vento, which means the victorious wind. We're part of the Regina Marina, the Italian Navy, composed of four ships, Littoro, Vitro, Vento, Roma, and Imperio. But the first three were completed, so they didn't finish the final one. So this was in the 40s. 1934 and 42 was the range of when they were built.
Right.
And that's what they were shooting for target practice at Fort Ord.
Oh.
Yeah,
or at least
developed
that's what they were doing. Yeah. Sorry.
developed to in response to the Dunkirk class French battleships, which had 15-inch guns, you know, and they were also the designs were used also by Spanish Navy during World War II, but those plans were interrupted. So the Italians had some pretty good flotillas before they went broke.
Yeah. No, it
Sounds
was
like it.
no. The Italians were the most advanced of the Axis nations in many ways before the war started. It was during the war itself they couldn't maintain these kinds of research and development programs that actually put them ahead of the curve of Japan and Germany initially. And so because they're a comparatively poor nation and they weren't getting the resources from the colonies during wartime that would enable them to maintain continuity of program development. So that needs to be, of course, put into perspective. But in terms of the entire Second World War, what you had was this arc where the United States Navy had a choice with the end of proactive prosecution of hostilities as to how they were going to evolve. And so when they were confronted with the newly instituted Air Force, which did not exist until 1947, until then, everything was either Army Air Forces, meaning Army aviation equipment, or like the bombers. These were all Army corpsmen. They were called Army Air Corpsmen. And you had naval aviation. There was no United States Air Force. So in 1947, while we were still legally at war with Japan, the United States instituted an Air Force. And this was the closest thing they had to what's a Space Force today. They were considering this their branch for the space age. And so the Air Force was actually started essentially as a Space Force. They handled all of America's space program for generations. This is why it was so insane, in a certain sense, that Trump instituted a United States Space Force as a separate branch. But that's a whole story, and there's advantages and disadvantages to doing that. But right now, for what it's worth, the disadvantages seem to outweigh the advantages since nobody is really in space. So you have a redundant second Air Force. But
it was probably to hand it all to Elon.
No doubt. Don't even get me started on that. But just so people understand,
he is Space Force, right?
Yeah. He's Space X, and he provides a lot of their technology. But it's like it's a bizarre, and yet, how would I say it? It has its own appeal. But Musk does not. No,
but he's not manufacturing then. But because he's getting the $1 billion. I mean, he's the dog, NASA's the tail.
Yeah. It's let's put it this way: all of Musk's industries need to be nationalized for national security. It's that simple. He's the biggest threat to national security that ever existed, aside from Trump. But when it comes to all of that. The thing about the United States Air Force was that it grabbed, when it became a strategic force, quote unquote, when the United States Air Force was established, it immediately established itself via its branding, via its entire operational mission statement as a strategic force. Now, granted, there was a specifically strategic force within that force, a subservice within the service called SAC, or Strategic Air Command, and Strategic Air Command handled nuclear bombers. Now, the nuclear bombers, of course, were only part of the Air Force. The Air Force was full of all these planes, right? Well, not really. All of these planes that were used in World War II were simply trashed. And the Air Force then became nothing but strategic bombers. Essentially, it had some home defense fighters. It maintained home interceptors for a period of time and then gradually got rid of them all because no one really expected an attack. And in the end, they got rid of the majority of strategic bombers and just dug underground and maintained intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. They became an ICBM force. What the United States Air Force became was the American equivalent or parallel. I would say they aped literally monkeyed or parroted, as my dad would say, the Soviet strategic rocket forces. So the Soviets have an honest-to-God Air Force, and then they maintain a separate strategic rocket force, which is nothing but ICBMs, which is infamous for extraordinarily high suicide rates, alcoholism through the ass. But then everything is saturated with alcohol in the Soviet Union and the successor Russian state. They're all drowning in alcohol. And but when it comes to their strategic rocket forces, they're located in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and literally have nothing to do, and so they all kill themselves literally by drinking or blowing their own brains out because there's nothing to fucking do, and their missiles don't work. So when it comes to the Americans, it's kind of like the same thing except without the alcoholism, because they all play video games all fucking day and then go home and during the time that they're on duty, they do absolutely nothing but wait for the order to launch, and in the most comfortable ergonomic chairs in the world that have to be specifically engineered as to be not so comfortable that they fall asleep. So they're just sitting there, for their shift, and then they go home. But
way down in the hole, right?
Yeah, way down the hole, way down in the hole.
Down the hole.
Most of them, literally by their own description, never see the sky. So the Air Force is all underground. So your Air Force is completely underground. So you can understand.
There's a bunk down there.
Yeah, so you can understand.
So they can switch off.
That's true. No, that's true. They have bunks.
I
like
walked
submarines.
up on them in the Arizona desert, the missile men sites.
Yes, yeah, it's true. And so there's a reason Trump had to make the Space Force, was because the Air Force was no longer conducting space operations in any normal sense. So you can understand why he had to do that. But at the same time, it's a bumpy ride to begin something like that. But we can all get it back into that later. At any rate, when it comes to the Air Force, the United States Navy, for the longest period of time, for generations by now, has had far more planes than the Air Force. For one thing, the Air Force stopped using planes in the Nixon administration when Nixon gave the order basically to Strategic Air Command. He said, because he got tired of General Curtis LeMay. Now, tell me what you remember about Curtis LeMay, Holly. Tell me about that, because that's important.
Man, you're catching me off, but I know there's a lot.
Yeah.
And most of it I learned from you.
True, but what do you personally remember most about Curtis?
You gotta get my memory working.
Well, basically,
I did know things.
He was the man who smoked what was called the atomic cigar, and he said, anyhow, Curtis LeMay was responsible for the incendiary firebombing of Japan.
Okay. Now, didn't he have strange religious affiliations?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, they're all Satanists.
Or am I?
Him and General Leslie Groves were both practicing Satanists.
Yeah, you said that about him. Yes. That's like high up there.
Anyhow, so this is what killed the Air Force, was Vietnam. When the Air Force used to engage in attacking Vietnam out of Thailand and out of Guam. And finally, Nixon got fed up with Curtis LeMay, because Curtis LeMay was always talking about how we bombed the Japs back to the Stone Age, and we can bomb the Gooks in Vietnam back to the Stone Age. That's Curtis LeMay's words.
Right,
Everybody understand that. This is how Curtis LeMay spoke. And Curtis LeMay was always talking about winning the war through strategic bombing. And Nixon said, okay, you motherfucker, you claim you won World War II by strategic bombing, and I know you're full of shit, because he knew what I knew. He had served in World War II. For those of you who do not know, Nixon served in World War II. Also, Nixon was brilliant in terms of adaptability, and it was Nixon who instituted the space shuttle program. All the space shuttles that we were using until the entire space shuttle program shut down when the last dog died, all of that was built during Richard Nixon's administration. Richard Nixon...
Wasn't he when the moon landing happened?
Well, he was alive, but he wasn't responsible for it. But
he wasn't president.
Yeah, he wasn't president.
All right.
Yeah, but anyhow, so here we are. Brendan brings up a point. So bring up this point for our listeners, Brendan, about aerial bombardment. Important point. Thank you. And
I mean, that LeMay creep was doing, strategic bombing, which he just ripped off from the Italians in World War One.
Yes.
He basically took an old idea and just said, Americanize it, make it to the max, he Henry Forded it. What is it?
Yeah, industrial scale day.
Yeah. What is it called? Where they did the assembly lines?
Oh
Is
yeah,
it just-
yeah. Automated. It was not automated, but it was the Ford system. I forgot what the particular name for the Ford system of production was called, but mass production.
Yeah.
He
mass production. Yeah. So he said, take the original idea and mass produce it, and then we have our strategic bombardment. But originally, aerial bombardment was practiced by the Italians first. Speaking of Italy, this is why I brought it up, because we were speaking about their original military prowess that for some reason has waned. Or I guess maybe we just
No, you just told that. Yeah, by the way, they were excellent. They were an excellent ally throughout World War II. In their own way, they could have won World War II for Adolf Hitler. So always bear that in mind.
World War II.
Yeah.
No.
In all fairness, it's just that they have great units, but remember, they still wear their fascist uniforms. Their police still wear the same uniform they wore during the time of Mussolini, so that they're still fascist. And but go on. Yes, so I can go to that later.
Under the command of General Giulio Dohe in Libya during Italy's war with the Ottoman Empire, they used, aerial bombardment. So that was the first country to use such things. During World War I, aircraft were used only for surveillance, but by 1915. They were increasingly used in offensive operations. Between January 15th and May 1918, Germany flew 100 strategic bombing raids. So also, they used it as well. Using airships and airplanes against England, which resulted in more than 1,400 deaths. And during the interwar period, strategic bombing was recognized. Technological developments were increased, and longer flying times, higher altitudes made this strategy more feasible. So it's not that creep thought of it; he just used it.
Thank you. No, important point.
And by the way, he was alive till 1990. It's like,
yeah, I know. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Well, he was in direct contact with Michael Aquino while I was working with Michael Aquino.
Well, I'm sure.
Yeah, so that's
he retired in the 60s and then tried to run for president, I guess.
Yeah, what a lunatic! What a fucking lunatic! Yeah. That's because Nixon had so fucking embarrassed him and shamed him. He felt that he was going to, make up for it by running for president himself. That shows you how insane he was, how truly out of it that this individual fucking was. At any rate, let me.
So that became carpet bombing.
Well, yeah, that was.
Well, he took it to like an insane level and said, firebomb the bejesus out of the Japs.
And of course that was his term.
A direct quote.
By Vietnam.
With Vietnam, he used the term carpet bombing. That was not a World War II term. That was a Vietnam era term. But that's when since our man Nixon saw
everyone on YouTube's praising him.
Yo,
endless wars.
Oh, Jesus.
He's the legend of air power.
Oh, God.
That's like one of the.
LeMay? Jeez.
Yeah, like they're all praising him like he did something. The longest serving general in modern history.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. He was like the J. Edgar Hoover of the U.S. Air Force. It was created with him. Yeah, they're very much alike. And he was another cross-dresser. That was
oh no shit! I love it.
Yeah,
nobody remembers that.
This is an important point.
Go on.
So the general, whatever his name was, General Ripper, from Doctor Strangelove.
Yes,
that was modeled after LeMay.
Yeah,
the dude that wanted to bomb everyone out of existence, during the Cold War.
Yes.
So there you go. And then it says a couple journalists during this time labeled him a caveman in a jet bomber. Brutish thug at worst.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let me look up General Ripper to remember. See if that was that the one that was played by. That's not the one that was played by. Who's that actor? Help me out here, people. The country boy actor. He was always the country boy. He rides down on the missile at the end.
No, that was a different. That was the guy in the bomb.
Yeah,
in the plane.
That's the guy in the plane. No, General Ripper was the impotent character. That was it. He was Yes.
He was the general at the outpost that went berserk and
Yes.
locked everyone in and said, "I'm going to bomb the Soviets." And they all
Yes.
said, "Oh my God."
Yes.
And that's what caused the whole issue.
Now, in all fairness, his character in the film is not portrayed as impotent specifically, but he's obsessed with bodily fluids and engaged in coitus interruptus, which meant he was unwilling to share his essence with a woman. So it was all elements of this pathology that was portrayed by Sterling Hayden. No, Sterling Hayden was that the actor who portrayed him? I think. Holly, help me out
Sterling,
here.
Sterling.
Okay.
I'm not sure I ever actually saw the movie.
Okay.
If I did, I was a child.
Yeah, well, it was I
didn't get it.
Yeah, it was there were elements of it that appealed to me, and there were I did not like the satirical nature of it. Why make it a comedy? I mean, reality is comedic enough. Why make it a comedy? I mean, you could just portray it without.
It was like a black
especially when
comedy.
you're talking about serious shit.
Yeah, yeah. But anyhow, so General Curtis LeMay, by the way, didn't run for president himself. He was the vice presidential running mate for the racist segregationist George Wallace in the South. So George Wallace was.
My God.
Yeah, it just goes to show you.
Wow.
Yeah, they were on
That's some good Christian values.
Yeah, that's right. They're the American Independent Party ticket in the 1968 election. Yeah, so they went on with this third party challenge. They won 5 southern states on the nuclear war ticket. On the ticket.
Oh, imagine hanging out with those two and
yeah. On the nuclear war ticket, on the promise that they would start a nuclear war, on the promise they would start.
So hence the film, hence the character in the film.
Oh, strange love.
Yes. Thank you for this little bio on this creep. So
you should hear this. The dude's real life sounds wild. He was responsible for 300,000 up to 500,000 civilian deaths directly ordered by one man himself.
Yeah.
That's just, he's got a pretty hefty, his reincarnation's pretty gnarly, I'm sure by now.
That's LeMay?
Yeah, that's Curtis LeMay. Yeah, the real Curtis LeMay, who said himself that he always said, if we had lost, we won. We had to have won. If we had lost, I'd be tried for war crimes. He said that.
Yeah.
But that, of course, is
you want to hear his quote from himself? It says here, his frank nature made him appear callous and abrupt, like as if he was a good guy or something. This is quote, I'll tell you what war is about. He once told Sam Cohen, the inventor of the neutron bomb, quote again, you've got to kill people. And when you kill enough of them, they stop fighting.
Yeah.
So that's his actual quote.
Yeah, which is
and this is being reported by a guy named Judge Nutter.
Yeah, so, there you go. Good name.
Time.
I love it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And then it says, quote, very few people can really tell the truth, and most do not want to hear it, but he did.
Wow.
Well, that's not the truth. For one thing, in order to get them to stop fighting, you just have to kill them all. That's what he meant to say, but he was too chicken shit to say it. All such being said, Nixon was tired of his bullshit, and when Nixon confronted him, and this is ultimately what resulted in his running for the ticket with George Wallace, was because basically when he was confronted by Nixon, he was so embarrassed. And granted, okay, in all fairness, it was more his machine than it was Curtis LeMay himself. But that's only official. Curtis LeMay was the J. Edgar Hoover of the Air Force. He essentially ran, if not the Air Force, the Strategic Air Command as his personal mafia. And this guy was still, quote unquote, on consultation, pretty much till the day he died. So, or at least till 1972.
And best friends with Aquino on the other division.
Yeah, well, he was best friends with Aquino.
So that's a handy...
Right. Don't forget, because he started off as Army. Don't forget, Curtis LeMay was originally Army in World War II. He was Army in World War II. Then they created this Air Force as his personal golf club. And then what happened was, literal golf club.
So he was older than Aquino.
Yeah, much older. Yeah.
Much older.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, but he maintained his contacts with Aquino. And he was on consultation with both the Army and the Air Force. And when I say Air Force as a golf club, understand every single Air Force base contains in its blueprints as an integral part of any defense structure, along with fortifications like tank barriers, abutments to protect the Air Force base. It has to have, by all requirements, it's officially in the Air Force demands as integral to the defense. It has to have a golf course. And this is like for even what they called lily pads, which were just helicopter pads. That every time something is built for the Air Force, like a helicopter landing pad in the middle of the force, if it doesn't have a golf course, it's not considered Air Force standards. So
Probably has a pool too.
Yeah, but well,
Not a pool?
I don't know about that, but the golf course is requisite. The golf course is requisite. Without the golf course, it doesn't have proper defense. It's literally in their rules.
They practice their trajectories.
Yeah, but that motherfucker LeMay was still effectively in charge in 1972. So when Nixon confronted him, that pretty much shamed and disgraced him permanently, and he was looked on as a real joke. And that's when the U.S. public really turned on him, and that's when they were making movies like Dr. Strangelove. And but what happened was linebacker, and Nixon said, "You tell me you won World War II by this strategic bombing when your own United States Strategic Bombing Survey, the USBS, with emphasis on the BS." Said that Japan's own domestic earthquakes did more damage to their industry than your bombing ever did. And he says, and you tell me you ended World War II when we know you didn't? He says, let's see if you can end the Vietnam War. Because all I see is your chicken shit little fighters bombing out of Thailand and out of Guam. Let's see your strategic bombers go into play. So he says, I want to see those strategic bombers end the Vietnam War. Send them out now. And that's a direct presidential executive order from your commander-in-chief. And so the Air Force had to get out of their golf clubs and out of their, contemporary version of video games. They didn't have that back then. They all played poker. And they all had to get into their bombers and try and end the Vietnam War. So on December 19th of 1972, basically Nixon had them bomb before Congress could reconvene. After January 1st of 1973, he had them bomb during the holiday season. So that's why they began on December 19th of 1972. It was 11 days during which the bombing was suspended for 36 hours over Christmas time, as if the communist, atheistic, heathen Vietnamese really fucking cared. But at any rate, they cared about, 36 hours they stopped bombing. And that's where Nixon was showing how Christian he was. I understand, I'm not saying this ironically, this fucker really believed this, but the Strategic Air Command chief at the time was General John C. Mayer, who was the scapegoat, and the only U.S. planes capable of all-weather bombardment during Christmas time were Air Force B-52s. There were not enough General Dynamic or Navy Grumman A-6 intruders. I think it was the F-111s were the General Dynamic planes. The Navy had the Grumman A-6 intruders. There was none of these available for a campaign of this duration due to chronic combat losses that I've already described, which is why Nixon said, well, you strategic air command motherfuckers are doing nothing all fucking day for generations at a time, and you claim you win all these wars. Let's see you win this war. And so basically they had to send in the big guns, the B-52s. And they began on the night of the 12th of December. I think it was all the way through the 18th of December in 1972. You had these B-52s from Andersen Air Force Base on Guam. You had a number of them from Utapao Air Base in Thailand. And on the first night, 3 B-52s were shot down by surface-to-air missiles. Just big flying targets. On December 21st, 6 B-52s were shot down. Hanoi claimed total victory. It called this the Dien Bien Phu of the air. Basically, you had a 6% B-52 loss rate that was unsustainable, given how few B-52s were available. The Strategic Air Command, by the way, throughout this period of time of all their planes getting shot down, refused to communicate with the 7th Air Force in country Vietnam because they felt they were too good for that shit. In other words, Strategic Air Command were LeMay's personal pampered favorites, and they considered themselves part of the mafia in the sky. And they felt that anybody in the rest of the Air Force was beneath their dignity to even talk to in combat. And as a result, in all, 15 B-52s were shot out of the sky. And 9 of their escort craft were lost because the escort craft are smaller and harder to shoot down. But, only 9 of those got shot down, but 15 B-52s were shot down. It was the equivalent of, in World War II, the entire, 509th. It would be the equivalent of the Japanese shooting down the entire 509th bomber force in World War II. They were just massacred, and Nixon said, "You guys were nothing but shit all along. We need to get rid of you motherfuckers." And that's when Curtis LeMay said, "We'll get rid of you first." And that's when they got Nixon basically impeached. That's when Curtis LeMay started working on, we've got to get Nixon out of office or he's going to get rid of my boys. And so they got rid of Nixon first. But Nixon proved these guys aren't capable of shit. So your bombers are worthless. Your aircraft carriers are worthless. Your battleships are worthless. And you have to ask yourself, well, how did we get to this point where we're told that all this shit was the shit? But that it was all bacon on this shit, that it was all supposed to be here. It's all a matter of what you're doing in your war. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? If you're just a colonial power and the enemy can't fight back, well, then carriers are there to hover off the coast and just bomb them continuously. And then you get to claim you've scored all these points. And, like Trump, we've hit the Houthis. Oh, we've hit the people hurting the Christians in Nigeria. Oh, we're doing all this shit because you fly a carrier off, you hover a carrier off the coast, you fly in a bunch of bombing raids, you do a bunch of chicken shit, and then you pull back and claim all these victory points. And
poor Nigeria, for fuck's sake. Who needs that?
Yeah, seriously.
I feel safer.
Yeah. I mean, I feel so much safe now. Yeah, that's
right.
Oh my God, those.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Golden age.
Yes, that's right. And he says how much he wants to help the Christians in Nigeria, but he's not allowing them to migrate to the United States.
Oh hell no, unless they have some weird Mormon group or something. Straight from Utah.
Oh my God.
The headline says there's no Muslims in the village, guy.
Yeah. Oh.
Give us a break.
Yeah. So all of this goes to show you the sheer insanity of trying to second guess warfare. Heather Holman says, Douglas Marx, one has to have hope. If you lose hope, good things can't happen. That's how I see it. Faith is equally important. So let's everybody give a nice
hi, Heather.
Yes, hi, Heather. And let's see if she joins us at her own behest. She's always welcome to. And it's definitely, if Curtis LeMay tries to tell people the truth, he's lying. But in Douglas Dietrich's case, obviously I'm exposing the truth because everything I say is historically undeniable. It's not based on trying to just give you some sales pitch like Curtis LeMay would. So all of this being said, where does this bring us with the carrier and battleship argument? Well, basically, as Trump said, now let me see. Internet archives are temporarily offline. Oh, come on now! I'm trying to access the Internet archives. Hey, this doesn't says we apologize for the inconvenience. Is this true? Come on, I was just going to read.
Is anything shaking?
No. So it must be because I was just trying to read from this Gingrich novel. This is outrageous,
What?
people. I
No,
was just
who
going to
the
read from
fuck
that.
cares
Yeah.
about you and Nick Nuke?
Yeah, this is like, come on now, people. This is like
Yeah,
a,
really.
so let's take a look at, is it all for you, Brendan, Aristides, give me a hand here. Is the Internet Archive off for you? Do you know how to find the Internet Archive? And everyone, this is outrageous that they do this to me. If so, we're just going to begin Wednesday by reading from the Internet Archive. That's how we'll
There
start
you
the
go.
Wednesday episode. We'll start the Wednesday episode by reading from the Internet
That's
Archive.
New Year's Eve,
Yeah, on New Year's Eve. Well,
American style,
yeah,
not
and
Asian.
No,
I'll,
they got compromised a while ago, so it was a matter of time.
yeah, but so, but can you find them online? Are they operational for you, or is this just
No,
personal?
it says it's down.
It does. How did
Yeah.
now? I accessed the book at the starting of tonight's program. Borrowed a book at the starting of tonight's program. Had to open there. Was going to read from Newt Gingrich's novel about Adolf Hitler. I was going to read from
I
that.
mean, according to these people, like a minute ago, it says they usually send notifications when they'll be temporary online.
Offline, you mean?
Yeah, offline.
Yeah.
Or back online.
Okay.
And it says it was recently shut down. They don't even mention it. So it was just out of the blue.
Yeah, this.
There you go.
Yeah, well, the problem was I had telegraphed my punch and said I'm going to read from this Newt Gingrich book on Adolf
This was
Hitler.
literally 2 minutes ago. So yeah.
Yeah. God damn.
And it's based out of SF. So just
there
next
you go.
time don't do that.
Yeah, so next time don't launch ahead of time. But everybody,
But
okay.
it looks like it's been happening intermittently the last few days. So something's definitely wrong.
There you go. Well,
yeah.
there you have it. But
they're trying to. What they want to do is just completely compromise it because it had too much stuff from the old internet.
Yes.
And so they want to just completely zap it. I'm sure.
This is outrageous.
Yeah.
Fucking outrageous.
Huh.
It's so sad. And let's see. Is it part of some other? Can you find a PDF? Our man Aristides, help us here. Here we are. Let's give you the title to the book, okay? And Aristides, are you with us?
What's the name?
Okay, so here we are,
Mm-hmm.
and let me enter it for you. And okay, here we go. So entering it into the here we go, and there we go. And let me press the enter button. All right, so this is like a stupid Wikipedia entry here, but this is the information from there. It's a numbers title, 1945. It's simply 1945 is the title. Really stupid fucking title, makes it impossible to find. You have to put in Gingrich and Fortune, or Gingrich, just 1945 Gingrich, and see if you can find that for me. Thank you. If you can find that, we can get back on track tonight. But in the meantime, one of the points that we're making is that Trump did indeed say there would not be guns on this particular platform. It would be rail guns, which would be extraordinarily... What happened was, just so people know the basics, and Brendan, you reviewed the videos on railguns. So Brendan, let's bring you into play here. So Brendan, if you can talk, let me know, and relate to people what the Japanese did with railguns that the Americans could not, which is basically the problem that the Americans had, was they had produced, after spending billions of dollars, a railgun, but that it quote-unquote failed because it was too big to put on a ship. And what the Japanese did was they changed the nature of the railgun so they could float it on a hull, meaning they could put it on a ship. So the Japanese are applying railguns. He says can't talk right now. Okay, so that's okay.
So what's the range of a railgun?
Did yeah? By the way, did you find it, Aristides? Okay.
Yeah, I'll get the book in a minute. But
okay.
I looked at those videos.
Oh, what did you feel? Okay.
Well, I'm also getting your book for a second.
Okay, take your time. Oh, do you want me to? I'll hold the stage while you do that then. So Brendan says, yes, I always said the Americans failed the RG or the railgun. Never meant to say it was impossible. Right, quite correct. And as soon as Aristides feels he has... anyhow, my point being that what Trump is envisioning is a very large platform for cruise missiles and railguns, along with other means of defense for that platform, which would include lasers, which would be drone scramblers. So any incoming drones would be taken out by the lasers, which are operating at the speed of light, and that the railguns could really do a number in terms of their range, which Aristides will speak to in a second after he's gotten the book for us, and or his own impression of that. Obviously, range would be variable. It depends on what you're putting into the railgun. If you've got a railgun that's on land and it's basically operating with, say, for instance, a much more stable platform than a
Yeah.
floating ship's hull, presumably it could have a much longer range, but what would be the purpose? What are you shooting at on land? And would it be mobile that you could bring it to a battlefront?
And
Obviously,
what kind of charge is it sending?
well,
Like a bullet or a bomb?
well, my impression of railguns, as I understand them, is it's caseless bullets that are firing, and our man
Shrapnel.
Aristides can correct me on this if I'm wrong.
No, it's just a solid spear material.
Okay.
It delivers energy just with speed. It's a kinetic weapon.
So a
Okay.
tiny little ball.
Anything at all?
No, well,
No.
not a ball. It's like a spear, but it's incredibly fast, like Mach 6 or
A
7.
spear.
So
No,
how?
it's it's like a a missile or a javelin or whatever. It's not a missile.
Okay.
It's just
So it is kind of a fancy cannon.
yeah.
Well,
Yes.
well, Aristides, how would you disambiguate? The first thing that comes to my mind when you say a spear is what we used to call in more tactical operations at the smaller level, say an infantry scale, we used to call these flechettes. So the flechettes would be like a little dart, like a little miniature dart.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
not a ball. It's a pointy. It's just a pointy thing. It's
A dart. That's different.
It's
Yeah.
a dart. Yeah. It's a
Well-
dart that goes much faster than almost any other weapon. Yeah.
But is it big enough to blow down a building or just a person? I mean,
Yeah, en masse. Tell her it's all mass. It's all mass.
No,
Oh.
it would be able to poke holes in armor and ships and stuff like that.
Well, here's
Okay.
what I'm getting,
Or
Aristides, with
buildings,
the
yeah.
with this is what I'm seeing. So, ooh, God. So if you can see this as well, Brendan, this is what I'm seeing trying to access Aristides' book. Ooh, this is strange. Well, we'll try it again. But
No, it might be
Yeah.
still. I just put it. It might take a minute to get
Oh,
through the.
got it.
Maybe
okay.
they're trying to erase Newt Gingrich from history if they're smart. But that would be too good to be true.
Yes. So we'll give this a
It's
little while
not that
Give
world.
it a minute to load.
Yeah, we'll give it a minute to load.
Maybe it exists in a primary,
Okay.
in an alternate
So what were you going to
universe.
say, Ari? What were you going to say?
No, you asked. So this video. So the railguns. What I got from those videos was, the whole thing is a big exercise in change over to a whole new complicated system. Number one, right? So there's that, and then what I got was had a lot to do with the way the U.S. expects to fight war, and that it expects to go around the globe, and
Shooting.
wage wars, right?
Yeah.
But
Yes.
Japan expects to stay close to home.
Right.
And the support for these guns, not only does it take, basically floating a giant power station, but that they are basically are only good for so many shots before the rails wear out.
Ooh.
So if you're across the world and you got to refit your ship, that's one thing. But if you're Japan and you're staying, nearby,
Right.
presumably only in a defensive role, right? That's easier to do. Number two, there's competitors such as lasers and hypersonic missiles. So it's like kind of a question of the economics of each one, and so there's trade-offs there. You might say, well, before we try to bring this whole difficult get up halfway across the world, we could just bring a bunch of hypersonic missiles and maybe have some high power lasers mounted, and kind of between the two of them do the same jobs as the railgun. So it's like a neat kind of a fantasy weapon in a lot of regards, but
New stuff.
Mhm.
That's always good.
so the
Brand
U.S.
new.
kind of abandoned their line of research because, of course, it's going to be plagued by certain bureaucracies, but and then ended up buying into Japan's version of it.
Thank you.
If
Excellent.
anything, yeah.
That's an
Yeah.
excellent
So
narrative.
yeah,
Go on.
it's a question of a lot of like kind of features of the economics. It's not so much that you can't get it to work out. It's just that like it's not going to pay to try to, you know, fit all our ships with this and send them across the world. You know.
Well, but it kind of does, because the top 10% of the American economy is flat out booming right now. You might see a little dip or two in the stock market, but by and large,
Well, right, but I mean, like
big cats
logistically,
have never been happier.
Logistically, it doesn't really.
Oh,
pay.
right,
No,
right. Yeah.
he's talking common sense again, Douglas.
Yeah, yes. Aristides is speaking on a
It's
logistical
a big
sense
hurdle.
of. Yeah, well, Aristides is speaking in a logistical sense of projecting American power, whereas Holly is
Right.
bringing up the stock market. So
Yeah.
these are.
Yeah, but
this-
it's relevant. I mean, this is paying.
Well,
As
well,
misbegotten
well,
and shithouse crazy it is,
right.
it's paying out.
Well, what Holly is saying is that the defense contracts are helping the elite to prosper, regardless of whether they
booming.
succeed or not. Yeah, so I understand
Booming.
that. Yeah, so that okay, we can agree on that, of course, and that makes certain
Yes.
sense. Now, I do want
Hence the
people.
momentum.
Now, I do want people to. Now, we need to disambiguate for our listeners the fact that ships have for years now, ships have been, and here's a good example of this. We're going to basically do a screen share here so that people get an impression. And I wish I could share this with everybody. I could probably find an image and link it, but this gives people an impression of what we're dealing with. These are extraordinarily large cases. So you see these shell casings. These are shell casings. And for years, we've been using these very large projectiles on these radar-guided gun systems that are usually called, I think, flanks systems. Flanks, it's spelled PHALANX, like the old shield-bearing strategy or tactic, really. Flanks was a tactic of putting your shields together in a flanks, and therefore you could, as a solid wall of shields, protect yourself from
Looks like a
incoming
bunch
arrows.
of firewood down below it.
Yeah, those are casings from spent shells. Those
casings. Those are the casings.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, those
Sorry.
are. That's how big these bullets are. I mean, like you said, they look like like miniature logs. Let's see if we can get a larger photograph.
Like they were firing up a fire in that thing to shoot
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So there we are. You take a look at the Russian version. Yeah, now these babies are big. It's not like your average man is going to load these things. Okay, these are like loaded basically with a belt feed. They're different from smaller guns. I'm pulling out of the ship's guns area because it's just not showing us what we want. So if we go back to the original thing, I'll share a screen again. And so the bullet's about as big as your average person's arm, so to speak. It's or bigger. It's just very large bullets, and they are fired en masse. A lot of them.
And they're explosive.
I don't know about that, but they're used to take down incoming missiles. And there's thousands of rounds per minute. It's essentially 4,500 rounds per minute. So it's a wall of lead. It's basically they're trying to
giant machine gun.
Yeah, giant machine gun firing a wall of lead that, as the term they use, that will take down an incoming missile or drone wave. So this has been used for decades by now.
Shooting at drones with that? Good luck.
Well, it's not impossible to hit them.
Blinking.
I mean, yeah, it's not impossible to. If the drone's going to be your average drone, can't do much damage unless it's firing a missile. It can't do much damage unless it gets in close. But there's only so much missile a drone can fire unless it's dedicated to a very large drone carrying a very large missile. Your average drone should not be able to take out a warship, but it could. I mean, so, but
no, it's more the swarm. So pot shotting at a swarm.
Yeah, that's what they're using for right now. But this could take out quite a few in a swarm. If you got a few of these guns, they would take out quite a few of them. It's not to be laughed at, but it's
Is there like a shotgun effect?
I'm sure some rounds could be arranged to do that, but again, they say last line of defense. This is like last line where they're coming in, and
Yeah.
you just hope to take out as many as you can.
The
But
casings are, what are they, solid gold?
they're
That
but
supports the boom in
yeah,
gold prices.
yeah, there you go.
Jeez,
Well, it's
they look
obviously,
like they are
yeah, the wall casings
solid
have that
gold
look. The
bullets.
brass, the
Yeah, that's
brass.
America.
Yeah,
Okay.
the brass. But
Okay.
definitely the thing is, obviously, it takes thousands of these bullets. How long can you keep this up? You can't keep this up very long. So when it comes to these guns, they're last minute defense. They're
Wait,
impressive.
that's the only gun on the ship, except for some small ones. Boy, that's a lot of boat for that much.
Yeah,
Look at that.
yeah. I know. You got these.
Jeez.
Yeah, these are like some of these ships. This is like the only gun they
It's
have on some of these ships. These
it's
small.
all boat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
and a helicopter pad.
yeah, that and a helicopter pad. It's like so this is the phalanx weapon system. So
That's what they're pointing at the Houthis.
oh, so Aristides is asking me if I can download the book now. Let me give it a try. So
Okay.
I'm going to try this other one. See if we get a response here other than the ominous response we got before. Okay, it's coming up. I believe it's coming up. Oh my God, Aristides, you did it! Fuck, you did it! Look at this. See, I'm screen sharing. Newt Gingrich, you got it right up there. 1945. There goes my father up there. Yeah, number one. Yeah, my daddy's number one. There's Hitler. Yeah.
Tactful cover.
Yes, tactful cover, 1945. Yes, and there we are.
There's
Aristides.
Hitler.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's Hitler. Bless you, Aristides. You are the man. You are the man. Oh, and look at who they dedicated this to. Here we are, Bob and Kit Gingrich, John and Dorothy Forstchen. They all had a what do you call it? The steam bath. What, a sauna? What do they call that? The hot tub.
Really?
They had a hot tub orgy. So Bob and Kit Gingrich and John and Dorothy Forstchen had a hot tub orgy, and they dedicated.
What a swinging group.
Yeah, to the generation that fought the Nazis in the real world, especially our parents. Yeah, there you go. That's yeah. Thanks for nothing, motherfuckers. Yeah. At any rate, so here they go. The map of the Germans attacking America. Yeah, and here they are. The Germans head towards Kingston. Like fucking who would want Kingston? Okay, approaching target area. Great Britain strike plan. Yeah, all this good shit. So anyhow, let's get to the meat.
So is it like a Philip K. Dick thing?
Yes.
Like what if?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, kind of.
All right.
But believe it or not, there's only a few high points in the Philip K. Dick novel. But there's only a few high points here either. But when they hit their high points, they hit their high points. So this is the high point that I was going to aim for and give people an idea of, okay. Now, everybody knows, thanks to what Brendan Zogit said, that the Americans had, the Italians. Again, let me take a look at the live stream for a second before I return to this window. We're going to check live stream. Heather Holman responds with, okay, the tack in the balloon. She gives me prayers plus she's putting a thumbtack in my balloon with pointing a finger at me. Okay, what exactly does that mean?
I thought dreadnoughts were airborne.
Dreadnoughts? Where do you see that word here or something?
No, you mentioned it before as though it was a ship.
Oh, well, when I used the term for those super dirigibles the Japanese built, they were called aero dreadnoughts, meaning flying dreadnoughts.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, even before I knew you, when I heard the word dreadnought, I thought airship.
Okay, interesting, because that's not a
Is
normal
that
term.
true or false?
Not normally. Okay. Not until the Japanese pioneered big ass dirigibles.
Right.
But anyhow, so here
ours all caught fire.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Dreadnoughts were naval.
Yes, ships. That's right. They were primarily naval ships.
They were ships.
They were the battleships. It was the original name for battleships.
Okay, I did not know that. Yeah. All right.
And but thank you for that, Brendan. And Brendan,
yes.
Thank you for.
Listen, I've got to change position.
Okay, so you'll hear me read this book out loud.
Move along and maybe come back if I can.
Okay.
Thank you, you guys. Love you.
Love you dearly. You'll miss out on some of the visuals, but I'll send you a link. Okay. So might even share it with our listeners. At any rate, so this is like from the Newt Gingrich novel. courtesy of Aristides. So we can all thank my executive producer for this. So November 15th, Berchtesgaden, Germany. And did I say that right, Brendan? I butchered that, right? So say it for me, Brendan. Berchtesgaden. How would you pronounce this? Let's see if Brendan can come on with us. And I am sharing screen, by the way, Brendan, so you can...
Berchtesgaden.
Berchtesgaden, Germany. Berchtesgaden. And so here we are. We're going to go through a few pages here of the Newt Gingrich novel for the closing out the Christmas Day weekend. The room clattered with scraping chairs and clicking heels as the Führer entered the palatial conference room with its open-walled view of the alpine countryside. As he moved to the end of the long marble conference table, he felt again the quickening, the narcotic thrill unknown since the last days of the Russian campaign. Both the victories won at the negotiating table and the triumphs earned in dictating to an empire paled to insignificance when compared to that greatest of all human endeavors, war, this time against the United States of America. In a way, he would regret it when this last and foremost opponent ceased to exist, but then he had always been a sentimentalist. But go on, Brendan, so tell people about the importance of the Berchtesgaden in Germany. It is where? Yes, explain. Geographically. And I'm sure he can't talk. It's where the eagle's nest is. So he can pronounce that for us later. Alder nest or Adler nest. I believe Adler is the plural. Environmental circumstances. Understood. So Hitler enters the room. To his left stood Field Marshal von Manstein, his chief of staff for the army. Next to Manstein was Dönitz of the Navy, and then Air Marshal Kesselring, chief of air operations. To his right, down the other side of the table, waited Himmler, Goering, Kaltenbrunner, who headed intelligence, the ever-present Bormann, and Albert Speer, head of industrial production and economic strategic planning. By the way, just so everyone knows, Ernst Kaltenbrunner was the Nazi who was over 7 feet tall. And you're talking about, he had a face full of dueling scars. This is an individual who is very lost to history for some reason, simply because he's so impressive that all the kids would love him. They would think he was like Frankenstein's monster in a Nazi uniform. And for that reason, he's very much hidden from history, but because he's just so charismatic. Most of the photographs we have of him are from his days in the Nuremberg war crimes trials, where he argued that the Holocaust was a security measure, that the Jewish people were an existential security threat to the Reich. But of course, his glory days were in uniform, where, again, very few show him in full body, but default object to view, anyhow, reject this. We have like very few photographs of him in uniform. Most of them have been destroyed, especially those comparing his height to other human beings. Again, he was 7 feet tall and towered over most people. This is a photograph that doesn't really do justice at Mauthausen concentration camp, where he is, of course, ahead of Himmler and Zierites. And it doesn't do justice to how tall he is, but you can see he's taller than the others. Most people would assume that's because he's closer to the camera. But this is an individual whose presence was impossible not to feel. So all of that being said, here he is. It's Kaltenbrunner. Compare him to his guards. So there he goes. Compare it to the size of his allied guards. So you've got someone who's over 7 feet tall. This is without his jackboots, of course. But he can barely be held by the guards who are on either side of him. And there we have that. And his head touches the ceiling. Always hard to be a tall person. Okay, back to Kaltenbrunner, who's in the war room with Hitler and the rest. And he's the first man Hitler would, of course, turn his eyes towards. Hitler's gaze fixed upon General Kaltenbrunner. The updated report you turned in yesterday, do you vouch for it? The reports are most reliable, my Führer. They come straight from the President's own Chief of Staff. Furthermore, what he's saying dovetails with reports from other sources. Then it's all too clear. No, I should read it precisely. The way Hitler would say it. Then it is all too clear, Hitler announced. They will try to lull us with hackneyed, I have to turn the pages here, digitally. They will try to lull us with hackneyed platitudes about peace until this Wunderwaffen is ready. Then watch how their song changes. If they have this bomb first, that farmer and his fat degenerate friend in London will dictate to us. He paused and looked around the room. To us! Hitler's gaze returned to his intelligence officer. Is the estimated date we have for completion as reliable as the rest? Such things are never certain, of course, but Harrison's chief of staff believes it to be accurate. The Russians, too, believe the Americans will achieve their target date. A couple of the American and British scientists, communist sympathizers, are leaking information to Stalin, and they believe the dates. Kaltenbrunner carefully did not discuss his own pipeline into the Kremlin. Gott in Himmel! Or should I say more correctly in the German, Brendan would, of course, he would jump at the chance to correct me. Gott im Himmel, Hitler roared. The idiot Americans will give this bomb to the Russians. Stalin will be at our throats. In a way, we are fortunate, the intelligence officer continued when Hitler had calmed himself. Had they maintained their initial pace, they would have the bomb right now. Luckily, they slowed down their atomic research after Pearl Harbor so that they could devote all their resources to dealing with Japan. Alas, once the war was over, Roosevelt managed to get the project's priority upgraded again under the codename Manhattan. We already have 2 intelligence teams in place to survey the main manufacturing site for the bomb. Kaltenbrunner paused and pointed at the map of the United States that covered the wall behind Hitler. There, in Tennessee. They've concentrated all their production of radioactive material at one site. They're planning to build a second site in the state of Washington, but it will be 2 years before that's completed. Our sources don't know yet at what rate they are producing the crucial elements in, Tennessee. So we must assume the worst, that they will complete work within 18 months, just as Harrison's chief of staff has boasted. Hitler stirred. Early 1947. Yes, mein Führer. Hitler shifted his gaze to Speer. And our bomb? Late 1947 at the earliest, and that only if everything goes perfectly, which it will not. As I have said previously, the British sabotaged some key research sites, and beyond that it will take us at least 12 months to build the massive facilities required to refine bomb-grade uranium in the sort of quantities that will be required. Like the Americans, we will need a factory area where nearly 100,000 workers can labor undisturbed. Then why not move now? Hitler demanded.
About the
Go on.
Original bomb.
The
little boy, or the original uranium bomb.
Yes, tell them.
The author.
Yeah, of course he doesn't. But what about it? Yes, continue. Tell us what he doesn't know, because that's important. What Newt did not know.
That they already had a nuke.
Yes.
Way before.
Yes, thank you.
Everyone else.
Yes.
He's saying that we had it first or something.
Yeah, that's his American bullshit. He has to say that because he's an American and his audience wouldn't tolerate it otherwise. You get what I'm saying?
That's not true because when I was growing up, we were watching these things, on PBS.
Yeah.
Where when Einstein came over, he said they're stockpiling deuterium.
Yes.
That means they already have it. And so he was, your biosire, he was stockpiling deuterium, heavy water. Yeah. So that already meant that they had working reactors.
Thank you.
And refinement units.
As a matter of fact,
there you go.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the Nazis had to deal with the world's first Chernobyl in its own right. I'll go into that some other day when I dig through my notes. They covered it up, but they did so quite well. It's not like they had a Chernobyl-type meltdown like the Russians, but they had to deal with nuclear leaks. They had to deal with this material. And but fortunately, it was outside of Germany, if I recollect. But it definitely... by the way, so here's this photograph. This is Ernst Kaltenbrunner's size without his jackboots, escorted by the Americans. He's over 7 feet tall. These are actually men who are over 6 feet tall themselves. These 2 policemen that were chosen to escort him were chosen because of their own height being over 6 feet tall. Each one of them was about 6'2". So this man is over 7 feet tall. So Ernst Kaltenbrunner in his Nazi uniform was quite the imposing figure. And what Newt Gingrich said quite correctly was he's the first man Hitler turns to. And this here, when he see this, they have him walking without even any shoes, because they felt giving him any shoes would really make him too tall and intimidating for his American captors to handle. But Kaltenbrunner had a face full of dueling
They put him in
scars.
slippers.
Yeah, they gave him slippers. Slippers. Yes. Yes. And but Ernst Kaltenbrunner had a face full of dueling scars. You never hear about this man because children would love him. Like I said, they would think of him as Frankenstein's monster in an SS uniform. And so
Yeah, I mean they've stylized him in anime for sure. I know that.
they have? Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
Of course, he's perfect for it. And here he goes in all his glory back in the day. But as they say in the Newt Gingrich novel, he's the first one Hitler turns towards because he catches all the attention. Anyhow, so yes, this is Newt Gingrich is positing the Germans are trying to play catch up with the Americans. And so Hitler
Yeah, and
said,
by the way, you said the other phrase, heaven and God in heaven. That
Yeah.
was fine.
I said it fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go to Himmel.
Yes, I appreciate that.
I don't think your biosire has ever said it though. Not that I've seen on record.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think he was just fictionalizing shit too much.
True. I do feel that they're hamming it up here with the kind of give it a German German cartoon villain dialogue as possible.
And
but
like I understand enough of the Austrian dialect that they say something different. They don't say that. He doesn't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It would be against his nature because that's not what he would naturally say. Thank you.
No,
Yeah.
not in a candid moment. That's for sure.
Yes, thank you. But it's German comic book villain shit, but it's thoroughly enjoyable. And I must admit.
Well, does he posit what happened to the Japanese in this? They're just too Asian to care about. They just died.
What Newt Gingrich claims in this book is that Pearl Harbor is this short, sharp war in the Pacific where the Americans just wiped the Japanese off the map because it's just Newt Gingrich is just a stupid racist.
And then like Europe gets wiped by the Germans. It's like, that's so just stupid.
Yes,
honestly.
Yeah, it's
it wouldn't even be logical as a parallel, like an alternate universe, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like
where the Soviets survive, but no one else does. It's kind of weird.
Well, they always have the Soviets survive because the Americans love the Soviets. The Americans worship the Russians as the master race. They believe them as the gods of war and shit. But basically,
did you hear Tucker recently?
Yeah. Oh God, tell them about what that motherfucker Fuentes said. Fuentes revealed his true stripes, and Nick Fuentes said, he worships Stalin, not Hitler, but Stalin. So we now know.
Oh yeah.
So tell them about that.
Well, he's clear. He said it. He said it's easy to support Hitler, but taking the Stalin point is the real man's game, or some shit like that.
Yeah. That's right. That's what he said. And he said Stalin was the shit. He said Stalin,
it's the bullshit. But he also, he said all kinds of shit at this point. But I was talking about just Tucker by himself. He was saying, it was on the tip of my tongue. What did this say?
Well, for one thing, Tucker, remember, was talking to Nick Fuentes when Nick Fuentes says he wanted women who worship him, and Tucker had to bring him down, and Nick couldn't even respond. So what was Tucker saying alone?
He said, I agree with Ayn Rand.
That's right. He's proving
he said, I agree with Ayn Rand.
He's a Randian nihilistic communist. Go on.
Yeah, well, he obviously, Carlson is a Christian hardcore, so he wouldn't agree with Ayn Rand, obviously.
Right.
So he totally rebutted that, and that little creep didn't have anything to say. And then just Tucker by himself, he said, I'm sick of people, not saying truth as it is. And he says, Russia is going to be the 80% white country, the only one left in the future. And that's why I support Russia. That's what he said.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Like, he considers it the bastion of like the whiteness, which I don't understand because they're still England. All the propaganda people say, these countries, whites are the minority. I didn't see it when I'm here or in England.
Thank you.
Yeah, there, you can have it go above 50 and it's still, the culture is still maintained, but it's just very strange. They're saying it's like the replacement theory.
Well, remember
I've
that
never seen.
To them this is existential, and the fact remains, this much is true, that before World War One, whites were over half the world's population, in at least in many areas. But they had to be. They couldn't have colonized the world without those numbers. And after World War One's devastation was, there's no words, where 60,000 men would die every day charging machine guns. Obviously, white population was taken down significantly. It's one of the reasons the Nazis were concerned about demographics and the European population. But what was a legitimate concern has been taken to a level of mythical existentialism by these new pseudo-intellectuals who are saying that whites are being replaced as a conspiracy. And they're, the fact
by
is,
certain groups.
yeah, by certain groups. Yeah, or rather, certain groups are orchestrating it. And so
That's what I mean.
yeah, and all of that is something that the insanity is that they turn to Russia. I mean, why not Iceland? Iceland is very white.
They never mentioned that shit.
Yeah, why not Ireland? Why not Ireland? Which is not, granted, Ireland's had some riots over
Sweden.
Sweden. Yeah, Sweden as well. Well, all of these places have riots over Muslim immigrants, but if you went there, you'd be hard pressed outside of the capital cities to see where all these Muslim immigrants are.
Yeah, I mean, to them. So, like, I spoke to a person when I was traveling in Europe that was from Sweden, and I said, "Is your country being taken over by Muslims?" And he said, "Only in the city. Outside the city, you don't even see anyone of color because it's such a harsh environment."
Of course not.
That they're not willing to live in those kind of places. No
of
matter
course
what
not.
The propaganda says.
Of course not. I mean,
same with here. It's like you only see them like in the South, in Florida and Southern California, because that's where it's more comfortable for certain gene groups.
That's right. Absolutely.
No one's living in Idaho. That's
of course not
of any kind of number.
Even Washington and goddamn Oregon. Even Washington, I forget the names.
Yeah, they're mostly Scandies. They're mostly the people up there like English and Scandinavians because they're used to that kind of climate. So,
dude, yeah, it's all white up there practically for all intents and purposes. And remember we had that one woman, oh god, it was so long ago, but it was so fucking funny. It was Audrey von Giesmoss, that was her full name, but Audrey von Giesmoss was saying, oh, there was this black guy who was rampaging through a grocery store after closing hours just to steal, and they caught him in something like 5 to 10, 15 minutes. It was, and I said, of course, he's the only black guy within 100 miles. Okay. Yes. How could they not catch him? She was trying to say it was racism. So it's not racism.
Right, come on.
She said they caught him in 5, 10, 15 minutes. That must be racism. They concentrated all their resources. I said that wasn't no concentration of resources. The guy was like, he stood out like a cue ball.
Yeah, so there you go. It's like,
or rather, the 8 ball in this case. He stood out like the proverbial 8 ball.
Well, I think that's why people, like, it's a perception thing more than reality, because like people just keep talking about these race things so much that it's like, in psychological terms, it's like blown out of proportion.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
So that's all they ever see is stuff about, like, black families, or they see, like, the activism because people are more outspoken.
Yeah.
So then they say, why are we not included? That's what I hear a lot. Like, why don't we have a holiday? Yeah. MLK gets a holiday. It's like, okay, first of all, we get all the holidays because we're all, everyone gets the day off.
It's our calendar. It's our calendar. If you're white, it's your calendar.
It's a European calendar. But anyways.
Yeah.
Well, for the longest time, these people didn't remember the early. I mean, you know this because you're like, you're like a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Fossilized and shit.
Of course.
But like originally, they never considered. They said we're getting replaced by Italians. Like,
yes.
These Italians,
Germans and Italians during Lovecraft's day. During Benjamin Franklin's day, it was the Germans. It was we got to stop letting the Germans in.
Yeah, the
by
Prussians were
HP.
coming over.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah, and
Originally, it was the Hessians.
Yeah,
Am I
Hessians.
thinking this right? And
Hessians.
they
They
were
were
saying
yeah.
these Hessian mercenaries are taking over our women. It's
Yeah.
like, they're like French, the
Yeah.
Huguenots and shit.
Yeah. And during Lovecraft's day, by the time the gangster era of Al Capone, it was the Italians, and you know, pretty much. And so the Italians.
So there's always a group.
Yeah.
Everyone has a group. It's just like human nature to like
Yeah.
tribalize it,
Yeah.
complain.
But remember, during World War II, the Americans felt that the only white enemy they were fighting were the Germans. They viewed the Italians on the level with the Japanese. They viewed the Romanians on the level with the Japanese. They viewed these Eastern and Mediterranean Europeans as just colored peoples, is how the Americans portrayed them.
Yeah, they call them like, you know, wogs and stuff in Australia. We can use that term because it's not like known out here.
Yeah, it's historical.
Like-
It's we're using it in historical context. Yes.
Like in Australia, if you call them like wogs, it's like anyone from Southern Europe, Eastern Europe that like is kind of hairy looking, swarthy.
Yeah, to the Australians, it's anyhow. There's Australians. Talk about some of the most racist people on earth. But,
Oh yeah. Well, we knew one of them.
Yeah, no kidding.
Too much.
Oh
It was
man,
like painful the amount of.
it was for no reason.
I thought you were bad.
Yeah, well, whatever you do, don't compare me to, you know, Jambo the Reese Monkey again. His nihilism was universal. Me, I was just, you know.
No, I'm talking about Nemo.
Yeah, well, him too. Yeah, I mean, it's like.
I'm saying the shit he was saying to us was so vile, so ridiculous.
No, it's just.
It was like it didn't even have a good reason. It was just like. I can't even repeat it. So
yes, no, it's unrepeatable. It's unspeakable. It's literally unspeakable. He was just awful. Yeah, and
like you said, it's not like he was dealing with any of these groups. It was like he was in the outback practically, like by himself.
Yeah.
So why was he had so much hatred? It was bizarre.
Yeah, it's because he's insane. Because he's stark raving mad, and these people
just to put him aside as a crazy person, it was like, I think that's like the 4chan and the internet just fucks people up.
It does.
Especially younger people.
Thank you. It really does.
They feel like they're all alone, and then they find like Fuentes, and like they feel like they're all in part of like the inside kind of joke kind of community. So then they get all, you know, they feel like they're part of a club, but it's just a bunch of idiots or some weirdness going on.
Thank you. No, it's
not that I'm trying to flame war or roast 4chan, but you know, it's just there's a whole group that has that issue.
All I can say is, kids, stay the fuck out of 4chan. Yeah, nothing good will come from it, and you literally are just doing damage to yourself. Your psyche, it's toxic. It's just toxic. You're swimming in a sewer of hatred. So in terms of Tucker, was there anything else that came to mind about his replacement theory? Oh yes, Russia. He's promoting Russia as the only hope, the sole hope. So this is the American.
You want the exact quote, or
you can, but it's basically the Americans are turning to Russia as the great white hope, which is the insanity of the American position. It speaks for itself, and. Just because the Russians are a bunch of racists who live in an area no one else wants to live in.
Says he praises Vladimir Putin's leadership style, so you know where he's at.
Oh, yeah, well...
How he can float his whole... He was also one of the only people to interview him, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, of course. That's true. Yes.
He views Putin as a highly capable, highlighting success in leadership.
Yeah.
There you go.
What a fucking idiot. So, and back to the Newt Gingrich novel. Then why not move now? Hitler demanded. We are already running rehearsals and training exercises. This conference merely confirms what I already knew. We could be ready in 4 weeks, 6 at most. With 1 or 2 exceptions, the entire group froze with almost the same look of nervous dismay. This had all been hashed out weeks ago, but Hitler had been known to change his mind. It would be very bad if this was one of those times. Because my Führer... Yeah, go on. Go on. Yes.
I think you seem pretty consistent.
Thank you.
I don't know about me. I don't know about what these guys thinking about.
Yeah. Well, Newt Gingrich and Forstchen are American propagandists who are trying to portray the unstable dictator. But obviously, we all know better. Because mein
Well, but they're
Führer,
saying they won the war though, or won the European theater.
yes, that's what they're saying.
It can't be that bad.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I guess they're trying to say it's through luck. At any rate, what they're trying to say is because the Americans were too involved in Japan to bother
Holy
with
shit! I was
Europe.
trying to look up that quote from Carlson, and it's literally, it's called Niptyr Russia. The Russian state website, the Kremlin website, has
There you go.
has him on there.
That
Holy
figures.
shit! So you might as well work for them.
Yeah,
It's
well,
all in Russian.
I always said that. I always said that.
Holy shit!
I always said that.
Well, I didn't think it was this bad.
Yeah, well, believe me, it always was. Believe me, it always was. Yeah, so it's
Like,
this,
I get it. He interviewed the guy, but damn, they just put him straight. They don't even have Trump on their website. Damn,
Yeah,
this guy's like in it.
Oh no, he's Tucker Carlson. I keep calling him Turner. Tucker because he's a turncoat. Get it? So my mind keeps calling him Turner like turncoat. Anyhow, this son of a bitch, he ought to be deported. I mean, he ought to be sent to Russia to live. You love Russia so much, and that's for all you Americans out there who love the fucking Russians so much. If you love Russia so fucking much, why don't you move there? There are Americans who have done so, and look at what happened
so I found
them.
his.
Yeah. Go on.
Oh yeah, and most of them died.
Yes,
they got literally thrown into the
meat
gears
grinder.
of war.
The meat grinder. Yeah. The wood chipper.
And so this
they got
is
thrown
the
into the wood chipper. Yeah. Anyhow, go on. Yeah.
Well, I think the wood chipper would have been merciful. They got like literally thrown into a war that they didn't want to fight.
Yeah.
You know? Like you remember that guy that he took his kids there and he said they hate gays, so you guys will be safe. And then they got the wife there and the kids and then kidnapped the father.
Yeah.
They said, we'll give you a job as a welder. And then they sent him to Ukraine with like, instead of as a welder, they sent him as an infantryman on the front line.
Yeah.
And then they never heard from him again and shit.
Of course not. That's right. And his wife and kids are stuck there. And his wife and kids are stuck
and she was crying. She said, please send us money, get us out.
Yeah.
We can't find him.
Yeah, well, what can you say? Darwinian selection on a familial scale. I mean, this is horrible.
Well, at least they weren't corrupted by, LGBT.
By LGBTQ plus. Remember that time that Peter Moon got so adamant about that? Everything now is LGBTIQA plus.
I mean, I think they've dialed it back so much now. It's kind of pointless. If anyone complains about that, they're like in the
gay.
closet, like
they're
far
fucking
in the closet.
gay.
Like it's like no one's running up on the street, like hitting you with saying you have to convert. It's like in their heart, like they're Jehovah's. Have you done your gay stuff today? like handing out little pamphlets, like how much gay have you done today? Like no, I don't think anyone's done. Yeah.
So what'd you find on Tucker Carlson in Russian?
Okay, so he says, they hate Russia because it's going to be the only majority white Christian nation in the world soon. That's why they hate it. Let's stop lying about it.
Oh my God.
That's his exact quote.
And who does he mean by they? I shudder to think. Who does he mean by they?
Just whatever eternal boogeyman they have.
Thank you.
Because it's like they've won everything and they're all in control, they're all in power, and they're still saying it's the libs. It's like, okay,
really?
Like what else do you guys want? Like,
thank you.
How much farther can we go with this?
They've got the president, they've got both houses of Congress, they packed the fucking Supreme Court.
Right. It's like, okay, like you guys got it. Now let's see what you can do instead of blaming nothing.
Yes. It's all in their heads. It's all in their twisted minds.
Okay, and then it says here, readers added context to this video.
I bet
so
they
this
did.
This is people like trying to check him on it. It says Russia has Europe's fastest growing Muslim population. 19%, estimated to be 30 to 50% by 2050.
There you go. And
then it says Europe's current Muslim population is 6.8%, only to reach 10%.
There you go.
At its median immigration status in 2050.
By the way,
that is higher than the current immigration levels, which are allowed by European law, and Christians are estimated to reach 65%. So their claims are totally baseless. They're just he's just a sock puppet for Putin, obviously.
Yeah, but beyond that, tell them how they always complain Europe's got no-go zones because of Muslims. Well, let's see you go to the Muslim zone of Chechnya, Christian people. Let's see
Oh
you go
yeah,
to
good luck.
Russia's
Go
got
to Dagestan, you
yeah,
fuckers. You
yeah,
won't make it out.
yeah. Russia's got no-go
Go
zones
there.
that are armed to the teeth. It's not like in Europe where it's just a ghetto.
That's where all the fighters come from.
Yes.
And like you can't even even the most trained Westerner can't fight them, basically.
Yeah,
So,
quite so.
yeah, good luck going there.
Yeah, because we know what happened to U.S. Special Forces and all their trained elite squads in Afghanistan. They were all chased out running by a bunch of men wearing flip-flops. So, yeah, there you go with that. So back to the Newt Gingrich novel. Let me see if I can wait a second here for this this search bar to shrink.
Well,
yeah,
I'm just curious, what was your reason for reading it?
Oh,
we're getting
to the part, aside from just having fun with it, we're getting to the part where he's talking about aircraft carriers. Because the same question always happens. Well, as Brendan Zoget pointed out, the Italians had a great aircraft carrier centered navy that was ahead of its time. The Japanese had aircraft carriers. Why didn't the Nazis? So, okay. So
I didn't ask that.
No, you didn't.
I know why they didn't have it.
Yeah, no, someone brought that up about what you had said.
Got it.
So, yeah. Anyhow, so, because my Führer Spear replied quickly, as we already discussed, we have another generation of weapons just coming online, but it will be 4 to 6 months before we are up to full-scale production. When we have them in sufficient quantity, the new jets, television-guided rocket bombs, hydrogen-powered submarines, and improved rockets will give us a tremendous edge. But we need time to develop sufficient reserves. 4 months would give us another 1,000 of the new Gotha fighters and 800 more Arado bombers. As for the television-guided rocket bombs, we have only 250. In 4 months, we will have 1,000. Enough to send every single American carrier to the bottom of the sea, essentially. He says to the bottom, but he means to the bottom of the sea. What we showed off at the parade looked glorious, and was! But that display comprised nearly every plane we own of those designs. We will need these new weapons if we are to destroy the American fleet. During their Pacific War, the Americans made themselves advances in naval warfare. Their fleet is formidable. Our best plan is to keep a close watch on their Manhattan Project and move just before they have the final design. For the next 6 months, time is our ally, and with our marvelous new asset in their White House, we will know their every move. If there is some breakthrough, we can act earlier if need be. Please, my Führer, let us wait just a little. Come spring, we will be ready. Hitler lowered his head, as if calculating the odds. Once again, he finally raised his head. One by one, his gaze speared the commanders of the 3 military branches. No later than April. Those gathered round the table visibly relaxed. Now let us consider England. The American Manhattan Project is the reason we must fight, but the assault on Oak Ridge is just part of this operation, and a minor one in terms of men and materiel. Gentlemen, I expect to be in Buckingham Palace within 45 days of the commencement of hostilities. Furthermore, I expect you to arrange matters in such fashion that England's death throes act as a lure to bring the American fleet within range of the Luftwaffe. This will not be a repeat of 1940, Hitler said meaningfully, looking straight over at Göring. Thanks to Speer, control of the air will be achieved using our Me-262s and the new Gotha 229s, which are superior to anything the British have. With drop tanks, these fighters will be able to supply cover over all of England, thus eliminating our greatest problem in the previous war, protecting our bombers. This time, in all the British Isles, there will be no single place of refuge. As for the invasion itself, Hitler paused to look over at Manstein. I've reviewed your proposals. He fell silent for a moment, then theatrically, I approve. Yeah, I will then, well, how does it say it here? I will help you refine them, of course. But in general, I approve of your implementation of my original plan. Manstein smiled and nodded his thanks. Full operational details for the invasion to be on my desk within 30 days. Training schedules in Russia are to be doubled immediately. Hitler looked back at Goering. For the Luftwaffe, the task is twofold. First, you must gain air superiority both in the Midlands and the North, so that the invasion is not hindered by the RAF and the Royal Navy. Next, you must destroy the American fleet. Do not doubt that they will come to you. The Americans will not stand idly by and watch England fall. Harrison made that clear to me at Reykjavik, which, for those of you who don't know, is a diplomatic city in Iceland where Ronald Reagan met with Mikhail Gorbachev, which, in this parallel universe, Hitler met with the American head of state, or rather, head of the State Department. According to our naval planners, he nodded toward Dönitz, the Americans will be able to marshal a fleet of at least 20 carriers at several points along their east coast, perhaps even recall elements from as far as Pearl Harbor. They also have available 4 active divisions, 3 in the United States, 1 infantry, 1 airborne, and 1 Marine Corps, plus 1 Canadian infantry, which we can expect will be loaded aboard transports. This fleet should be ready to sortie to England's relief by day 25, and will take us 10 days more to make the crossing. The American fleet will be, well, this is Goering's turn to speak. The American fleet will be pounded from the time it leaves port until it reaches English waters, Goering puffed. I have developed plans for Luftwaffe ground units to seize airstrips in Iceland and in Greenland. This takes us back to Unterland, actually. And I do want people to understand that Hermann Goering's Air Force had literally almost 30 ground units, including elite panzer units. So the Luftwaffe was Goering's truly private army. This was a man who could not only bring infantry to bear, but armored support. So when Goering is talking about, I'm sending in ground units, these are like if our Air Force had entire combat units that were the size of entire divisions. Anyhow, Goering goes on. The Americans will have my planes overhead from the beginning to the end of their voyage. And I do mean the end, he said with a laugh as he leaned forward in his seat to look directly across at Dönitz. Of course, Admiral, your U-boats will be there to pick off what's left. The Air Marshal added with poisonous condescension. Just provide decent reconnaissance this time, the man in charge of the German Navy replied icily, and we will harvest our share. Hitler slapped the table and the two fell silent. Now, this I do like, and Hitler did fulfill this role. Hitler was always the man who would end arguments, that his private empires, each one of the men that served Hitler had a private empire with completely independent forces. The German Navy, unknown to most Americans, had a Marine Corps. And just think of them as German Wehrmacht, but in blue uniforms with blue helmets. And again, all of these men avoided calling for help from other services whenever they could, because they maintained a coherency of full combat capability within their own universe. So Hitler was there to act as the man in the middle between their internecine civil war, which was always ongoing. That was part of their dynamic in what could be called a polyocracy, a government of multiple heads, which, by the way, rendered the Third Reich more efficient, not less. So, at any rate, after Hitler slams the table, we need 2 years to complete our own bomb. To ensure that we have those 2 years, England must be eliminated once and for all, so that it can no longer serve as a base for air attacks. Furthermore, our holdings in Africa must be pushed clear into the Congo to secure the uranium mines and to prevent the Americans from building air bases there. But above all, their fleet must be destroyed, because without their navy, the Americans are simply not a threat. To that end, I expect full cooperation between all branches of service. He scanned the room, pausing thoughtfully on Dönitz and Goering. Full cooperation. Those who do not cooperate will be replaced. Mein Führer, I believe it is my duty to raise some concerns, Dönitz said after a moment's silence. All eyes turned to Dönitz, and then toward Hitler to gauge his reaction. Go on then, Hitler finally said, apparently all affability. Mein Führer, this American fleet survived attacks from over 6,000 Japanese suicide planes during the 1944 campaign. They lost only 56 ships, only 2 of which were carriers. Light carriers. Only 1 fleet carrier was lost, not in the battle as it was being attacked, but as it was being, he says, to reread the sentence, only 1 fleet carrier was lost, not in the battle, but as it was being towed back to Pearl Harbor. They will not be an easy nut to crack. And our own carriers? Which you...
That was like during Midway. One of the
well, none of this
things that
happened.
got
It's
damaged.
all a fantasy. None of this happened. This is all a fantasy. None of this
Oh,
ever
okay.
happened.
Well, something was lost, I thought. One of the big ships.
Oh, well...
In actual timeline. In the
Oh,
real
in
timeline.
real life, the Americans lost plenty of ships and carriers to Japanese suicide attacks. So this is
Yeah.
just completely in denial of reality. So, as a matter of fact, American carriers were vulnerable enough where it was a conventional bomb that took out one of them. I could go look back and get the names for all of these specifically. My father would know them by heart, of course, but I am not my father's son per se. In either case, so either Hitler's or the man who raised and guided me as a sailor, and he was primarily a carrier sailor. But all such being said, I do want people to know that the American losses could never have been maintained had they approached Japan and a full kamikaze attack was unleashed, which is what the Japanese were planning as just one of many facets of a combined operation. This is why the invasion for Japan was never conducted. And I've gone into this ad nauseum before. I've gone into this, of course, in print. And, of course, we can't recommend my book anymore because all of the profits go to Peter Moon, and I have no money with which to pursue him legally. If I pursued it legally, doubtless I would win. But what meaning would it be because he sells none of the books himself? Or if he does, he certainly maintains all of the profits. Again, he could be sued, but I would need money to do that. Of course, he can't be selling much because he doesn't advertise. Nobody knows the book exists. All such being said, I've published this publicly before. I've written people's term papers for them effectively online. But that goes into great detail. But this is Newt Gingrich's white man's fantasy, and he feels that the Japanese would have been defeated by overwhelming industrial power, which is the American myth. So when it comes to Hitler asking about our own carriers, which you pressed so hard for, what Dönitz responds with is, in an open engagement against 20 American carriers, they would be quickly sunk. Dönitz replied simply, we must keep them out of that engagement so that they can continue to support the invasion of England and later, if they survive, help take the islands in the South Atlantic. Hitler glared at him. Then why did you press so hard to have them built if they can do nothing when the so terrible Americans come? Why? We ceased production of the current generation of fighters so that you could have your verdammt carriers. That was not, or as the narrator says in this narrative, this was not precisely true. Hitler himself had concluded that after England had stood down, there would be no need for prop-driven fighters before they were made obsolete by jets, which were scheduled to be in full production by 1946. Better the financial resources go to weapons that would still be useful well into the 1950s, when it might be time to deal with the Americans. Besides, the folk needed butter as well as guns, or so he had thought before the Manhattan Project. Now, if it weren't for your pointless demands, we would have 20,000 fighters and fighter bombers. The American fleet would be sailing into a furnace. We won't need his carriers, Goering interjected. Sinking that fleet is a job for the Luftwaffe. And trust me, mein Führer, even with only 1,000 jet aircraft, we have the means to accomplish that mission. In one of his volatile mood shifts, Hitler nodded calmly to Goering. Go on, explain it to them. The rotund head of the Luftwaffe stood up and went over to the map. For one thing, this time their fleet won't be facing pilots drunk on sake and flying bamboo planes. He laughed expansively. After glancing at Hitler, the group joined in. Again, you like how there's the supervillain comic book thematic here where nobody laughs until after they look at Hitler. Then he goes.
It's almost like this dude read too much Marvel.
No, it's enjoyable, but it's also it is what it is. It's so
I see why you like it.
Yes, it gets very technical at this point. You know, Goering continues.
So what was the part about the ships? Did we reach that yet?
Yes, we reached that. So the point has been made. Basically, what the Nazis understood was that aircraft carriers would be useless to themselves. They made one, and it wound up simply being a supermassive construct cover for their midget submarines. So they hollowed it out and used it to transport midget submarines. After the Russians took Berlin, they loaded this carrier without knowing all of the holes were in the hull that the Germans had installed to launch midget submarines from. And so the carrier itself survived the war because the Americans and the British both knew it wasn't carrying planes, and they left it unmolested, since it was just a giant platform that was serving no purpose as far as they could understand. They did not understand that it actually did serve the purpose it was meant to, and wasn't just going on training runs. It was releasing midget submarines that were taking out Allied ships. Now, when it was in port, of course, the Germans basically set it up so if anybody took the ship, especially after the fall of Berlin, then it would sink. The Russians loaded it up with all kinds of booty, basically all the plunder that they could stuff onto the hull. They filled it up with tons and tons of plunder, sent it out to sea, and everybody died.
I get sunk, or they like mutinied.
It just sunk because the Germans had it full of holes for the midget submarines to take off from under the hull, and they simply opened all the holes when they...
Right.
So everybody died. But not a single German was on it at that point. It was a totally Soviet crew. The Germans had already opened the holes so that when they took off, it would fill with water. So as soon as the Russians took off, that was nothing but a Russian crew. Everybody that died on it was Russian. And they basically all sank and died. And none of the plunder reached, Russia. So there you go with that. That's the story of that. But go on.
I just said cool.
Yeah. And but all that being said, when it comes to the purpose of the carriers, obviously, as Hitler understood, Germany did not need them because there's no way that they would be using them as an offensive platform, and it didn't make sense to have them in any other sense because carriers are an offensive weapon. There is no such thing as defensive use of an aircraft carrier. It's in extraordinary situations that you would have something like that where you're fighting close to home, and obviously
About
a carrier.
the self-defense force.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Again, that takes us into the Japanese carriers. As I said, they are now bigger than the Japanese carriers of World War II. So the Japanese carriers that are afloat today not only have the same names as the Japanese carriers of World War II, they're actually far larger than the Japanese carriers of World War II. And but all such having,
they have attack helicopter swarms. Like they're definitely not defensive.
Yeah, and their entire modus operandi is very different still from the American concept of aircraft carrier warfare. The American concept of aircraft carrier warfare is that you have, quote unquote, an attack carrier, which, for those of you who do not know, means it's extraordinarily large. It would have to be extraordinarily large or it wouldn't serve its purpose. For one thing, it has to be large for the sheer logistics of maintaining a crew at sea that can man the maintenance of the planes that then attack other countries on the other side of the world. Now, America has theoretically 14 of these carriers, and only 7 of them are in operation at a time. The rest are at port under maintenance. But these carriers are incredibly vulnerable, big targets, as I've said. Beyond that, their entire idea of warfare is based on their planes. In other words, the Americans, which your average citizen will not understand, to your average citizen, any carrier's concept of combat would be using planes, right? Well, no, that's not how carriers work for anybody else. The only other people who have floated carriers that compare to that size would be the French. And the French floated the Joan of Arc carrier for years that could conduct those kinds of operations. And they even had wet bars at sea, which the Americans would never dream of. But the French could attack Africa anytime they wanted using these attack carriers, and nobody could fight back. But that's how they could afford to have the platform so large. But they only had one of them. And now they're trying to build another one to replace that. The British carriers don't even come close. They're nowhere near on the level of an attack carrier. The Japanese carriers put the British carriers to shame because they're actually operable. The British carriers are essentially, I hate to say this, they're not nearly as bad. No one could be as bad as the single Soviet carrier, but they're pushing it. The single Soviet carrier is a joke. It's the Admiral Kuznetsov, and it's simply a leaking nuclear reactor at sea. There is no use for it. It serves no purpose other than as a punishment detail for bad Soviet or now bad Russian sailors. It's basically a floating prison. All the Russian sailors who have been found guilty of raping other Russian sailors, starting fights, just all the bad apples they put on the Admiral Kuznetsov to expose them to radiation, and they die. So it's a death sentence. And so the Admiral Kuznetsov has no radioactive protection. It's got a leaky nuclear reactor. It does not sail. The reactor does not keep the ship afloat. It does not propel the ship. It is simply a death sentence for everyone that's on it. The ship is literally tugged by tugs everywhere it goes. It cannot sail anywhere. And this is the carrier the communist Chinese have modeled their carriers on, which is why their carriers don't work. So just understand the Russians and the communist Chinese have no carriers either. However, the Japanese learned the Russian operational doctrine of how to use a carrier to good effect. In other words, the Soviets knew they could never build a carrier as big as an American carrier. Not only could they never train Russians to take off and land from aircraft carriers to any great degree, because most of the pilots, like everyone else, is too drunk to do anything, they realized very quickly they simply didn't have the money to build that larger platform. It would simply, even with a nuclear engine, they could never propel something of that size because the nuclear reactors they build that go to sea just fucking suck. And as a result, they figured, well, our carriers will be rocket carriers. So the planes they carry will be purely for defense of the carrier, whereas their offensive capability will not be planes, but missiles. In the Soviet case, still primitive rockets, literally point and shoot. So the Soviets, a carrier is a rocket ship for offense. Its entire purpose to go to sea is to launch rockets that will take out enemy ship platforms, including American carriers, while its planes hover around the carrier to engage American planes and prevent them from sinking the carrier itself. That was the idea that the Japanese took and actually made work. So the Japanese carriers at sea have planes, but the planes are primarily for defense of the carrier. They are not attack carriers in that sense. They are still incredibly massive ships that are much bigger than the ships of World War II, including the aircraft carriers of World War II. But the planes that they are carrying obviously are not as many as would be found on an American carrier. You'd have like maybe 4 operational planes to half a dozen at a time, whereas the Americans would have, a dozen to 20 or 24 planes operational at a time. But remember, the Japanese are not out to try and attack and sink an American carrier. If Japan were fighting a war with the United States, their planes would hover around the carrier and defend it, while the Japanese sank the American ships over the horizon line using guided missiles. So unlike rockets used by the Soviets, the Japanese have their carriers loaded with cruise missiles. So the cruise missiles would fire from the platform and sink American ships over the horizon line, while their planes are maintaining a defensive hover pattern over the carrier itself for any American planes that might come from over that horizon line to try and attack the Japanese carrier directly. That's if they were engaged in a war with America. That's how they would fight them on the high seas. Yeah, go on with any other thoughts that come to mind before I go.
And they also have super modern adjustments with the laser technology that they've just made public that can zap drones out of the sky and melt metal, poke holes into fuselage. You've seen this.
Yes.
I sent it to you recently.
And explain it. Yeah, explain it to our listeners. Yeah.
It's basically like something out of Gundam. There's like a laser beam they can put on the deck that will target and zap any incoming drones within seconds.
Excellent. Thank you. And so they've got plenty of defenses. They are, basically, and just to show America, again, the two choices that America could go in around 1947, when the United States Air Force then became more and more a bomber force, and then ultimately became basically America's version of the strategic rocket forces of the Soviet Union, which, again, for our listeners, strategic rocket forces of the Soviet Union are descended from the original artillery batteries, where they started an entire branch of service that was nothing but artillery, because they would use massive artillery batteries in war. And ultimately, this evolved into the ICBM forces, are the strategic rocket forces, which were totally dedicated to nothing but missilery. And the combat missile men who manned them were supposed to be the Soviet missileers. All of this is inherited by the Russian state today in a failed state, and is totally dysfunctional and non-operational. None of it fucking works, or Putin would have launched by now. He would have launched against Ukraine, if nothing else. And he can't. There's no way they can even do anything with this shit. The Americans, it's practically the same way, but for completely different reasons. Anyhow, the American Air Force.
Yeah, I have details on that laser, by the way.
Yes, please. Give it to us. Oh, no. Yeah, give us the laser. Yeah.
Oh, it says Japan is actively testing a 100 kilowatt ship-mounted laser weapon on its JS Asakusa test ship.
Okay.
It can counter drones, mortar rounds, and it combines 10 kilowatt lasers into a beam that can burn through metal, offering maximum offense at a lower cost than missiles with unlimited magazine depth. With sea trials beginning soon. There you go.
That's great.
Yeah.
No,
so basically unlimited ammo and cheaper than missiles. It sounds like a plan. Sounds like a good plan.
Yes.
If all that's true.
Yeah. Well, it most certainly is. The Japanese aren't going to say something that they can't back up. They aren't going to announce it until they can do it. So I found what I wanted to find. So basically, here we will share a screen again, and we will share this with everybody who's aboard here. Our dear Holly will miss these graphics, but we can always send her the links.
Here's the purpose of it.
Yeah.
Counters lightweight aerial threats, including drone swarms, anti-ship missiles, etc.
Yes. And
so it's basically what it is it's a counterpoint to those silkworm missiles that you mentioned about that China has. So it's basically a counterpoint to China.
Yeah. Just so
their drones. Yeah.
Go.
And that
continue.
Yeah. The ship-to-ship missiles that you were talking about with the silkworm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there you go.
And just so everybody understands, the best book written by Iris Chang was not at all about Nanjing. The most important book she ever wrote was Trail of the Silkworm. And the Trail of the Silkworm was how the communist Chinese wound up with the silkworm missile because of American racism. And so that's the most important book Iris Chang ever wrote. So it's actually titled Thread of the Silkworm. And it's 1996, historical nonfiction. And so the leading aerodynamicist that it's about was Xin Cui-Xin. And Xin Cui-Xin, that's using the Wade-Giles pronunciation system. In Pinyin, or the actual system that the Chinese use, is Qian Zuixin. Now, Qian Zuixin, he was this incredible scientist, an aerospace engineer, and a cyberneticist. And he made all these contributions to the field of aerodynamics. He was this Chinese aerospace engineer that established engineering cybernetics. And so he achieved recognition as one of America's leading experts in rockets and high-speed flight theory. And what happened was the Americans said, fuck you, and they basically called him by all kinds of racial epithets, and they deported him to communist China in 1955. And so he
I
said,
think you're
fuck
still
you.
sharing screen, by the way.
I am sharing screen. Yes, I am sharing screen.
Oh, okay. That's what you wanted us to see, this guy. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And he wound up saying fuck you in return and built the communist Chinese, the Silkworm missile. So we wouldn't have that without, the communist Chinese wouldn't have that without him. By the way, so explain to us this link. Okay, this is very important, and give people, a little rundown here in this. Yeah. If you'd be so kind.
Oh, it was the laser beam system, the high-powered laser beam system. It's just a more put together article.
Cool. From Live Science.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's going to sea for the first tests under maritime conditions. But the point is, they can take it out to sea, whereas the Americans couldn't take theirs initially.
Yeah. Well, at the end of that last article I read, it said that it was, it's the next nation to have working models of this system, including Germany, the United States, etc. But I was thinking that the U.S. one was probably just bought off of Japan.
Yeah, yeah. Well, our man Aristides said what happened is all the American money that poured into their own version of the system. They figured since the Japanese built one that can actually fit on a floating platform, they're going to buy the Japanese one. Yes, that's essentially what Aristides has explained.
Makes sense.
So when it comes to the Silkworm missile system, however, what Brendan is actually referring to is what's called the Sunburn missile system. So if we look at the Sunburn missile system, that's communist China's anti-ship missile. So Sunburn anti-missile, anti-ship missile. So let's take a look at the Sunburn missile. So the Sunburn missile is the NATO reporting name for two unrelated Soviet anti-ship missiles. But the communist Chinese actually call them Sunburn missile systems. They're supersonic missiles that are anti-ship missiles, and they're enormous. These are basically unpiloted planes. So here we are, born ship killer, the Sunburn anti-ship missile, how the Sunburn became one of NATO's. Anyhow, what it is it's essentially one of NATO's biggest Cold War nightmares. It is, if you wish it to be, if you arm it as such. Yeah, it's a nuclear warhead.
It looks like Buck Rogers.
Oh no, it's look, it's Soviet. It's primitive shit.
Right.
It's just primitive shit.
Like those old shows back in the day that would say, the 31st century, and they would be in ships like this. Yeah. That look like that.
Oh yeah, it was the 25th, I think. Century 25. Yeah. It was the 25th century. Yeah. Buck Rogers in the 25th century, and they'd show this.
And they would show up in shit like that.
Yeah.
Like and old school rockets.
Yeah, with frizzing at the end, and it'd be like little sparklers, like a birthday cake sparkler. It'd be like a birthday cake sparkler and it's but at any rate, but this was supposed to be one of the Allies' biggest nightmares because you just point and shoot, but you can't. In other words, you can't scramble its brain, right? It's got no electronic brain to scramble. It's just line of sight, point and shoot. If you're in range, you're dead meat. Especially if it's a nuke. But at any rate, so the communist Chinese are using this shit. But believe it or not, they've modernized it. They've given it a brain, and yes, it could sink an American carrier. And it's basically one TAC nuke takes down one carrier. And America's out of the game because they would just basically sink every, carrier. Now, by the way, in World War II was when we had the concept of where the Navy could have gone. This is one of those might have beens if, like, when you take into account that everything the Americans did in the Pacific theater of conflict in World War II was based on the single factor that the Japanese had taken American territory. They invaded and occupied the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. 1,000 miles of the United States was occupied by Japan. And because of that, Brendan gives us another link here. Here we are. So read this aloud for our listeners, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, Japan now joins the US, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom on the list of nations confirmed to be developing directed energy weapons. China is also suspected to be among them after photos emerged on social media of what appeared to be a Chinese laser cannon on an amphibious transport dock in 2024.
There we are. And so, all of that being said, so Russia is not among these superpowers. Russia is so far behind in tech. Yeah.
They have hypersonics, man.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there. The only thing hypersonic is Putin's mouth.
He said he has drones. He has a drone that can wipe out Florida.
Oh yeah. Putin's such
like the tsunami bomb. You remember that from a few years ago? The tsunami bomb. He's got the tsunami bomb.
Oh, by the way, tsunami bombs are quite real and they have been deployed, but Putin doesn't have them.
Well, he claims to have a UAV, an undersea UAV, basically.
Yes, that's right. Which is
I forgot what it's called right now.
It's a torpedo that is so large that you have to make it a mechanical, automatically remote-controlled submarine. That's what it is. It's an automatic remote-controlled submarine, and you can imagine trying to navigate that and maneuver that.
That's a warhead. That's a nuclear warhead.
That's a nuclear warhead. Yeah. And while this is hardly something that's inconceivable, the Russians, could conceivably make something like that. Look, you don't discount anybody. I'm just telling myself that because you never want to discount anybody, but at the same time, believe me, it's not going to be a factor. The Russians, honestly, if they had this shit, they would have used it by now. And they are quite desperate, and they've been on the back foot forever at this point. The idea that there any hope for the future is beyond sickening. It's sickening because
it's called the Poseidon drone.
Yeah, the Poseidon drone. Yes,
the unmanned underwater vehicle, the UUV.
Yeah, biotic. So, now, just so people understand, in World War II, America's efforts.
This was just this year they tested it.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, there you go. And
Putin says it was a great success.
Of course, he
powered torpedo. It will trigger radioactive ocean swells. There you go.
Yeah, delightful. Yeah, nothing good ever comes out of Russia. Yeah, it's salted nukes at that, so that it'll render the seas and the land that it hits, the tsunami hits, uninhabitable. Yeah, if it blows.
Yeah, you know what's funny is one of the ancient weapons in One Piece is named Poseidon. So he watches. He's an otaku. He watches One Piece.
Yeah, we know that. Well, we know that because we know that he's one of the fucking most decadent degenerate of the Celestials. He'd be one of the Celestials they're talking.
He's a celestial dragon. Yeah, literally.
Yeah,
he's one of those people.
Yeah, in the most negative sense. He's not one of the badass ones that go hunting. No, he's one of the ones.
No, fuck no.
Yeah, he's one of these degenerates. At any rate, when it comes to World War II, here is the problem.
As you say that, this article, sorry to interrupt you again, but as you're saying that, I read this part in the article.
Yeah.
Putin said this over tea and cakes at a hospital in Moscow.
At a hospital, yes.
Talking to wounded Russian soldiers.
Trying to get their morale up. Yeah, don't you guys worry. We've got all kinds of. Oh, go on. We gotta wait.
Cake and cookies.
Yeah. We got the big one. I mean, talk about security violation. It's like, really? That's on the level of Trump. That's on Trump scale of stupidity, where you're just, talking this shit. Anyhow.
Oh, this part, he was telling the truth here. He said, "There's nothing like this."
Yeah, that's
no way
right.
to intercept.
Yes,
yeah, because it's like a fantasy. Yeah, you can't intercept that.
Yeah, you can't intercept a fantasy. Yeah, that's how could you not intercept a remote-controlled lumbering missile the size of a nuclear submarine? It's literally a ICBM underwater.
Originally, I remember when they first said it, they were saying that it would go, it would be like, it would create like vacuum, like what is it called? Like implosions?
It's supposed to be a vortex. It's a vortex. It's a.
I forgot what they have a term for it.
It's a kind of vortexial. I forget the term. Maybe our man Aristides could help us, but a kind of engine underwater that is concavity, concave. What do you call this? I'd rather much look at Brigitte Bardot here than that shit right now. But yes, it's called supercavitation.
Yes,
Supercavitation. Okay, so the supercavitation would take the missile, and it's like a hypersonic missile underwater.
exactly,
So,
exactly.
yeah, and so when it comes to the what I'm looking at here, and let me see, United States bomber carrier. Let me go back to that again, and carrier for bombers. Okay, here we are, carrier for bombers. Just want to make sure that I have other options to look at later. Carrier for bombers. Okay, bombers, and that should give us the right kind of graphics to look at. And there we are. The dedicated bomber carrier. Then I'll save Brigitte Bardot for later. Damn, she's still appearing over here. Okay, we can eliminate that because I've got the actual article. So, in World War II, America's challenge was why it was doing what it was doing. And America could have bombed Japan from the United States quite easily via the Aleutian Island chain. But the Japanese occupied the Aleutian Island chain. And when the Japanese occupied the Aleutian Island chain, then they pretty much eliminated American capacity to bomb Japan directly. When the Japanese maintained occupation of the Aleutian Island chain, 1,000 miles of American territory throughout World War II, America, throughout World War II, had to dedicate 1/3 of all men and materiels in the Pacific theater of war to building the Trans-American Highway system, or the Trans-Alaska Highway, so that they could connect Alaska to America directly through Canada, through a highway that enabled them to ultimately bring by road enough men and materials to bear in Alaska to retake the Aleutian Islands. And this took them 3 years of war to construct and complete. And then by the time they went to attack the Aleutian Islands occupied by the Japanese, primarily Attu and Kiska Islands, the Americans wound up falling prey to Hirohito's strategy, which was to order his men to fight to the death on one island and then retreat in the dark of night from the other island. And when the Japanese fought to the death on one island, the Americans said, well, we've got to bring all our allies in for this. We've got to bring the Canadians in too to take the next island. And then when they attacked that island, the Japanese had left by submarine in the middle of the night. So the Americans and Canadians, invading from different sides of the island, wound up slaughtering each other. And Hirohito just sat back and laughed. This is actually all true story that is completely covered up. Yet
Nice.
you'll find it, if you look it up, you'll find everything I say is true. So, yeah, the Americans and the Canadians slaughtered each other on, I believe it was Kiska. I believe Attu is where the Japanese fought to the death, and Kiska is where they had retreated in the night under Hirohito's orders. And the Americans and Canadians slaughtered each other. But by that time, it was too late in the war for the Americans to bomb Japan from the United States. The Americans had spent the entire war, while doing this, they spent the entire war invading island after island across the Pacific till they were finally in bombing range of Japan. None of that would have been necessary if the Japanese had not occupied the Aleutian Islands. How did the Japanese occupy the Aleutian Islands? During the Battle of Midway. So the Americans lost the Battle of Midway, but they'll never tell you that. The Japanese were more than willing to sacrifice 4 fucking carriers for the sake of occupying 1,000 miles of American territory and preventing the bombardment of Japan for 3 years. Otherwise, the Americans would have been bombing Japan from Alaska 3 years earlier. All of this brought things to a head by the end of the war, where the Americans had to invade island after island, losing thousands of men and expending all kinds of material for logistics operations before they were able to even bomb Japan as a homeland, as a home island. So
This Operation Cottage, like the
Yeah.
way they are trying to spin it is so funny.
what did they say? What did they say? How did they spin
The
it?
Battle of Kiska, they said no actual fighting took place as the Japanese evacuated the island, but American and Canadian troops were still killed and wounded. What does that even fucking mean? They didn't. This battle, and it's battle in quotes. this battle was the last major Canadian Army involvement in the Pacific War. So they were
wiped
they were
out.
so disgraced.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fucking got sent back and shit.
Yes, they were all wiped out. Yeah, by the Americans, no less. And after which point they refused to engage anymore in the Pacific because
How come they won't say like we killed each other? They're trying to like just make it as oblique as possible.
oh, of course, you think they're
There
going to
was no battle. No one was. Nothing happened except they died.
except
You
a
know,
bunch
it's
of
like,
us died. Yeah.
that was bizarre.
Oh,
So it looks like they fought over this island for like 3 years. Holy shit.
yes, yes. They were shooting down American planes from those islands, and the Americans couldn't bomb Japan from the north. Otherwise, the
And
Americans.
the numbers seem kind of fudged. It says there was like 8 people died. I mean, come on.
Oh no, much more than that. Yes, that was they wiped each other out.
Maybe that was like who was left. Like, the
Yeah,
freaking
that was more
stragglers.
like it. Believe me, I dealt with the documents on it, and the Americans and Canadians slaughtered each other on Kiska Island. Yeah, all of that being said, before I get into where the Americans could have gone with their ship or naval development, what is this alternative thing you're bringing up about anthropology? Because we don't want to lose sight of
Oh,
where the-
it's a different topic. We'll
Okay.
just carry on for now.
Okay, so we'll carry on with that later. But when it comes to the naval topic, so understand that here the
Yeah,
Americans.
the more I read,
Yeah,
sorry to
go on.
interrupt again, but the
Yeah.
more I read about this battle of the cottage battle,
Yeah.
it's so bad.
Yeah, tell us. Tell us. Yeah.
It says the lack of a battle raises questions of, basically they're trying to cover it up, and then they say the battle was a missed opportunity. It says the NRMA, this is a Canadian website, so they're referencing like internal laws. And
Yeah.
he said this changed the hostile attitude the Canadian public took towards the Japanese. They basically didn't want to fight after this.
Yeah.
It says other
Cool.
optimistic views, because the fighting had taken place, was way too bloody than what happened at the other Atus. This would have put many conscripts, especially French Canadians, into combat. And had it been as bloody as the other battles, so the Canadians basically pulled, like at home, they pulled out everyone because it was just, they saw it was bad. It was going bad,
Yes.
essentially.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah.
Thank
And the
you.
French Canadians have a lot of pull in
Yes.
Quebec, so they said, we're not sending more people there.
Thank you.
I like this part. It says, more importantly, the Canadian War may have suffered backlash, particularly in Quebec, due to many conscripts being killed or wounded on foreign soil. Canada was fortunate that the Japanese abandoned Kiska without a fight.
Yeah, we
Whatever
kept
that
dying.
means.
Yeah, we kept dying. Yes.
Yeah, there was no battle. They keep saying that. There was no battle.
Yeah.
That's probably what they told them back home. They said there was no battle, and then everyone's dying still.
Yes, yes, but all that is true in the political sense. Like our,
Yeah.
I keep forgetting his name. Our mayor in San Francisco, when he said all the powers back on, he just didn't say
Laurie, Daniel Laurie.
Daniel
Yeah.
Laurie. I can't even remember that guy's name to save my
Yeah,
soul.
he said it's fully restored. He said it's fully like they fixed everything. Fully restored. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he just didn't tell you about at what cost. Yeah, the noise in your ears is deafening, and you don't get to sleep. You either get power or you get sleep. Yeah.
Well, hours after I saw that, it said new power outage, and it showed like a red square over Golden Gate Park. The
Oh,
whole area
man.
was out.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
someone probably like put a potato in the freaking exhaust in one of those things that was driving them crazy. Because they couldn't sleep or some shit, and they just said, "Fuck this whole neighborhood. I'm trying to sleep." Yeah.
I get it. I can understand that. And indeed, here we are on the Infinite Call. Just going back to the Infinite Call, and when we scroll up to where I shared the link earlier, then there was a lot of sharing of different things after that. So let me see. Here we are. So when we go over there to
Those tits. What was that?
it's something all the other guys are saying that wasn't from me. Anyhow, it's just weirdness. But you know, these are the what would you call them? The offenders in question, and you know, they're piled too deep. You know, and about 6 of them in a row next to the defunct powerhouse where they're trying to keep the power on.
Wait,
And
what is that? That's the generator?
these are the generators. These are these 6 generators, and they're piled up too deep, 3 deep in terms of
Blocking the street,
yeah.
blocking the parking.
yeah, and they're next to what is obviously the blockhouse that holds the real generator to keep the generator functioning, so that can supply the energy that's needed. And each one of them sounds like a jet taking off as long as it's operating, and there's no
Good
windows
old
on.
PG&E. Good
Yeah.
old PG&E.
Oh yeah. Like I said, the first thing that came up when I opened my account was I checked the the YouTube channel, which is subsidiary to Google, and the first thing I got was this Sikh with a turban. You know, a Sikh in a turban telling us how he was proud to be represent PG&E and doing damage control. I'm sure that made a lot of white people feel a lot better seeing that. That was yeah, and you know.
Oh, I'm sure it was on Fox News.
Oh yeah.
Like within minutes.
Oh, they
Yeah.
use that. They use that to promote their. But look at
They
this.
already said something like that, like you know, diversity strikes again, or something. It was just something totally unrelated to it.
This
Yeah.
would have reinforced. This would have reinforced all their prejudices. Now look at this. This is San Francisco. This
Yeah.
was. Take a look at this. These lights are all cars.
Yeah, that's when the cars got stuck. Yeah, that's right.
These are all.
That looked like a nightmare. Fuck dealing with that.
And all the way on the bridge. Look at it, all the way up to the bridge.
Like,
These are
imagine
all
how many
cars.
people got like robbed in the streets and shot at while they're all waiting in their cars.
Yeah.
We didn't hear about those stats.
Oh no, but they told people
We were
don't
driving through the Tenderloin in the daytime and we got shot at. So you can imagine how many people got looted and robbed and shit.
Oh yeah, I mean they say right here, during the blackout, San Francisco Department of Emergency Management said on X they urged residents to avoid non-essential travel and treat all traffic signals as 4-way stops because the traffic lights weren't working. Of course,
Yeah, we'll tell that to the Waymos. I think most drivers know that, but not the Waymo. Apparently.
Yeah, the driverless Waymos, they caused a traffic jam because they couldn't interpret that. Now look, here's a map of, there we are, the 1/3 of San Francisco that's without energy still, and all dependent on these like portable generators. That's all a Presidio, baby. All a Presidio. Yeah,
and for some reason, Golden Gate Park too.
And Golden Gate Park,
like heavy on those two areas,
including the Panhandle, including the Golden Gate Park Panhandle. Yes, it's which is
I guess it's all connected.
Yeah, which is where all the hippie kids hang out that do drugs and are dying. You know, they die in public.
Hippie Hill.
Yeah, Hippie Hill. Yeah, all the druggies hang out there and die. It's so sad. And you can imagine them.
So much for going to the museum. Shit. Hopefully they get that shit fixed by the time I get there.
Yeah. No shit. And this is, and why here? You know, but this is Russian Hill.
I don't know what's up with that.
This is where I'm at, Russian Hill. So I'm in the half of the city that works, but you know, this
that one at the bottom is like the Mission and stuff.
Oh man,
right?
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to be there in the dark. Yeah, the Mission Street goes through it. This is Mission. So
that's a weird little isolated section.
Yeah, for this to be happening. Yeah, and it's like, there you go. It's so my son had to deal with the weather, deal with these kind of phenomena in certain parts of the city. Obviously,
how did you guys deal with the storm? It was a pretty big storm.
It was, and I was very concerned for him. That's why he had to come here so late. He had to come here really late, and comparatively speaking, which is how you and I managed to speak before I turned off the phone for security reasons because of the musical note on my video. The weird musical note that was attached to my fucking video.
Yeah, and beyond that, it started saying, listen to this artist on YouTube Music.
Yeah.
I was like, what artist? And I don't think any of us were playing music. I thought maybe like one of us had like music in the background and it flagged it, but no, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But so here is the point. The Americans in World War II, like I said, they were losing men and materials by the tonnage, by the thousands, capturing tiny little island after tiny little island in what they literally called an island hopping campaign of amphibious warfare in order to finally get within bombing range of Japan. All of that could have been avoided if the Japanese had not invaded and occupied Alaska, literally 1,000 miles of Alaska. Now, in order to combat this problem, a genius engineered Project Habakkuk. He developed Pikecrete. His name was Pike. And Pikecrete was his way to make ice never melt. So what he did was he combined various formulae that he had developed to create icebergs that would not melt under any weather. And the idea was that America could avoid all of the island hopping campaigns of World War II with supermassive ice carriers, basically platformed glaciers that would never melt. And they would withstand a nuclear attack. In other words, the nuclear attack might disable everybody aboard, certainly all the electronics, but would not sink the ship. The ship would rock, but unless it were a direct hit and were atomized, it would not melt. It would basically be a highly radioactive iceberg, but it would not sink. This would obviously be taking into account the fact that the Germans and the Japanese had atomic weapons, because remember, this was developed during World War II. So this Project Habakkuk was almost realized. The entire ship, or rather the iceberg platform, was built. And these would be bombers it would carry, not fighters, but bombers. These are medium-range bombers that it's shown carrying. But that way, all of the island hopping campaign would be obviated, rendered unnecessary. And so it was built in the Great Lakes of the United States and eventually dismantled when the ceasefire occurred. However, it was the inspiration for a much more conventional project of the Americans building a conventional bomber carrier. You would wonder why didn't they just carry on with Project Habakkuk? Because they felt it was such a large platform that they felt it would be an impossible target to miss. So you can understand that. But then they developed this conventional carrier for bombers, and then they were confronted with the Air Force claiming, no, we've got the bombing responsibility, and we can bomb any place in the world from out of the continental United States. So what the Navy turned to was a modern fleet plan that actually made sense. So I'm going to have to stop sharing for just a second while I assess that and bring us up to the point where I can move this window, or these windows, where they'll be accessible once the search bar goes back up. So here we are, and we're going to do the screen share again. Now, you just sent some links. So what are these particular links
So
about?
that one's just something from earlier when someone, I think Holly, brought up the Nicki Minaj creature.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
And then now a bunch of people signed a petition to have her deported back to Trinidad. It's
Ah, cool. Cool. Yeah, there you go. You take a stand, you take a fall.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Yeah.
Good luck making money in Trinidad.
Yeah. So when the Navy realized, okay, the Air Force is taking over the bombing capabilities, they're taking over the nuclear capabilities, then what's the Navy's purpose? So that's when the Navy went all out and said, look, when we've got this bomber aircraft carrier that they quit building in just 5 days. That's actually the title of this one article. The Navy quit building a bomber aircraft carrier in 5 days. Okay, bear that in mind. And the reason they did that was they went into a seaplane program where the Navy's entire operational strategy was going to be involved in dispersing their striking power, not concentrating it on vulnerable carrier platforms, but dispersing it so that a single nuke could only take out elements of their strike force. They would have basically flying fighters that were seaborne, in other words, floating fighters that would take off from the sea, floating bombers that would be seaplanes, and floating transport craft to carry the Marine Corps. So this was an example of the United States.
Seems logical.
Yeah, Navy created a far-out seaplane strike force. So this was meant to take the Marines on so they could invade other islands from tiny platforms where the Marines would be floated to the plane, and therefore it didn't matter if the Russians bombarded the coast or the land. All the Marines would already be at sea. The planes would load them up to counter-invade. And of course, these are these supermassive transport planes for the Marines, that they would have seaplane strike fighters that would float on the water and then do interception for the naval bombers. And the naval bombers would be seaplanes that, you know, here we show them repurposed for refueling, but otherwise would have been strategic bombers. This is what the seaplane strike fighters would look like. Incredible nacelle there. I like that nacelle on the nose. And they would just hide in island caves. All of these would be hidden in island caves like the Japanese hid their planes in World War II. So the Americans would just emulate the Japanese of World War II, hide all their fighter planes in island caves, hide all of their strike bombers in little coastal inlets and coastal ports where the strike bombers would then float out on invisible airstrips. All the airstrips would be invisible and marked only on paper because they'd all be at sea. They just literally take off from the ocean to bomb anybody they wanted to in Eurasia or other parts of the world. The Navy was going to go all 100% aircraft. And all the aircraft would be seacraft. Bombers, fighters, and transport, all at sea, that would be parked in caves, in submarine bunkers, submarine pens for the transport planes, and basically at port for the various bombers. So all of this makes perfect sense. Why did the Navy not carry this out? Pure corruption. Pure corruption. They realized, well, since we're just going to fight, we're never going to fight the Russians. We're never going to fight the Communist Chinese. All we're going to do is bombard Vietnam and other little states that can't fight back. We have no need to do any of this innovative shit because we're never going to fight a nuclear war. Why? Because the Russians had no fucking nukes. They had no nukes that were capable of striking the United States. When John F. Kennedy was presented by the Strategic Air Command with the so-called arms gap, the missile gap, they brought to him all these aerial reconnaissance photographs. And they pointed to every grain silo, every war memorial statue, every church tower. And they said, this is a Russian ICBM. And John F. Kennedy said, there must be thousands of them. And they said, that's right, Mr. President. The Russians have thousands of missiles, when they knew full goddamn well, under Curtis LeMay, the Russians had 5. 5 fucking rockets that were capable of some kind of intermediate launch, not even intercontinental. And they said to President Kennedy, we've got to strike back. We've got to make certain we redress the missile gap. We've got to balance. And it's a question of parity. And as a result, everything went into this missile system that made the Air Force rich, where they sit underground, play pool, never see the sky, and maintain missiles and drink coffee all fucking day. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. And the Navy said, well, fuck those fuckers. We could do them one better and just sit on carriers all day and just bomb, countries that can't fight back. So let's go there instead of planning to fight any real nuclear war. Now, if I were in charge, the Navy would reconvert to a seaplane strike force. And the Air Force, we could almost do away with them completely.
Well, that would be practical.
Thank you. That's what it would take to fight a real war.
Well, the Air Force is redundant. Just put them all to Space Force. Just fucking strike it out and put them all to Space Force.
It's
just
like,
say you guys are Strategic Command now.
It's
for aerial protection.
It's an idea that will be seriously considered. I'll tell you that much. It's like, but
like you said, what do they do?
They don't do shit.
The dude I told you about on air before. The dude that was a family member of someone that I knew.
Yeah.
That was in the Air Force. He said that all of his, he was in the Air Force because he was too big to be on any other,
Right, he was too
like,
tall and too big to fit in a cockpit. Yes.
yeah,
So
so
go on.
he never, so they just said, go to the Air Force. You don't have
Yeah.
to run. You don't have to,
Yeah.
you don't have to meet the criteria for infantry.
Oh, yeah, so he was literally
you guys
physically
just-
unfit. He was literally physically unfit, so they told him to go to the Air Force.
Well, I
right?
think when he was younger, he was just too tall or something, and they said that's what the Air Force does. They just carry a bunch of heavy shit and a bunch of these giant wrenches to fix those. They infinitely fix those trucks that are always parked at the fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They never go anywhere. And
Oh,
he
yeah,
told
yeah,
me
it's just maintenance. It's all just maintenance.
yeah, it's all just maintenance. He said every Air Force lot is a bunch of trucks. There's nothing airborne.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
That's what he
Thank
said.
you.
That's what he said.
No, it's so true. So fucking true. Now, here's where we get into the battleships. So, articulating all that we have, where the obviously an aircraft carrier is fucking useless in modern combat. It was never meant for a real war. If they were thinking about a real war, they all would have gone with nautical planes. So let's talk about seaborne platforms. If, however, you're going to have any ships whatsoever, then the battleships would be of the kind of platform that Trump is talking about that could hold enough good shit to defend themselves, lasers, rail guns, and they would be missile launching ships, but they would look more like along these lines. So let me see if I need to move that link.
Well,
And
I never said it was a bad idea. Just
no. I get
his little drawing was a bad sign. I say the AI drawing just made it look cheesy. Just
no. Let's put it this way:
good.
in the way Trump is presenting it, the reason it's so sad is because it's never going to get made during his lifetime. It's just something that's what makes it sad, is that Trump is talking about something that the Navy has not planned for. It would take an act of Congress to approve it. So Congress would have to approve going ahead with it. But what would it look like? Now, the Japanese built a torpedo ship in World War II that was nothing but torpedoes. And so the modern Japanese equivalent would
What
be
do you mean? It was made out of torpedoes?
No,
Or
I mean it was that all it was
armed?
equipped with, all it was armed
Yeah,
with were torpedo racks. So it was a ship
Got it.
with nothing but torpedo racks on it. And so a torpedo officer, by the way, was worth his weight in gold. But just a ship full of torpedo officers that would have been able to have sunk ships and submarines. That was a super modern weapon in Imperial Japan during World War II that had the Americans completely in fear. They were in awe of this concept. The modern equivalent to that, if we were talking about what this platform Trump's envisioning would be, this would be a much more practical, and I'm sharing screen now, this would be a much more practical interpretation. This is just a ship of missile racks and a helicopter for reconnaissance and rescue and even ground attack if necessary. But you take a look at this ship full of missile racks, there's nothing to attack on the hull. So you've got, in other words, it's very low profile. So even at horizon line, very little to take out, but it's a missile launcher through and through. It's a battle cruiser that is the modern equivalent of that Japanese torpedo ship. And
Right.
so this is this is what would be.
How old is this article?
This is from long time ago. We're talking 90s. But you see, none of this was ever acted on. This was engineers
Yeah, I
that
was
were
about to say, like, what
Yeah.
a waste of time making
They-
these plans, good ideas, but nothing was done.
Yeah, which is just pathetic. And you know, the few men on board, it'd be like this. The men who are on board would be here, just positioning, playing canasta. But the ship in action would look something like this. Now, here's a fleet of these ships in action, U.S. Navy Task Force. So these ships, extremely low profile, very difficult to hit. And they would just launch their missiles deep inland or at ships far on the horizon. But this is the idea of the future of war on the high seas. So this would be the control room right there, that little dome. That'd be the little dome up
Right.
front. Yeah, helicopter out and back. But obviously, this is the kind of ship that we would be using.
Like the helicopters for defense or for scouting or something.
To tell you the truth, I have no fucking idea.
It seems kind of like a waste.
It seems almost redundant. It's like
Yeah.
what? But nevertheless, I'll tell you why that's
And
important.
those things on the end were like automated, miniguns basically.
Yes, these.
That was the protection.
Okay, so point that out when it comes by. So we're watching this on the screen. These right here, right?
Okay, yeah, those things at the
Yeah.
very end, those are
Yeah.
real, and they have them on modern ships.
These
They're
things.
like
These two guns. Yes,
Yeah,
got it.
they're basically like automated, anti-aircraft guns that
Yes.
when they're set to attack, they'll attack anything flying by
Yes.
with like a barrage of 50 caliber like shots and shit.
Thank you. That's the flanks.
They're
missile
automated
system.
miniguns. That's the best way to say it. Yeah.
Yes, that's the flanks incoming weapon, flanks defense
Yes.
system. Thank you
Yeah.
for that. Very important point. But this is why the helicopter is important. Okay, from the Japanese naval perspective. From the Japanese naval perspective, the Japanese have all kinds of small ships about this size, cruisers, that all have one helicopter port on the back. Now, the reason the Japanese do this is to render their carriers redundant. Their carriers are highly specialized, and I've already described how their carriers would be used, but your average Japanese ship has a helicopter pad in the back that in wartime would be replaced with a British modeled Harrier carrier, a Harrier carrier aircraft, meaning that it would be a Harrier type VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing craft, which needs no runway. So the Harrier has proved itself in combat during the Falklands War, where they fought the Argentinian Air Force. So the Harrier aircraft needs no landing strip, and it would be perfect for this kind of ship. And the Japanese in wartime would have all of their cruisers, helicopters replaced with a Harrier aircraft. So the Harrier aircraft would just vertical take off and land, and every ship would have strike capability in terms of an aircraft, and that disperses them in nuclear war. So in nuclear war, it gives a wider capacity for aircraft carrier warfare without an aircraft carrier. So the Japanese have an entire navy that compensates for lack of carriers by every ship is an aircraft carrier. Well, one aircraft, a vertical takeoff and landing Harrier combat craft. The Americans never even understood this. They never caught on to what the Japanese were doing. Therefore, aircraft carriers in the Japanese sense are redundant. They are building them for an offensive capability. So despite what many people might think, Japan's naval force as a quote-unquote self-defense force, by building these carriers, is by international law violating its constitution. But every weapon in Japan violates its constitution. So all of that, it renders Japan, of course, it's like the Versailles Diktat. It's a paper shackles, and ultimately will be essentially sundered, shredded the way the Versailles Diktat was shredded by Adolf Hitler. And that's a good thing. That's, of course, a necessity for the rest of the world when we're going to be at war with China and Russia, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. And of course, so that puts this into a perspective now, and hopefully people understand. Certainly people who were able to view this have a much better understanding of what these platforms that America should be building. Sure, why not a bunch of battleship platforms longer than the Yamato? By Trump's own statement, Trump said they would be longer than the Yamato. Sure, build about 25 of those where you've got, super strike capability with the defense capability on the platform itself. Indeed, the platform would have to be that big to have the defensive capability to defend its offensive weaponry. And yet you're not wasting time on planes. You've got a much slimmer space, even though a longer platform, that would actually make sense. Now, does that make sense? Right? It makes sense, right? That's all. Except it's not going to happen on Trump.
It makes sense, but
we don't have the industrial capacity to build it because all our industries would be offshore. So we'd have to offshore the construction. We'd have to offshore the shipbuilding construction to Korea and Japan.
Well, I did see them recruiting for submarine builders recently,
Okay. I
but
mean,
I don't know if it's actually going.
well, we'd have to have a massive remobilization of our shipbuilding industry. Our shipbuilding industry does not have the capacity to build these right now. We would have to revamp
No.
our entire building capacity, our industrial capacity. So, sure, why not go for it? Why not an industrial renaissance building 25 super battleships? Why not? Not with the guns, but with all the technology we've just mentioned. And then you have something that makes sense. In other words, what Trump is saying is that we cannot in any way match the super output of communist China because it's the factory floor of the world. So why not combat quantity with quality? So this would be a classic equation of quality versus quantity at sea, with these new dreadnoughts again being a deterrence in the sense that the original dreadnoughts were. There's a certain logic to it. It appeals to me, but then we would have a severe shortage of escorts. There would still be a necessity for escorts. And those escorts would be more along the lines of the ship that I just showed to Brendan. That wouldn't be so much the battleship. What I just showed you, Brendan, would be more of an escort for the battleship. And we would need to build what for
You're talking
25
about the platform.
Yeah, the platform that we just saw with all the missiles it was firing. That would be more like an
Makes sense.
escort. And so we would need, like, for 25 battleships, maybe about, times 4 to 6 of those. You know, for each battleship, we'd have to have many more of those. Maybe ideally about 6 of them. So, that would be the Navy of the future for floating platforms. That's how I would design the Navy if I were in charge. So, yeah, so let me see, 25 times, it's about
Seems
150 of those.
practical.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That and all the seacraft, that and all the attack seacraft, and we could survive even a nuclear war, militarily, with a coherent force. So that's my father speaking through me, and that should be what we're aiming for in the future.
Your
So,
biofather or I guess both.
both, really. Both, really, yes. So the carriers, of course, they're just a thing. So in reality, this is what gropes my ass. So all the same people who say, oh, battleships, we've evolved beyond battleships, yet you're still maintaining carriers as big as battleships. So if the size of the battleship is what you're, knocking on about, then how can you defend the use of carriers? This is how stupid people are, these so-called armchair and professional experts who are saying, well, the carrier has self-defense. It can defend you because it's got the planes. It's got JPNS. And it's like, no, that's not going to stop a sunburst missile coming in. There's no fucking bird in the sky, as the Air Force would refer to a plane, that can catch a bird that has no pilot and is going at super speed in a single direction. Your plane's not going to intercept that. It's you're not going to outrun that. That plane is useless against incoming missiles, in effect. So it's a system which the carrier is obsolete as much as the battleship, if you're going to make that argument. And that's why I'm just puzzled at the capability of an American's mind to hold completely contradictory concepts in their head at the same time. Yeah, the battleships, they're obsolete because they are sunk by carriers and planes, by carriers like Yamato. And then, yeah, but we have the carriers, they're the same size. They got planes to defend them. They have planes to defend them. How does that defend them from missiles? How does that defend them from incoming surface-to-surface missiles or torpedoes underwater? Do you think the plane can intercept an incoming torpedo from a submarine?
I think it's too much Star Wars and Star Trek. They think there's like shield, forward shields.
Thank you.
Like a bubble around it or something.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's my guess.
Stupid motherfuckers. Yeah, it's like, come on.
Like they like thinking it's like a video game. They're saying, I would just put my shields up.
Yeah. Yes. That's what it comes down to. It's all Star Trek shit to them. Shields up, and we're okay. And hit points. We our hull can take this many hit points. This many hit points,
Yeah,
folks.
exactly.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's the life bar of the ship on the. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, the more armor you buy, the longer the bar is. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it doesn't work like that. And, well, at any rate, so this is the reality of the future of war. And Trump, in this case, one of the few cases, he's ahead of the curve here. The problem is he's talking before we have the industrial capacity in place to realize the vision. But should we get that in place? Should we mobilize our industry? Yeah, go for it. I think it's a capital idea, to use a pun, because these are capital ships. For those of you who don't know, battleships would be called capital ships because they were essentially the capital assets of not just the fleet but the nation. So that's why Japan built three supermassive battleships: the Musashi, the Yamato, and the Shinano, as their Great Wall of China at sea. That was the Great Wall of China at sea that actually served Japan basically as well as it could. Certainly, the Shinano was converted to an aircraft carrier and meant to provide air cover for the Yamato. It was sunk en route, and the Yamato essentially was serving a suicide mission. It was ordered to beach itself on the beaches of Okinawa, where it would use its gun platforms to decisive effect. The men were meant to disengage from the ship itself and actually serve to retake the island as an invasion force, all of the sailors who were crewing the Yamato, because there were that many thousands of them aboard the ship. So all of this is what was at that time. It had its own logic. The incredible thing to me is that how Americans say, oh, the Japanese could never have run these suicide raids from homeland Japan. Where would they have gotten the fuel? It's like, well, Japan was under bombardment for all that time. Where did they get the fuel for the Yamato? It's like, did that just come out of nowhere? It basically, Japan's fuel dumps were massive. They were underground. And because they were underground, they were built in this kind of hourglass shape, like a beaker. And because they were built like a beaker, the Japanese had to go lower men with supermassive pumps into these fuel containment systems underground in Japan to protect them from bombardment, to siphon off the fuel to get into the Yamato. Because physically it would otherwise have been impossible to get the fuel out of the storage into the Yamato. But this survived bombardment throughout World War II. And that was just on the home islands. There was, of course, other fuel being brought in from other points to Japan, which the Americans were claiming to have choked off throughout the war, and obviously it didn't work. So all of this goes into re-educating people about World War II itself in order to get them over their ideas of what a Third World War, or a Fourth World War in reality, since the Cold War was the Third World War in effect and the Soviets lost, and now they're in their own Weimar period where they're trying to recompensate by recovering and retaking. Putin wants to be Hitler. He wants to retake everything he lost, but he's no Hitler, and he can't do it. He's stuck in since he's still fighting World War II, Ukraine.
Well, they were using Nazi munitions.
Thank you.
That last show?
Yes. Yeah. Since they're still fighting World War II, the Russians have turned Ukraine into World War I. They're stuck in trench warfare where nobody's moving. It's a stagnant front. So the idea that he's going to threaten the rest of in fact, it almost forces Putin to launch invasions elsewhere in order to try and compensate for the stagnation of the Ukrainian front, which makes him even more dangerous. But of course, behind him is Xi Jinping. What will make it all possible is Xi Jinping. So believe me, the war that Europe is facing is really a war against China, using Russia as merely its proxy. And as for America under Trump, it's that's like a joke. It's like they're trying to wage war by sanctions on Venezuela. But aside from that, some of these other points you brought up, because I'll go back to Venezuela later. Let's take a look at anthropology and this other. I'll look at the last link first. So this last link provided by, oh, here we are. Viral petition
last
seeking to
link.
deport Nicki Minaj. Oh, that's so fucking
Yeah.
funny. 20,000 signatures. I love it. 20,649.
At least. Sure, it's gone up.
Oh,
At the
shit.
latest, at the latest count, probably double.
Yeah, no doubt. Probably doubled by now. That's good.
It's not like we would lose anything.
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's gaining signatures online as we speak.
Right.
And so
She's no great loss to me.
yeah.
At least
But you know the
from my
funny part?
perspective.
You know the funny part? You know who's signing it? MAGA-tards. MAGA-tards, because all they see is
they
a
don't
colored
even know who
face.
she is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just see a colored woman, and they just say, ah. None of them listen to her music, so they wouldn't know
No,
who she
of course.
is. So yeah, that's
No, they'll just say, "Get her out of there."
yeah,
Yeah.
just get her out of here. Yeah, I don't like her color of her skin. Yeah, and,
Like that. What was that little creep? What's his name?
oh God,
Fuentes.
there's so many of them.
Fuentes.
Fuentes.
He
Yeah,
was saying-
Fuentes. Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying, I don't want to have Indian food with Vance and Usha because I don't want to eat shit.
Yeah.
It's like, dude.
Then Vance told him
Like,
to
what
shit,
are you
right?
eating?
Yeah.
Cheez-Its?
Yeah, no shit. Well, whatever he's eating.
You can't
we
be
know-
eating anything good. Yeah.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, because his brain ain't working. And then how did JD Vance respond? Vance told him to come and eat shit, right?
Yeah, come to my house. That's what he said.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, they deserve each other. And here we are. Anthropology, an insecticide company in Japan, held its annual funeral for mosquitoes and cockroaches to mourn all the pests they killed. There we are. So I can appreciate that to a degree. You notice how all the Americans are ha-haing it? They're because they're all fucking assholes.
Wait, which one was it?
This is the Facebook post about the Japanese exterminators, and they hold a mass for all the insects that they've killed.
Yeah, I love that.
Of course, and then all the Americans are
Because they
ha-haing it.
understand like the karmic implications. Everyone else is saying, I don't understand.
Of course not. That's like
Making fun of them, like you said.
yeah, that's it's typical ignorance, and it's incredible to me how just ignorant people are. And they're not only that, they're just willfully ignorant. They're willfully ignorant. They never want to learn, and that's sad. But what else would you expect from people who started a losing war and think they won it? It speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So let me cut and
I'm
paste that.
stuck here with you.
Yes,
The
yes,
vampire.
yes, yes.
It's a fate worse than other fates, I'm sure.
Yes, it is. Yeah, like we all know you did something horrible in a past life under my orders.
Yeah, most likely. High chance. Yeah, and I could see me saying, "What? This is a horrible idea," and you say, "No, what could go wrong?" And then fast forward 80, 90 years. Yeah, here we are, gone horribly wrong.
Yeah. By the way, did I credit everybody who contributed? I don't think I even credited people who contributed tonight, so I'd best do that. And give everybody a little bit of credit and do a little bit of further monologue tonight before turning in. We'll try and make it to midnight. Let me once again hit that and download that image that you sent from the Japanese exterminator company because here we are. So you see what one individual said, who's apparently Japanese, who pointed out that this practice extends beyond insects alone. Companies whose livelihoods depend on serving eels publicly offer memorial rights through newspaper notices as an expression of gratitude to the lives that allow them to exist. This is the essence of Japanese aesthetics, Japanese virtue, and the Japanese spirit. Those unaware of this must learn far more deeply what Japan truly is. So thank you so much for that, as well as Martina Holman brings up there's a large stone monument on the sacred in Buddhism Mount Koya in Wakayama Prefecture, erected by a pest control company dedicated to the souls of their departed victims. I saw it about 35 years ago. Not
Isn't that
sure.
so sweet?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yes. And then of course somebody else adds something that yeah, let me see. Peter Shuri says, the place I work has an annual ceremony to honor the sacrifices of animals. So good for them. Thank God for that.
Was that a Western country?
Yeah, it's a Western country. Yeah, it's a Western country of all things. And
Okay, well that must be recent, because before no one cared.
yeah, in the old days, nobody cared. So this must be new. Probably they got, a lot of employees who just brought to attention just how bad what they were doing was, and it became, what it was.
Well, I can't believe some of the stuff they were doing and no one was saying anything. That's why I always think of scientists as very suspect.
I understand. Go
They're
on.
like too atheist.
Yeah.
It's like there's like no human. They're like robots,
Yeah.
or they used to be. I don't know. I mean, I haven't dealt with them in years since I was in college, but they were almost like too robotic.
Yeah. Well, that all went back to Sir Francis Bacon, the author of The New Atlantis.
Right.
He was the man who started that kind of mentality where nature is to be reviled as, essentially reviled is what he was saying. But he said nature is ours to,
Yeah.
disassemble, do with what we will, to do with what we will. He
Yeah.
was disgusting. And so people were emulating that forever. And it's only recently people are beginning to grow up and change. Now, I want to take advantage of this moment of reflection, since we're kind of in a reflective mood, to thank Matthew Bush. Matthew Bush sent 25 United States dollars and said, Merry Christmas. So, Matthew Bush, we love you. Thank you, brother. Love you dearly. And Brooke Hagberg, of course, sent her monthly 100 United States dollars by auto payment. We love you, dear Brooke Hagberg. So, dear Brooke Hagberg, we love you dearly. Hopefully someday I'll meet you. Both Brendan and I figured out she's out in the middle of nowhere, Canada. When I tried to mail her a calendar from San Francisco, the post office, even though they had her full address, could not locate it. So it's off the grid somehow. Even though we had the address, they couldn't find it. And I do want people to understand, without this income, without the $125 altogether from Brooke Hagberg and Matthew Bush, again, Brooke sent $100 a month. I ask everyone to emulate her. Matthew Bush sent his $25. God bless you, Matthew Bush. He's been listening forever, since back when I actually had a Facebook page, since back in Revolution Radio days. And as for the week, I mean, all I need to do is show people my calendar, the one Amy Como wanted to make public, and people would get an idea of just why these contributions are life and death. I'm going to be sharing the screen for a few minutes with our man, Brendan Zogit and Aristides. I mean, you take a look at just tonight, the 28th, and my check from my SSDI does not deposit until the 3rd. So between the 28th and the 3rd, without your contributions, I would have nothing. So I want people to appreciate that fact. And this is all throughout the Nipponjin Ganjitsu no Shogatsu, the Japanese people's New Year's Day and Good Year bank holiday season. We've got no Meals on Wheels delivery on January 1st. They'll give us some extras on tomorrow's delivery, which I'll have to wake up in time for. My PC might even be upgrading on the 30th, along with everything else I have to tend to. Yeah, I'm presuming the bank will be open on the 30th, because it's not going to be open on either New Year's Eve day or New Year's Day itself. We can probably bet on that. So I'll have to buy the money order to pay my rent Tuesday. And it means I'm just going to be active all day. And all that being said, what a week. And it starts off stressful. Everything has to be done at once. It only kind of gets more and more stressful from there at times. Let's hope that's not the case this month. But definitely, It's without your contributions, everybody out there, I wouldn't survive to do the next show. Sammy Romero called me before the weekend, before I left. Again, he was able to catch me because Ed had to come a little later than usual in order to cope with the weather and the impact it had on the terrain. And we spoke a little bit. I want to thank Sammy Romero. I'm using his new slippers now. The electric blanket has really kicked in and is doing its job. I didn't need to add the second blanket yet, so I'm keeping that in reserve. So I'll still consider it on some nights when the weather's getting really bad. And a shout out to Brooke Elizabeth Gibson. Brooke Elizabeth Gibson, I sent her an article on the fact that ADHD might be quite the creative advantage. She really appreciated that. She said she's turned more people onto our show and given us some new listeners. I believe her and I thank her for it. Love you, Brooke Gibson. And besides, we love you dearly simply because you've been so impacted by first Michael Aquino and then Peter Moon. Honestly, you've been through it all. And as well, of course, I guess now we can get into the meat of tonight, talk a little bit about Unterland, if I get to it. Or we can bring up the fact that on Christmas Day, of all days, Trump issued a really foul warning. Donald Trump chose to call Democrats scum, not criminals.
Not
Yeah.
to mention the actual ritual killings
Oh,
in
tell them.
Nigeria.
Yeah, tell them about this. Yes, please, by all means.
That was his Christmas gift. He literally said, destroyed a bunch of evil Nigerians because they killed Christians. Merry Christmas. Yeah.
On Christmas. Yeah.
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 That's new. You know, I mean, nice.
Yeah.
Nice of him.
Yeah, like Holly said, she feels safer in bed at nights now that Trump has killed a bunch of random Nigerians. That it's holy fucking shit. Thank you for that. So true. Now, as I said, on Christmas Day of all days, Donald Trump chose to issue this foul warning calling Democrats scum, not criminals, not misguided, not wrong, scum. Here we are. Infinite Call. Sammy's joined us. Says, hi, Doug, Brendan, and Era. Welcome aboard. So did you hear what I said, Sammy? Your electric blanket has really kicked in. It's operating at full power now. And so I'm saving the other in reserve. But your new slippers, I just put my feet in them literally this morning for the first time. They're wonderful. Exactly what I needed. God bless you, dear Sammy. And so tell us how you doing and what brings you aboard. Feel free to cathartic and vent with any frustrations, by the way, and tell people what happened in Southern California during Christmas. All the people in their cars in Christmas. Tell people a little bit about this nightmare.
First off, those slippers are probably not my idea. They're probably my wife's, so I can't really take credit. But
they're exactly what I needed because they're very thick soles, which is what I need. Very thick soles, and so they'll last forever.
Yeah, otherwise it'll get eaten by the dust mites that are the size of cats.
It's true. Yeah, yeah. So So Maria, we love you. God bless you, and thank you for taking care of our man Sammy. He needs adult supervision, and
really the rains in Southern California really impacted traveling. That was pretty much in a nutshell. We have people stranded in the Grapevine, the high desert. People trying to go around the Grapevine and were just sent back. People spend their nights, their Christmas Eves, in their cars.
God damn.
It was that bad. It was pretty much. It was a storm. It was pretty much a storm of great proportions. So, I mean, then again, Southern California is not the most prepared for rain.
It's level, and also the fires have burned away all the trees whose roots hold the soil together, which led to massive flooding. But beyond that, you notice Sammy didn't say it was the storm of the century, because unfortunately these storms are becoming all too common to say storm of the century anymore. Continue, please. Yeah.
Well, it's really just it's one of those things where you know the Southern California area has to figure out how to harness all this rain. It's the actual drainage system is only designed to pretty much just drain everything to the Pacific Ocean. And there are aqueducts, kind of, but for the majority of that rain, it goes to waste. And really, what it comes down to is funding. You know, obviously, our
According
government
to
right now.
Newsom, he said he's going to capture. He said we're capturing more than we've ever captured.
Well, Newsom
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah, Newsom's gonna say what he wants to say because he wants to be in that White House.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
and I'm not saying I won't vote for him, but I mean, with this current administration, it's who even knows if he's gonna run because Trump's gonna want to roll even when he's in a casket. So it's it's one of these things where you kind of have to play day by day. But as far as this rain, it's um, our I mean, living in Southern California the way I did for so many years, the infrastructure there is really bad.
Yeah.
Because it's really bad. It's just these rains are very destructive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so please continue. Explain to people a little bit about the grapevine. They may not understand you when you use that term. Is he with us? I guess he got.
Yeah, the grapevine is pretty much
Yes.
the grapevine is pretty much the gate to Southern California. It's pretty much a giant hill, a giant pretty much mountain range that you have to travel. To.
It's the only way to get from north to
pretty
south.
much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. If not, then you have to go through the high desert, which is it's pretty much around that chain. It's just you're going through the desert. So you pick your poison, but it's pretty much roughly the same.
Yes.
So
it's the place where it's the route that Peter Moon's parents blew up on.
That's right.
Remember he was saying that?
Yes.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Yeah, his
so it's actually pretty dangerous depending on the weather conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So people like wipe out on there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
But usually there's so much traffic, nothing happening because it just backs up over by Bakersfield.
Well, one of the things that obviously I've been seeing is a lot of big rigs that are flipping over. A lot of commercial vehicles just have a bad time when it comes to these elements because, well, I'm opening a can of worms, but it has to do with a lot of inexperienced drivers, a lot of foreigners that just don't practice common sense as far as speeding in a large commercial vehicle.
Yes.
So it's just it's you throw that in the mix, it's just bad.
Yes.
Mostly Indian truck drivers, I'll just say.
Well, of course.
Because in their country, they just drive. Like it's either start, it's go, stop or go. There's no like rule or anything.
Yeah.
Even if you're on a mountain, they go like full speed.
Well, actually, one of the things that I've always found frustrating, and it's just not just to Punjabis or Indians, a lot of Asians right off the boats, that have access, that get sponsored by their families and work in these type of industries, is actually communicating. When I worked in logistics with Cathay Pacific, and they were delivering, dangerous goods, I literally had to break out my Google Translate and, try to communicate with them, which is, it's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun because with me, I didn't really take an excuse of I didn't speak English as an actual excuse. I actually broke out my Google Translate, and I would painfully, and they would hate it. That's the thing about it. They would hate it because I'm actually I'm giving them customer service. That's what I'm trying to do.
Interesting. Why did they hate that? Why did they hate that?
Well, it depends. Some of them
They're probably
were
lying about not speaking.
right.
Oh,
Some of them
interesting.
were kind of annoyed, but some of them appreciated it. It's just when I'm trying to explain to them regulation about, you can't send this cargo aircraft only can of paint on a passenger flight in Mandarin, and obviously I'm speaking American.
Go on.
I'm
Sorry.
speaking American English. It gets a little dicey, but it would get the job done. Or they would ask me a dumb question like, "Well, what do I do?" My question to them was always, I'm not the shipper. I'm just reviewing your documentation. You're gonna have to tell the shipper, who is your boss, who sent you here to deliver this freight, to fix it. That's pretty much it. The only detail I really got into is, you broke this rule, or you need to fix this clerical error. So that kind of barrier, they usually try to forward me to someone that speaks English, but at the same time, dealing with someone who is, a Chinese American is also sometimes a barrier, because depending if they're like Doug, who can actually communicate, rather than socially awkward.
Right, which so many of them are. Which so many, the majority of them are.
Right, and it's or they're just inherently just racist, or and it is what it is. I'm not, everybody has their quirks, but they a lot of them they feel a little uncomfortable with talking to a brownie like me.
Right,
it is what it is. And it's I don't find it a big deal. It's just
They don't like getting
do you,
checked on rules. I know that. And
right, of
working at the
course,
casino.
of course, well, especially when the gardener is tying up, according to them. But it is what it is. Obviously, I have to laugh for myself, but there's always that language barrier. But especially now with Indians are getting a very bad rap right now, which it is justifiable. It's just the problem is it's still going on. Commercial vehicles right now on the road, especially in California, are a huge problem, and that's what I was just looking at this weekend, as far as in Southern California, and really just in in my area. It's just a lot of it's people need to be careful and really have your head on a swivel, because these commercial vehicles are bad. They had a FedEx truck with two double trailers, going on the fast lane, 60 miles an hour, and it jackknifed, and pretty much one of the trailers pretty much exploded. There were like packages everywhere, and the guy was pretty much oblivious to what he was doing. And a lot of the times, it's mostly they just act ignorant, like they don't know what's going on, or they just they're emotionless. There's no remorse, or some type of accountability.
Right.
You would think you'd be like, oh shit, I fucked up, but a lot of the times they don't. They're just blank, and
Yes.
they almost look entitled, which that angers good old American Whitey.
Yes.
He gets angry because only he can feel entitled. How dare you kill somebody and feel entitled? Only it's my
that's my
you guys know what I
privilege.
mean.
That's my privilege.
Exactly.
My prerogative. Yes.
Yes, we kill indigenous people and call it Thanksgiving, and all this mumbo jumbo that obviously you guys know where I'm trying to head. It's one of these things where it's just you're dealing with the world, and being around a lot of ethnicities and a lot of cultures, you take the good with the bad. I have my quirks, as far as who I tend to really just keep my distance, and it's just, to me, it's better that way. And to tell you the truth, it's usually um, uh, my own. It's usually your own that, at least in my testimony, I really sometimes struggle with um, other Chicanos or other people of my background because um there's just certain things I I've learned to assimilate in this country, but there's also certain stereotypes. Even sometimes I fall into it. But what frustrates me sometimes is, my own culture is um a lot of times it's just, you have to live with it. And I'm sure you can understand, you living in San
Absolutely.
Francisco and you being, Pacific um Asian or American, there's not many of you guys.
That's
So
right.
it's kind of like, it's you pick your poison. Like when you can, as far as myself, with Chicano, um, even me, I have to kind of uh I tend to stay away from certain stereotypes as much as possible. And it's not that, they don't have their place. It's just being in the work field or being in the work world, there's definitely cliques. You have to pick your poison.
Yes.
Unless you're, own your own business, and even then, you have to kind of know how to move. And it's just the reality. But nevertheless, back to the weather. The weather was in it greatly impacted this whole area in California where I'm at. It's I just hope, in the future we can at least try to harness all this water. I think this would be
An
an
excellent
extreme
idea.
advantage.
Yes.
Tulare Lake, which is pretty much extinct in the Central Valley, was probably the biggest lake in this whole, you know, nation at one point. You look back in old maps, with me studying land surveying and stuff, I looked at old maps of Lake Tulare, and it was a massive lake.
Yes.
You're talking a lake that there's reasons why, the Japanese Americans used this area, of
Yes.
California, the Central Valley, to, build their wealth. And obviously it was stolen from them. But, um, you know, uh, this California really needs to kind of, um, try to at least head in that direction where we can continue being the breadbasket of the world. And obviously politics plays a huge influence in this, but, um, you know, our, our pretty much our ability to grow food is pretty much our our power.
Yes.
We don't really manufacture anything. We
Truly.
don't.
That's right.
We're just a big distribution hub. So
Yes.
food is probably our last bastion of actual power. So you can even argue, we're the Ukraine of North America. You know,
Yes. Absolutely.
so
Good
in a lot
parallel.
of ways,
Good.
well,
Good call.
exactly.
Go on.
Um, in a lot of ways, this water needs to be harnessed, and maybe in the future, if we do get someone that, maybe it's Gavin, maybe he can stop moosing his hair and trying to be a good old boy, a closet good old boy,
Which he can't
maybe
do.
he
He
can.
can't carry it. He can't carry it. But go ahead.
Well, you know what I mean. It's one of these things where either you're going to commit or you're not. You can't play both sides of the fence. You can't, you know, tap into your good old boy privilege and then want to be a progressive the next, and try to have a penis measurement with Trump. There, there's going to have to be diplomacy. There's going to have to be some type of you know actual resolution and problem solving. And it's really, all we're really talking about is basic shit,
Thank you. So true.
because, you know, let's just have the luxury of hating each other. There's nothing wrong with hating each other. We don't have to all get along, but um, I mean, seriously, it's that's not going to happen, But
Yes.
you know, I don't have to like Brendan, and he doesn't have to like me, or vice versa. But hey, let's not go hungry and die. But you know, and really, I'm talking ABC 123 basics here, but at this current time, the way we're looking at the landscape, we're literally in a freight train, and we have a senior citizen who is pretty much half dead already,
Yeah.
conducting. So, and that's really all we can kind of hope for. But I don't mean to sound morbid. It's just a reality. I can, we can go on for hours, but this rain really is a blessing in disguise, because it can kind of show the state that we need to harness this, because in a lot of ways I'd rather have this rain than have all this drought that we've been having. This drought that has been killing us, but these wildfires are not far off either. That's the crazy thing about this global warming is you could be underwater 1 month and be in hell the next.
Yeah.
It really does affect that bad. The seasons swing that fast.
Yeah.
So it's just food for thought. I think everybody in the state kind of gets it, but even where I live, that we didn't see the sun for almost 3 weeks, so it was pretty much like a proverbial fog.
Jesus.
So in Red California, that's, I mean, I've been living here maybe about a year, and it's I'm kind of used to it. I grew up here, but I'm here as an adult now, and it's kind of like, when am I going to see the sun? You have Brandon, who lives up north than me, and I'm sure he can relate. I didn't see the sun. I don't know if he did, but it's just you roll with the punches. But it does make me. I do miss Southern California. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, they got hit hard.
Yeah, it was foggy for like almost a month.
Yeah.
So we didn't see the sun for a while. So yeah.
No.
You would think you're in Seattle or something. I don't know.
Right.
But they at least the weed is probably better over there now. But I don't even smoke. That's the crazy thing about it. It makes you want to smoke, because it's like, damn. But anyways, my life's been going okay. I've had my battles like everybody on Team Dietrich. Obviously you mentioned Brooke. I crack on her a lot and poke fun at her, but she's like a big sister to me. It's just life is lifing. Like I'm no different. Obviously, Doug, you have your battles.
Yes.
Pretty much almost every day. You're pretty much a targeted individual, but
Thank you. Yes.
obviously, Brandon, he was in an accident a couple years ago, and and that's just me, what I can remember.
Oh, tell Sammy about those latest attacks from the roof, Brendan. You had these men literally throwing explosives and
which one?
Oh, projectiles. Yeah, nailed projectiles. Nailed projectiles. They thought he was you. They looked at the dossier and they saw some poor fucker with glasses, and the guy, what ethnicity is he?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell Sammy about that.
I don't know exactly Eastern European, but basically some people, which were adult age people, they weren't kids, but the cops said, oh, it was just some kids. But basically, some electricians at my industrial work site got like things thrown on them at them from the roof, and when we took the police there to investigate, it was these pieces of wood with nails sticking out of them. And so the electricians were pissed that people were throwing stuff at them, and it happened to be the one electrician with like these kind of like thicker plastic glasses,
Buddy Holly glasses
I used to wear.
Yeah,
the type that I used to wear in the past. So I was just telling Doug, like, they have an old ass picture of me somewhere.
Yeah.
And they said, that's him.
And they were
throwing
they were throwing the barrel bombs first. These are bone breakers. If they explode in your hand, you lose both your hands. They were throwing these, M80s, I think they call them, right?
Oh yeah. So this attack started with like they were throwing like pieces of dynamite on the roof, like literally down the vents to like in the building that I was in. It was like rattling the building. I thought something was, I thought it was like something serious was happening.
It's pretty much terrorism. That's what it is.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, and the cops said, "Oh, it's no big deal."
First they
Right,
wouldn't
right.
come. They waited till they left before they even showed up. They dragged their ass.
Yeah,
to
it was
get-
like clockwork. It was like clockwork, almost like they were, I don't want to say they were in cahoots, but it was like the second the other guys chased them off the roof, then they showed up and they said, "Where'd they go? You didn't get them?" And I'm like, "What do you mean we didn't get them?" It's like they're probably still on the roof. And while I was telling them, "Look, they're probably still up there," they just sat in their cars. They didn't even go around the front. Nothing.
God damn.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably bought them a beer after. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
You know,
Sammy
Oh.
knows the score.
I,
Yeah, of
I had
course.
to deal with airport police all the time, and you talk about incompetent, just lazy. I would
Yeah,
have
do
to say
nothing.
they're lazy slugs. Like
Oh yeah.
we had a demolition next to our building, and we had a. It's funny when there's demolition and there's metal all around, it attracts just a seething horde of bums.
Yes,
You know,
it
of low
does.
lives.
Yeah.
They
Why does it
just
do
come out.
that? Do they have magnets in their nose? It's like they're like pigeons. They've got this
They-
guidance.
They
Oh,
come out of they come out of trash can, toilets,
Yeah.
you name it. They just, and there was this guy who he obviously, this guy was a vagabond or something, but he had a brand new pickup truck. I'm not lying to you. This was a cherry brand new pickup truck.
all his money went
with
into
exa-
that. Yeah. or he
I don't
stole
know.
it. Or he stole
Look,
it. Thank God. Yeah.
Either he's getting great government assistance or something. Maybe he's probably ex-military in my opinion.
Probably.
He's
That's
getting,
it. That's it. That's
Yeah.
what it comes down to.
but he has this massive German Shepherd with him in
Of course.
the truck.
Of course.
And he was collecting metal, and we had to report him, but the cops pretty much just didn't do anything. They kind of just talked to him, joked around with him, and they just let him go.
Jesus Christ.
They didn't do anything. So it was one of these things where it's like, it makes people don't want to deal with it. It just makes you just look the other way,
It's true.
which is also bad, but it's at the same time, it's you almost get treated like the criminal yourself, and you're just
for
trying
calling
to
them, for disturbing them, for disturbing
Absolutely.
the cops. Yeah, they'll
So-
say, "You're disturbing my peace."
Pretty much.
That's
Oh,
their
yeah.
attitude.
Yeah, if I didn't have 4 people with me calling the cops, they would have hassled me because they did it before. When I got fireworks shot at me, I told Doug about it. It was
Yeah.
like they literally shot it at my car at literally open barrels of chlorine, like trying to blow me up.
Yeah.
Literally shooting explosives at my car at an industrial site full of open
Chlorine.
chemicals.
Yeah.
And they showed up and they said, "Oh, this is nothing. We're not even going to take a report." So I had to call back the next day or the next working day after the holidays and force them to come take a report.
Yeah.
And even then they said, "Oh, we don't, it would be a misdemeanor if anyone got caught. Are you sure you want to do this?" and shit like that. So they talked me out of doing like a full report, but I
Stupid
still got it
bastards.
on record. Yeah,
Thank
it's just
God. Yeah, the
ridiculous.
important thing is to get it on record. But then when they
Yeah.
showed up the next time, if it weren't for those other guys there, believe me, they would have said that Brendan is basically
I'm
a
insane.
vexatious, what they would call a
Yeah.
vexatious litigant, meaning that, he's a lunatic who's reporting things out of his own sense of paranoia. And believe me, they do
Yeah.
that. They'll do that. But
They would have. They
yeah.
would have if it wasn't for the electricians, because
Yeah.
the people on the phone, the dispatchers were saying, "Is there anyone else there?" Like as if that was important. "Is there anyone else there?"
Oh
And I
yeah.
said, and I said, "Yes, there's 4 people here." And then while I was on the phone with her, the other guy came up and said, "Hey, I had to call dispatch as well." And so she heard it, and that's when she started taking the report. She wasn't going to take the report because obviously my name was there as like the overreacting night
Right,
guy.
that's right. In other words,
Yeah.
you're blacklisted. You're blacklisted.
Yeah.
Sammy, are you still with us to say goodnight? He says he has to get going. So, Sammy, if you're still
Oh,
with us,
apologies. Carry on.
No
No,
worries.
Carry on. It's
yeah. So no, it was fine. It was fine. Let's take a look at the call here. And Sammy had to go. We love you dearly, Sammy. Share that love with your family. And of course, right now we just got a link from Brendan Zogid about Trump and Zelensky. It's like I could not
Yeah,
imagine.
did you see that?
Oh,
Did
it's
you see
so
that?
awful. Go on. Yes, and tell
So
us your
he,
own impression of
like
this.
the original report
Yeah.
was he was supposed to meet Trump himself.
Yeah.
And then in this next report, he says he's going to call Putin while he's there. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What's the point? What's the point?
Why
Yeah.
even go there?
Yeah. It's like, now, correct me if I'm wrong on this. Could you rephrase that? Because my understanding is what you said is that Zelensky was going to meet with Trump, but then one of them's getting on the phone with Putin. Is that Zelensky or Trump?
Oh, Trump.
Oh, Trump's getting on the
It's
phone. So,
did it not show up because the Japanese couldn't report it?
okay,
Like
okay.
they had to change the title, right?
Oh,
Let me
okay,
see.
Trump Zelensky discuss Ukraine Russia plan says challenges.
Yeah, okay,
say
they
challenges
changed the
remain.
title.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tell you the original title. Hold
Yeah.
on. Oh, it looks like they were forced to change the title. Okay, so
Yeah.
the original, I'll find it on the app, the NHK app, because it still has the original title. Let me see if I can get to it.
Yeah. But just so people know, the fact that Trump calls Putin is like he has to get Putin's approval for anything he does. That's what makes this so disgusting. And we've got to get.
It looks like the Western media caught on and told them to scrub it because
Yeah, of course,
it's no
because
longer up.
Yeah, because they expose.
But the original
Yeah.
article said Zelensky to meet Trump in whatever Miami or wherever the hell they're
Yeah, that's
going,
right, Miami.
Florida.
That's right.
And then
Florida.
in like semicolon, Trump will call Putin.
Right. Oh,
So
okay. Got
originally
it.
the deal was they were going to meet just independently, but then, Trump said, no, I'm going to call Putin while you're here.
Oh,
So it's just
goddamn.
totally shysting him.
Yeah. It's just there's no point. Yeah. It's so, but Trump would do that. I can't even imagine being Zelensky in his place. It's horrific. I know you have no sympathy for him.
No,
He serves his purpose in that, without
they're all pawns. Yeah.
Well, without a Jewish president, Ukraine would have gotten no help. But at the same time, he turned traitor on his own country, and on October 7th, during Israel's self-orchestrated attack, then he turned around and said, "Oh, give it all to Israel. You don't need to help us. Give it all to Israel." And that, so
Right,
at that point,
I don't want to say too much, but he's basically, to me, he's just controlled opposition. I don't
yes.
think he actually cares about those people that he claims to, as much as he claims to.
Based on what he did on October 7th, I'd have to agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nevertheless.
And he's just there as a convenient actor where they just say, yeah, look at he's fighting,
Yeah.
while he has multi-million-dollar mansions in Europe and in England.
Yeah.
So don't let him fool you.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. It is what it is. At the same time, forget him. The Ukrainian people have to win. We have to defeat Russia in the Ukraine because of the history, which goes back to Ukraine siding with the Third Reich. And this is why to Putin they're all Nazis. But understand, Ukraine sided with the Third Reich because the Russians killed 15 million of them, far more than people died in the Holocaust, over twice as many by the reckoning of the Jewish community itself. So this is truly a genocide the Ukrainians have suffered. And here we are. Yes, that's right. Israel recognizes Somaliland as an independent state.
Can you explain this a bit? Yeah, and I apologize to Sammy for cutting him off there. He had more stuff to say.
Sammy.
When he comes back, he can.
Sammy, just come back to us when you can, and if not tonight, on Wednesday night. He's fine. Sammy's fine. He has.
Yeah. Well, usually I let him talk because he has time constraints. So that was my bad.
No. It all worked out fine.
What do you think
Believe me.
about Somaliland?
It's
what exactly do they want with Somaliland?
This is like,
okay. It says Israel has recognized the self-declared Republic of Somaliland as an independent and sovereign state.
And so, do they have a map?
In the spirit of the Abraham Accords? No, they don't have a map.
Okay,
but I can get one.
Okay, so all right. So this will take my. I'm certain I know which part of
it's like this spit of the. It's right under Djibouti.
Yeah.
It's like this country that It's the official Republic of Somaliland in the Horn of Africa, bordered by Djibouti in the northwest.
Okay.
Here, I'll send you.
Thank you.
This is bizarre because their state religion is Islam, so it's
of
like they're
course.
not Jews.
It's well, there's all political
Maybe they
reasons
just
for
want
it.
to base
No,
there.
no,
Like,
I'll
it
get
would
there.
make the most
I'll
sense.
tell you. I'll tell you. But
You
so
still want the map?
please, I want to see the map you got, and then compare it with the map as that I understand. Because this is going to take some explaining, and obviously
Well,
this
okay.
is
Well, let me charge my phone before you start explaining it. Hold on a
okay.
sec.
So charge your phone. Make certain you get your phone in the charger, and it'll be important that you do so. When I okay, here we are.
So here's this, and then it's like Puntland is their, like, I guess, their offshoot
Yeah,
kingdom.
yeah, kind of. Well, it's all it's all. Let's just put it this
So
way.
so they're gonna cut off parts of Somalia, basically, is
Well,
what's happening.
yeah. Well, Somalia is already cut off by Ethiopia, and a redrawing of the map is completely necessary for a just and lasting peace in that part of the world. And believe me, my sympathy is with Ethiopia. But honestly, I could understand the purpose of a united Somaliland. By that I mean Somalia to a degree. At the same time, I'm also for exactly what the Israelis are trying to prevent. And so this brings us back to what happened with World War II. Now, Allies stripped Italy of all of its colonies, but because the Axis won the war, the Italian troops went back to invade Somalia. So for those of you who don't know, try and get this through your heads because you're never taught it in history books. 5 years after 1945, in 1950, Italian troops invaded Somalia, and it became Italian. They were over control of Somalia in 1950. This is after 1945. So what happened was in 1947, Italy signed the Paris Peace Treaty, which renounced all claims to its pre-war colonies, which included Libya, Eritrea, Italian Somaliland, and the treaty stipulated that the future of these territories would be decided collectively by the Soviet Union, Great Britain, the United States, and France. If these powers failed to reach any agreement, within a year, it would be given to the United Nations General Assembly to make a decision with all four victorious powers participating. And they all had very different objectives, and the Italians said, fuck you, we're reoccupying. So the Italians reinvaded Somalia, and the Allies could do absolutely nothing about it. So just understand that half of Somalia is occupied by Ethiopia, whom the Italians were fighting in World War II. And because the Ethiopians occupied half of Somalia, that was part of the reason the Italians said, well, how can you support black expansionism and deny us our land, which is our outlet to the Indian Ocean? So because these European colonies had historically excluded native populations from governance, these populations were seen by the United Nations, recognized as lacking any administrative experience necessary to manage a modern independent state. So the United Nations was forced to introduce a trustee system that they got from the League of Nations, where territories would be placed under the administration of a great power to prepare them for self-governance and eventual independence. Now, Britain simply viewed trusteeship as a strategic extension of their imperial colonialism and expansionism, and this was particularly evident for Britain's ambitions in Libya, which was a former Italian colony that was considered vital to British shipping lines in the Mediterranean. And so the British invaded Libya, which resulted in the Soviet Union sponsoring Muammar Gaddafi to throw out the Brits. So the Mediterranean base for their fleet, well, that was rejected by Soviet diplomats. They opposed any form of trusteeship. They advocated for the immediate independence of all former Italian colonies so they could infest them with communist movements to make them satellite states of the Soviet Union, just simply Soviet Russian imperialism. But the Soviet influence in Africa was opposed by the United States, and so the direct administration of the United Nations, well, at that point, the United Nations really was going to send in peacekeeping troops to occupy Somalia, which would have been the Swedes. The Swedes always regained combat experience by serving as United Nations peacekeepers. But because the Swedes didn't do well in Africa because of the sunlight, it's just too hot, basically France supported Italy regaining control of its colonies. It's not because the French had forgiven the Italians who had invaded them in World War II, but it's because granting independence to those territories would inspire France's own colonies to rebel in Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, and then thereby undermine their own colonial empire. So the four powers failed to reach any agreement within the 1 year deadline, leaving the decision to the United Nations General Assembly, and this shift meant that the colonial powers now had to negotiate with Asian and Latin American countries, which were themselves all former colonies, and as such were less sympathetic to European ambitions. And the end result was, in the power vacuum, basically the most developed former colony, Libya, and Eritrea, was ceded to Ethiopia, which expanded as a black African colonial empire. With Libya being essentially occupied by the Brits, well, the Soviet threat then became acute, and because the Soviets began to launch all these insurgencies, the only people that knew how to stop it were the fascists of Italy. And Italy, sent in the troops. As a result, they administered Somaliland under the United Nations trusteeship as if they had won the war, because the Axis effectively had. Italy joined NATO, and assigning Somaliland to Italy meant that NATO could then protect the Soviets, Somali from invading Soviets. So this means that the fascist Italia was then recognized as essentially a member of the West, and just to keep Somalia out of the Soviet sphere of influence so they could dominate the Red Sea. And so the Italians administered it until 1960, and then it was forming the Somali Republic together with British Somaliland, and it degenerated into piracy, Islamic fundamentalism, communist insurgency, and ultimately, as a counterinsurgency launched by the Americans, it was occupied by Osama bin Laden. And Osama bin Laden's first battles against the United States were in Somalia. So that's where he honed his cutting teeth, or cut his teeth to a honed edge, fighting the Americans with what were called technicals, or the Al-Qaeda operatives that served as the heavy guns of the Somali warlords and pirates. And the end result was, looking at these maps provided by Brendan Zogit. Now, read out what you've sent to me. This is important about Israel's involvement here. Okay, so read what you've sent to me to show Israel's reason for involvement geostrategically, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, well, the second part seems to be the key, but it says Somaliland is located along Israel's sea lanes and sits on the opposite shore from Yemen, where the Houthis, an armed hostile group to Israel, have their stronghold. And in the past, media reports have stated that Israel and the United States were considering Somaliland as the destination for relocating residents from the Gaza Strip. There you go.
Now, all of that is profoundly important. And it's also to prevent something else that I support. So to basically do the screen share here, let's see if we can do that. Do a screen share here. And then we're going to try and go to Somalia. Here we are, images of Somali maps. So can you see this, Brendan Zogit? Can you see these other different maps here that I'm showing you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So out of all of these maps, the most important thing to remember is that Somalia is effectively just, it's a shit show. It's let's look for map of United Somalia. United Somalia, to see what Somalia, quote unquote, should look like. Map of United Somalia. So if we were to take a look at a map of United Somalia, here we are. Greater Somalia, as it would be called. This is probably a good start right here.
United States of Greater Somalia.
Yes. This would be what a United Somalia would look like. And I would support a United Somalia to a degree, but I still want parts of it reserved for a purpose that the Gypsies, which is a horrible name, they do not want you to refer to them by that name. The real name is Romani. But what happened was after World War II, this completely unnatural angle here, all of this is artificial. This is a boundary created by Ethiopian invasion. Ethiopia's outlet to the sea should actually be through Kenya or the south, because Kenya itself has a artificial boundary created by colonialism. So if Ethiopia were to expand into the sea, it would be towards the south. Right now, Ethiopia is trying to regain Eritrea to get an access to the sea, but they're really still blocked from the Indian Ocean and stuck in the Red Sea, which is kind of like a dead end. So Eritrea really isn't the solution to Ethiopia's problems. The real solution to Ethiopia's problems would be to go through this part of Kenya claimed by Somalia. So Somalia united to a lesser degree, as opposed to taking parts of Kenya, which the Somalians actually want. They want this thin part of Kenya. That thin part of Kenya, along with other parts of Kenya, really should belong to Ethiopia. And then Kenya itself would kind of expand in a little bit this direction. And certainly I'd have to talk to some Kenyans about this to see how they feel about that. But the reality is, Kenya, like many other parts of Africa, totally artificial borders, and they're no, it's basically tribes up here. These are tribes that are extremely nomadic. It's more like a national park reserve to most of Kenya. Kenya could really surrender those to Ethiopia, and they really wouldn't miss a beat. They really wouldn't. But with Somalia, on the other hand, whose flag, just as Liberia has a single star to represent itself as a 51st state of the United States that's unrecognized by the United States, but an American flag with all 13 stripes but a single American star, Somalia has a single star and a United Nations blue, or what's called Stettinius blue. It's a Stettinius blue star, or what they'd call Ice Lake blue, or Ice Lake, Lake Ice blue, something like that. I'd have to get the exact name for it. But that's because they consider themselves to be eternally a peacekeeping zone for the United Nations. That's a pathetic stance to have about your own nation. So the only way that Somalia can really exist independently would be to expand a bit more inland, and then it has a hinterland to provide it some economy. But right now, it's just a useless strip, useful only for outlet to the sea. Now, what the Romani wanted after World War II, having died by great numbers in World War II in death camps, the Romani tried to sue Germany to provide them with a homeland in Somaliland. And this was supposed to be a gypsy nation state, Romanistan. Now, this is a disputed area between Somaliland and what is called Puntland, which is just another area just a bit better off than Somalia itself, which is nothing but anarchy and warlords. So if you take a look at Mogadishu, capital of Somalia, and this is the worst. It's the worst of the worst. This is where most of the pirates come from. Puntland is a little better off, but best off of them all was Somaliland. Now, I support a gypsy nation, or a Romanistan, for the Romani people in Somaliland. They would be, of course, a occupation state, basically another white settler regime. But they're all pretty...
This one says disputed area. Like, was that where the Roma would go?
I would say that they would go into Somaliland as probably the most occupiable or arable land, but maybe this disputed area, it's a good question. It's a legitimate question. But I would prefer them probably near more of this area. It's not like the disputed...
Okay, this one's better. This one's better.
Not really. It is, but it's not.
It has topography. I mean,
helps a little bit.
I want to see what they're fighting over. If it's a desert, point. I mean,
yeah. Well, it's all mountains. Very mountainous.
Yeah.
Very mountainous. So But the important thing is what it gives you access to, and that brings us back to the sea map. So if we go back to the sea maps, here's the point. Socotra. Socotra belongs to Yemen, but it is, in effect, occupied by Israel. So Yemen, Aden. So Yemen, Socotra is an island that technically belongs to Yemen. It has trees. Let's take a look at Socotra trees. Socotra trees that are
Yeah.
unique to
The
the
dragon.
world. Yes. These. Yes. So you've seen these.
Yes.
And do you know a bit about them, right? You can tell us a bit about them. The dragon trees.
Yes. No, these are very important medicinal trees as well.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they're so alien looking, they were filmed as an alien planet in Star Trek. So then if we go back to the other maps for a second, let me go back to sharing screen in a second after I take us back to the other map. So then I have to reopen share. And then, so you've got these medicinal trees on Yemen that in and of themselves are so valuable, the dragon trees, that they were basically the source of the economy to a great degree, For all intents and purposes, Israel has invaded and occupied this island. That's so they can have total control over the entrance and exit into the Gulf of Aden and into the Red Sea. Israel wants to recognize Somaliland so that they can occupy Somaliland and basically dominate world trade into the Red Sea. In other words, this would be their version, like if you can't conquer the Suez Canal, you can make goddamn sure no one can get in to even access the Suez Canal. So the Houthis are here, and the Houthis are trying to stop American trade with Israel. And by Israel recognizing Somaliland and then basing there, because Somaliland in return will allow the Israelis to base there, the Israelis can directly nuke the Houthis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
And beyond that, Djibouti is a mercenary state that was once a French outlet to the Indian Ocean, by which the French could dominate who got in and out of the Suez Canal, because the French helped build the fucking Suez Canal. And additionally, the Statue of Liberty was supposed to be at the head of the locks of the Suez Canal, but it was sent to America as a gift instead. But the French originally built it as the Colossus of Rhodes for the Suez Canal. So because the French lost the Suez Canal to the British industry, which purchased it and turned it into a British holding, then a corporate holding, a corporate asset, then the French occupied Djibouti so they could control whoever got in and out of the Red Sea. So canal be damned, if you can't use the canal because the French control the opening to the Red Sea, the canal's useless. So the French used this as a strategic counterpoint. Once it gained independence, it became a mercenary state, allowing anybody who pays to base there. So the Americans have bases there. The communist Chinese have bases there. At the moment of any world war starting, these bases began killing each other. So, and tell us a bit about these Dragon's Blood.
Are you talking about the island or the mainland?
The mainland, Djibouti, mainland. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That's where all the bases are. So here, because you were looking something up, this is what I was pointing to. See Djibouti here? Djibouti here has all these American, Chi-Com, British, French, and foreign bases.
Oh, yeah. Well, that makes sense because it's the pinch point. Right
yeah.
Yeah.
So during a Third World War, they're all going to start killing each other. And all hell's going to break loose in Djibouti. So Djibouti's ushering its own death warrant.
Sorry, on kind of a juvenile note, when we were in school, it would always be like, what's the capital of Djibouti? And then it would just be Djibouti because that's the the same name of the city as the country.
Yeah, and of course it leads to all kinds of jokes about your booty, right? You know, it's whose booty?
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
we thought it was a joke. We didn't think it was a real country. We thought it was some kind of joke.
Well, it wasn't a country for many generations. It was a département of France. So it was literally a département of France. When it became a so-called country, all it did was whore itself out to anybody who will pay for porting privileges. At any rate, in terms of what you've showed us about Dragon's Blood trees, tell us about this. Read this to our listeners. By all means, how important this is. The Dragon's Blood trees. which look alien. They look like they're from a different planet, and so they're filmed in Star Trek films. They're used as to try and suggest it's a extraterrestrial landscape. So tell us about this.
Yeah, they're very old trees from like 300 million years ago or something, and they're still alive in these desert areas, especially on Scotra. But many ancient sources on dragon's blood trees commented on it, such as Herodotus, all the way to Pliny, to Marco Polo, and various Hindu texts. In Vedic mythology, the gods Brahma and Shiv fought a form of a dragon and elephant, respectively. The dragon bit an elephant and drank its blood. However, upon falling, the elephant crushed the dragon, and their blood mixed to form this tree and its red sap. In Greek mythology, the dragon blood tree comes from the legend of Heracles and Ladon. Ladon was a 100-head dragon that guarded the golden apples in the garden of Hesperides. His 11th labor was to steal the apple and kill Ladon. The spilled dragon's blood led to the creation of these trees, and when cut, these trees bleed Ladon's blood. In Arabic, the dragon blood's tree is known as Dam al-Akhwan, or blood of the two brothers. According to folklore, the first dragon's blood tree grew in spots where two brothers, Darsa and Samha, fought each other to the death. Today, this plateau is part forest and part dragon blood's graveyard. Perhaps because of these legends, people believe these trees held magical sap that could cure anything. Their roots yield a gum resin used in gargle, stimulants, and astringents. Also toothpaste. The root is used for rheumatism. The leaves are carminative. The trees can be harvested for their crimson red resin called dragon's blood, which is highly prized in ancient world as it is today. It's used in the Mediterranean basin as dye, medicine. Socotrans use it ornamentally as well as dyeing wool, gluing pottery, breath fresheners, lipsticks. Because of the belief that it's the blood of a dragon, it is used in ritual and alchemy. Some sources suggest that Egyptians and the Guanches of the Canary Islands used dragon blood in embalming, mummification, etc. Dragon's blood was also a source of varnish for the 18th century violin makers. They don't name it here, but it's the very expensive violins, the
Stradivarian.
Yeah.
Yes. Unique.
So they were never, the reason why those things are worth so much is because the makers, they took it to the grave with them, how they made the varnish and all that.
Wow.
And this was part of their magic to make those musical instruments. Yeah. So there you go.
No, that's thank you. That's profoundly important. And if you can see
that island is basically very important to the world. And even Alexander the Great and these people were there. They visited that island and stuff.
Of course. It's for one thing, it's beautiful. I mean, you can just see the people who are, they're shading under the dragon trees, the dragon's blood trees, and they use them as shade. It's a wonderful place to be. I mean, if anyone can afford a vacation there, go ahead and do so by all means. Now, in terms of the maps again, are you back on the screen share so you can see this? Here's for your friend here. Bricks News is post. Yeah, Bricks News. Oh yeah. Bricks is already tells you whose side Israel is on. For those of you who don't know, BRICS is an acronym for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa under a communist regime. If they're siding with Israel, this goes to show you how bad.
Bricks News.
Yeah, it goes to show how bad this news is. At any rate, so this is
There's that disputed area again. What the hell is in? What is there?
It's just if I would say that the first thing I would do is just occupy it. The Romani peoples should be given this as their nation. Because look at the fucker who's running it now. Take a look at the clown who's running it now. And let's take a look at the image of this son of a bitch. Because let me see, he was right there. He goes right over here. And let's make certain this doesn't look at this. This is the guy running Somaliland right now, and this is obviously
Looks like a good guy.
Yeah, it's obviously another Muslim extremist nation, but because the Israelis are going to
I
buy
like
them
this.
off.
The
Yeah,
video. Whoever made this video, Africa's map has changed.
yeah. There you
Just
go.
because, just because the big J says so, it's like we got to draw the maps now.
Yeah. There you go.
Or I should say the big Z. Well,
Yes,
that's better. Big
yes.
Z.
Yeah, and it's like, then let's click on that and see if, probably we're gonna get a bunch of shit here instead of anything.
Yeah, these AI are out of control.
Yeah. Instead we get this, and he even looks like he's AI. This looks like AI. It doesn't even. It looks like a puppet instead of Netanyahu for real. For one thing, it looks too young to be Netanyahu. But you know that wasn't
Well,
a
there's
good.
a lot of people in the conspiracy zone that are saying like going forward,
Yeah.
most world events will just be AI generated.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's an element of truth to that until we put a stop
Like
to
they
it.
don't even like those idiots don't even have to work. They just sit in their basement and hide away while someone makes these videos.
Thank you. But as they say here, Somaliland move sparked Arabs, U.S. fury. At any rate, well, look who's being recognized. But all such being said, it's obviously an Islamo extremist nation, and it is only being supported by Israel for basing purposes, and they're going to use it to try and take out the Houthis. But in all that being said, it belongs to the Romani people and should exist as an independent Romani state, whether it's shaped like this or this. You notice there's a little difference here in the shape. One contains the disputed zone, one does not. Whichever it's shaped, and some enlarging the disputed zone even further, and you notice the disputed zone changes just on whoever's got the upper hand. So the disputed zone is something, just give it to the Romani peoples, and disputed boundary, put it here. The rest of this can go into a united Somalia.
Wait, who is this Puntland? What is this? Who are these people? Is that even a real place?
It's Puntland is like a region that they're a little better together in their social cohesion than the rest of Somalia. It's like you've got 3 grades of existence.
But it's not its own country. It's just like a region.
It wants to be its own country. It wants to be its own country, but they have to find someone like, Israel to give them a leg up. So Israel's doing one thing in our favor. It's helping to demarcate Somaliland. So once Somaliland's demarcated, later on we can bring in the Romani gypsy from all over the world to settle there. But right now, Puntland has got none of that backing, and as far as I'm concerned, might as well be part of a united Somalia. I can't, unless I think of some other use for it in the future. But when it comes to it's just like these are all Somali tribes, and that brings us back to the map of a united Somalia. So basically, it's a question of tribes. So if we take a look at the greater Somali maps, and you take a look at some of those, dividing them into here we are, map of united Somalia, then you begin to recognize these are just basically tribes. So the Ogaden tribe, very real tribe area. You notice different flags, United States of Greater Somalia, different flags, but it's all following the United Nations theme, which is kind of really sad. Not a good starting point. But we've got Odaliland or Odoland, Katumo. This is the disputed area, is Katumo.
Yeah.
And the others, these are just really colonial names. Puntland. But Galmudug, Hirshabelle, Jubaland, these are kind of like, but mostly it's along tribal lines.
Desert,
Yeah, but it's not exactly, this is not good because it still maintains this colonial demarcation point here. But if they were all united, this.
I'm reading the letter.
Go on.
It doesn't really say much. It just says we acknowledge it as there's no map. It's just a letter that says we acknowledge it as a state.
You know why? Because the Israelis are going to help them grab as much land as they fucking can.
Yeah.
There's no
Makes
point
sense.
in putting boundaries on it when you haven't established the boundaries yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously otherwise Somalia it's all warring tribes and
I like what Trump said. He said, "Does anyone know what it is?"
yeah, no shit.
He doesn't even know what it is.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't. I mean, of all people on Earth, he wouldn't know. But if you were to take a look at Wikipedia here, where it says Greater Somaliland, if you take a look at Wikipedia's map, obviously this is historically ethnic Somali inhabited territory, roughly corresponding to Greater Somalia. So in general,
Sorry, I just have to add this.
yeah.
He said, "Does anyone know what it is, really?" And then he says, "We'll study it." It's like, okay, you're behind the curve, man. And then he said again, "Everything is under study. We'll study it. I study a lot of things. I make great decisions." It's like, dude, you're so out of the loop, man.
You gotta admit that's actually cute. It's actually quite cute.
Right, it's charming. But he's just.
It's almost precious. It's almost precious. Yeah.
Like he doesn't even know what it is. He's just now finding out, basically.
Yeah, he's never heard of this place. He's never heard of this place. It's funny. It's so funny. It's not funny. It's disturbing. It's disturbing in one sense.
Yeah.
But okay.
I like the big green one. They just need to make it one.
No. We can't allow that because then that cuts into an Ethiopian outlet to the sea. So we don't want it taking this part. We don't want, we still want the Romani to have this part because you know why? That way the Romani, as a satellite state of a saner nation, will have control of the Red Sea to a degree, aside from the Houthis in this area as a counterbalance. But right now, it's just going to become a.
Who controls that choke point? That part of Somalia? That thing?
Which one? Which?
Why not give that thing to Ethiopia? They're like an established kingdom.
Well, yeah, but which one? This one? Djibouti?
Yeah, that strip. That strip right there.
Oh, this strip.
Right at the mouth of the Red Sea.
This strip. That's Eritrea.
The one that's not in green.
Oh, that's Djibouti.
That piece of Somalia that's not in green. Just give them that. That's access to the sea right there.
Well, if it's not in green, it's not a part of Somalia. But you mean this? This?
The old Somalia. The old. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, there you go.
That's Djibouti. Yeah, that's Djibouti.
Well, no, Djibouti's above it, right?
Then no, that's Eritrea. That's Eritrea. This is Eritrea.
Oh, Eritrea. Okay, so yeah, okay. Yeah. Now I see it.
But by the way, just so people know, other than an outlet to the sea, Eritrea has got fucking nothing.
No,
it's got nothing. It's the North Korea of Africa. Eritrea is the North Korea of Africa. So it's like everybody goes.
I showed you the video of those guys that traveled there, and there's just like people staring at them, and no one's like talking.
Yeah,
because they're like, and he has to have an escort.
Yeah. It's there. You go. Thank you. That's right. But let me see if I can find the maps that I sent to Amy Como. Let me see if I can find those maps. So let me take a look here at maybe I even put it into my base map file. So let me take a look for that, and then I'll show you what should be done. It might be kind of hard to see, but it shouldn't be too hard to see. So let's take a look here and take a look at the base maps, which, by the way, at one point I took with my cell phone, yet, of course, I don't know how to use my new cell phone for taking photographs. I'll have to get Brendan to next time Brendan visits, he will train me how to use my cell phone to take photographs, because right now it just says, I'm not set up for it. So let me look up base map and label list here. Base map. Okay. So if I look up my base map and label list, the maps should be here. Either that or I'll have to find what I sent to our dear Amy Como. So, okay, so I should be able to find it here. So, okay, give me a second. Just going to scroll down, and got some of these maps here, and then maybe we'll, okay, these are all Europe and Asia. Here we are. Now, this might be kind of hard to see, but we're going to do our best. Let's first off make this a little larger, and or I should be able to find the files at some point later. But okay, we're gonna screen share here. So we're gonna screen share here, and later on I'll look for the actual files. And the actual files should be a bit more easy to view. But this is horrible quality. But can you barely see the map? Can you barely articulate some of its outlines?
Africa.
I'll point it out to you. So this is the
Looks
horn.
like Africa with varicose veins. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I call the cause or cause QAWZ. As someone who speaks Arabic yourself, how would you pronounce that? It's what I call the cause corridor. Cause corridor. This,
Yeah.
in other words, I feel Egypt as a nation should trail all the way down towards here, right to this little like panhandle, and that the Holy Abyssinian Empire or Ethiopia should have its outlet to the sea through here. And now Somalia would be more all here, but I'm foreseeing a Somaliland would be obviously, as I said, Romanistan. But as for Djibouti, Djibouti should actually be this large. In other words, Djibouti, because it's whoring itself out as a port, has no other economy. Djibouti, in order to exist as an independent nation, really needs a hinterland. So Djibouti, with this property, I think...
What, like hunting or farming or something?
All of that, yes, quite seriously. Okay. Quite seriously. Okay. And then it would have at least a resource base where it's not just desperately whoring itself out. And beyond that, by the way, it shouldn't exist as an independent nation state. It should exist as an autonomous, recognized entity, but back under, well, really, it should belong to the Roman Catholic Church as an outlet to the Indian Ocean, because the Roman Catholic Church should once again become a world power at a secular level. In other words, I see it as a crusader state. That's what I would see it as. Whereas Nilo-Eritrea, I would see a greatly expanded Eritrea, because Eritrea is the North Korea of Africa, because it has no resources. All it's got is a beach and a bunch of rocks. So if it were to expand into Nilo-Eritrea, then you would have a functional nation state. And I foresee above it Nubia. So if we sink a little lower down, I will show you my idea of Nubia. So here you have Egypt, which then extends down the cause corridor. Nubia would be here. Now, Africans, black Africans in America...
Sudan.
I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This region like Sudan right now.
Yeah. Sudan is here. Sudan would be here. I believe that needs to be retaken by Egypt. You know, not Darfur, but Sudan. Sudan should not exist. And Darfur should be independent. Sudan should not exist. And southern Sudan should also be independent. But Nubia...
Yeah. But Sudan's huge. Like, it's like that whole area all the way to the sea.
Oh, yeah. Well, well, Sudan here would have no access to the sea. In and of itself, it would only have access through Egypt. So it should be just part of Egypt. All of this, see right here, what I showed is...
What are they doing with all that land?
It's
nothing there.
Right now, they're just killing each other. Seriously, it's just genocide. This is, by the way, down here is southern Sudan. Southern Sudan might become more or less a kind of tributary of Ethiopia. So Ethiopia would expand more inland because they're Orthodox Christian, and southern Sudan is Orthodox Christian. So why not a united Christian, black Christian state? Wouldn't that appeal to Trump? At any rate, so more...
It just makes sense, just seeing the map. Ethiopia could go east and south. Yeah, what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah. Somalia would take this part. I would have Romanistan here. Djibouti would be... Djibouti would be much larger, but it would be a new crusader state of the Roman Catholic Church. Nilo-Eritrea would be independent. Nubia would be the black pharaocracy. We would finally have the ability to claim that there is a modern black pharaoh state in Nubia. So black pharaocracy. And of course, independent Darfur. I would basically envision...
Like you would give them Khartoum and all that, I'm assuming. The Nile.
No, the Nile would extend here. They'd get a part of the Nile. They would get a part of the Nile. It would go through this tracing part of the Nile, and the head
Yeah.
of the Nile would still be down towards Uganda, which the Egyptians called the Kingdom of the Moon, or the source of the Nile. And it would be down towards that region. And of course, so in terms of, like I said, I'd have to access the original files. So this would take photographs again, but again, I'll need you to train me to do that when I'm doing this on my own. I don't have time to do this when I'm at the Estates. For one thing, I'd have to bring the atlas out of my home with me, and it's an enormous atlas, and it's like, why bother? But the point is that though these are not visible lines here, someday we'll get better photographs of my ideas for African development. But definitely Holy Abyssinian Empire going down towards the Indian Ocean, cutting through Kenya. Kenya would absorb parts of the old colonial cuts into the Lake Victoria, whereas Somalia would be more like this chunk here. Romanistan up here to help control. Oh, Amy sent a file. She sent a file because she's got the notes. She's got the fucking notes. Okay, well, that's this big map. She's got this big map. Item not found. Upload session was not found. Maybe it just takes time to download. But thank you, honey. Thank you for the try. And you should see her other notes. My God. I mean, here we go. When we take a look at Amy Como with her, look at her notes. Here we are with notes on Unterland. Unconditional intergenerational hatred, 1952, Germanophobia, irrational hatred, Norse, Germanic, for hell, an interpretation of underworld, Anglo-Saxon, Helia, hell, Unterlanders, kill zone, reflexively shooting on-site, invasion of another culture's population. Her notes are like, have you ever taken notes?
It's on UN stationery. What the hell is that?
Yeah, global wellness. Yeah. It's like, have you ever taken notes this neat? She writes like a machine. She writes like a trained stenographer. And she does this by
whatever you say.
Hundreds of pages.
This is like, it's wonderful. They're wonderful. Great.
Show notes discovered in Western Pennsylvania. I think you aren't sleeping because you don't feel safe. May you find comfort, dear dog. Yeah, I don't feel safe because Amy's taking all these notes. We love you, Amy. Oh, let me heart this. Anyhow, and so all such being said, back to the notes. Well, you get the idea now. You get the idea of what I'm aiming for. Nubia, Nilo Eritrea, Djibouti, Romanistan, and Somalia, all on the coastal region of the Horn of Africa, with Ethiopia going towards the Indian Ocean, Kenya kind of expanding. Well, they all are expanding inland one way or another, and Egypt expanding more south to integrate the majority of the Sudan. That eliminates those genocidal bastards that are basically wiping out Darfur and southern Sudan, Christian and heathen areas that these Islamo-fundamentalists, who harbored Osama bin Laden, no less, after he was the most wanted man in the world, he was brought into the Sudan, which is now a member of the Israeli Axis of Abraham. Go figure. So that's, it goes to show...
The Abraham Accords, yeah.
Yeah, via the Abraham Accords, which are generally they're an alliance of genocidal states that's what
they cited, saying, I acknowledge, he said, I'm acknowledging Somaliland, he basically said, in the style of an Abraham Accord, which doesn't mean anything, really.
Thank you. Yeah, in the spirit of the Abraham Accords.
Abraham Accord. What does that even mean?
It means you're a Muslim satellite state of Zionism. That's what it means.
Basically.
Every other state in the Abraham Accords is a Muslim satellite state of Israel and tends to have a history of genocide. They are allied with the House of Saud, which is committing genocide in Yemen. They are allied with the Sudan, which is committing genocide in Darfur and is waging a war of aggression against a Christian nation, southern Sudan, and it also harbored Osama bin Laden. And of course, you've got them now establishing a satellite state on the coast of the Indian Ocean so they can directly nuke the Houthis and use it as a biological landfill for Gazans, correct? Did they not say this out loud?
That's what they claimed. They said in previous reports, media reports, the U.S. and Israel said they wanted to ship all the Gazans there to Somaliland.
There you go. There you go. And that would also deny. Do you know why the Israelis are so hot to deny the Romani people a homeland? Because this way, the Romani, if they had a legitimate homeland, could then educate people about their Holocaust and the fact that their ethnicity died in death camps, again, by extraordinarily large numbers. You might say.
Yeah, I mean, when we were younger, they used to have the counts for everybody, and now you never hear about it. It's just there's only one type of people. It's just thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, they used to say that. And then so many Romani or gypsies, they would still say because they were ignorant.
They would say they would give them, the gays the pink star. It's like, that's so bad. I still like
pink triangle. It was a pink triangle, which then became the symbol of the gay movement. But go on.
Yeah, but like, was that legit? I mean, I've never heard of like a Holocaust survivor that was some like, drag queen. I never saw that.
No, actually, it's quite true. The Nazis took the bottom boys that they considered to be just too effeminate to. You remember the very movement started with gays who were who basically found their love with other men after 5 years of trench warfare in World War One. So after about 4 years in the trenches, a lot of these guys realized they loved each other and they became gay couples, and that was the brown shirts. One can legitimately say that Nazism has roots in this gay lifestyle of men who realized I could never go home. I've fallen in love with another man in the trenches, and they became the brown shirts who were the original stormtroopers of Adolf Hitler and who protected him and defended him. As a matter of fact, the SS, under their uniforms, wore brown undershirts because the Nazi Party was the brown movement. That was its identity color because of all of the surplus uniforms left from the colonial empire that was stripped from Germany in World War I. And as a result, they had all these colonial uniforms nobody was using. They were on sale for pennies on the dollar, and that became the Nazi uniform. That's how brown became identified with Nazism, was because it was the colonial camouflage for African colonial troops from Germany, or African troops, black troops, that served with the Germans in World War I. So there's no racism, there's no homophobia, but what happened was later on, there were certain gay movements that were trying to use their gayness to refuse to serve. And also there were gays that were essentially grooming young people. And as a result, these kinds of gays were classified as pedophiles, and they were stuck in the camps and given the pink triangle. As for the Jewish population, originally what marked them from the rest of the population was the yellow star. And originally they all thought they were being rewarded. But at any rate, so the camps, many different types.
Said, where are you taking me? And they just said yes.
No, they all thought that they were being recognized as above the law, believe it or not. Initially, when given the Jewish stars, they thought that that made them exempt from certain laws. Well, it made them exempt from certain protections under the law. But at any rate, they found out soon enough. The aside from that, you had the Romani, who were universally hated in Europe, and you had communists, any number of different types of people, and they used to give the numbers for all these other kinds of people that died in the camps, and then they stopped doing that, and it became only one sole victim with a hegemony on victimization and victimhood, which now, seeks to deny Romanistan from ever getting its nation. You might ask, why did the Romani Gypsy want Somaliland? Because they were originally brought by Alexander from Egypt, out of India, actually, via Egypt. They were brought out of India by Alexander's empire, which needed them for smithing. Basically, they were forging weapons on the march they had the capacity to forge weapons on the march for Alexander's armies. And so he brought them out of India, and as a transit point, he promised them, well, I'll give you this land in Africa. So it was promised by Alexander. So the Romani have their own promised land. I mean, if the Israelis can claim, hey, this was promised to us, why can't the Romani? You get my logic, right? So, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so, Aaron Rupar is pointing out not only was Trump's right hand discolored on Christmas Eve, but it appears his left hand is now discolored too. Yes, well, there you go. I mean, it's like...
the headline that it's spreading.
It's spreading. Oh, it's it's all I can say is like, dude, take a look at his face. It's like, dude, yeah, go on.
Like weird ghostly white, and then they keep making it yellow again. It's just, it doesn't look good. Something's wrong. Something's gone horrible.
Yes, the poor guy. He's just he's hanging on by the fingernails. It's but they're juicing him full of good dope. He gets the good shit. He's got the shit that ketamine. I'm sure. Do you think he's on ketamine like Elon Musk, or he's not crazy enough, or he's just crazy enough on his own?
No, I think he's on better shit than that. No, the ketamine's just for like crazy addicted idiots.
Got it.
Like that's like one of the worst drugs. I don't know how people think that's even like a thing. Like,
thank you.
You have to be demented to like that drug. No offense to anybody.
Thank you.
Like being a-holed is one of the worst like feelings ever. It's just you literally get sucked into a black hole for like an hour or some shit, and it's horrifying.
Oh my god.
Like there's some euphoria, but it's not like something you do long term. It's pathetic. Not good.
No, it's literally what they give to people who are dying. Tell them that. It's literally this is what you give.
Well, that's something that came up. That's more new. It's used in just surgeries. It's just an anesthetic.
Okay.
Like heavy surgery where you don't want to remember getting your face drilled open.
Oh, got it.
The full on sedative, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But with T-Man, they're just giving him the good shit. The full on like, the things that like restore you and make you feel alive. And
adrenochrome. He's getting adrenochrome
or whatever. I mean, I don't think that's like a euphoria thing. That's just like like there must be some other, maybe like a variant, I guess we'll call it.
I guess, yeah. It's like so I guess I'll close off tonight by complaining about Trump. Let's do that. I mean, since we're on the topic, as I said, on Christmas of all days, Donald Trump chose to call.
I don't need it. But, like you spent like 7 years talking about this guy. You think you'd be done, but
well, I do have to give people some information on what he's trying to do in Venezuela. So I'm trying to put that into some perspective. So I got to kind of warm up to it. So obviously this won't take long. If anything, I'll just kill another few minutes. And then I'll end the show. So I'm ending the show at 1 a.m. essentially.
I'm gonna carry on.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. Guard thy health. And all right. Yeah. Love you dearly. Thank you so much. None of this would be possible without Team Dietrich. All the members of Team Dietrich, the unkillable core. Okay, so on Christmas Day of all days, Donald Trump chose to call Democrats scum. Now, again, I need to make the point here. Not criminals, not misguided, not wrong, but scum. It's a word we usually reserve for things we scrape off the bottom of a shoe or skim off of polluted water. A word whose entire purpose is to dehumanize. That moment matters far beyond the day's news cycle and far beyond partisan politics. It matters because leaders don't just govern, they model. Psychologists and social and political scientists have long pointed out that national leaders function at a deep emotional level as parental figures for their nations. They set the boundaries of what is acceptable. They establish norms. They shape the emotional climate children grow up breathing. America has lived through this before, both for good and now for ill. Franklin Delano Roosevelt understood this instinctively in the depths of the Great Depression and the terror of World War II. He spraketh to the country as a calm, steady president. Rather, not even as a president to most people, he was a surrogate parent. His fireside chats didn't just convey policy, they conveyed reassurance, dignity, solidarity. He treated Americans as adults capable of courage and sacrifice. He named fear without exploiting it. The result was ergo, not weakness, but national resilience. Now, of course, he was a war criminal, and he mass interned an entire ethnicity, my fellow Japanese, with every intent of exterminating them. He was a villain. He was wrong. He was pure raw evil. He also traded inhuman children. From Crystal City, Texas, children were literally taken out of the camps, not just Japanese, but the children of Germans and Italians and the Romanians and other Axis nationalities, primarily European, that were trafficked as sexual slaves out of Crystal City, Texas, by the United States camp detention system, which interned white people as well as Japanese of Axis nationality in terms of background, rather Americans of an ethnicity that was identified as the enemy, to include Germans, Italians, Romanians, and others, aside the Japanese. So what I'm speaking of is a psychological technique that FDR conveyed that was not indicative of his true nature. Nevertheless, we are focusing on his comportment, not his baseline character or his atrocities, but his comportment that gave people a persona, a mask, as the Russians would call it, a maskorova. Here I'm speaking of the maskorova, not the man. Contrast that with the bigoted, hateful, and revenge-filled claptrap children have heard for the past decade from the emotionally stunted psychopath currently occupying the White House. Hours after calling you and I as scum, he put up another post calling us sleazebags. How presidential. Presidents like Dwight David Eisenhower warned Americans about the dangers of concentrated power and the military-industrial complex, modeling restraint and foresight as a counterpoint, as a contrapuntal in conveyance, in comportment. John Fitzgerald Kennedy appealed to service, famously asking what we could do for our country. Lyndon Baines Johnson, for all his flaws, used the moral authority of the presidency to push civil rights forward, telling America that discrimination was not just illegal, but wrong. Even Ronald Reagan, whose policies I fiercely opposed, spraketh a language of civic belonging and optimism rather than open dehumanization. Goeth back further to the founders themselves, men of unfathomable evil, and George Washington warned against factional hatred and the corrosive effects of treating political opponents as enemies rather than fellow citizens. At least they could comport themselves, even if their malevolence was hiding behind a maskorova. John Adams argued that a republic could only survive if it was grounded in virtue and moral responsibility. Thomas Jefferson wrote that every generation must renew its commitment to liberty, not surrender its liberty to demagogues who feed on division. All of these men, of course, were evil beyond speech. George Washington committed annihilation, extermination of entire Indian tribes. He was known as the village burner in the Mohawk language. He would contain and quarantine entire segments of the United States as it was then extant. and cordon off Indian populations to be burned alive in their villages, and have his men bayonet, stab, and shoot women, children, the crippled elderly attempting to escape these flames. At one point in a single operation, exterminating 20,000 people. George Washington was a war criminal of the lowest order. There is nothing to admire about him other than his comportment. But the comportment here, the Maskarova, still holds. The same with Thomas Jefferson, having sex with his own slaves and then having sex with their children so that he could continually whiten them generation after generation in his own idea of uplifting the black African American race. A lunatic, not doing them any favors, just leaving them all with more and more yellow kids. Yet they all understood something Trump does not, or is so obsessively wrapped up in himself and his own infantile grievances that he doesn't care about: the psychological power of example. Donald Trump has spent 10 years modeling for America the exact opposite of leadership. 10 years of cruelty framed as strength. 10 years of mockery, insults, and grievance elevated to the highest office in the land. 10 years of praising strongmen, including Putin, Xi Jinping, and Viktor Orban, while attacking democratic institutions relentlessly. 10 years of targeting Hispanics, black Somali immigrants, demonizing refugees, and encouraging suspicion and hatred toward entire communities. And now Trump's giving us the example of abusing ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, not simply as a law enforcement agency, but as a masked, armed, unaccountable weapon of state terror aimed not only at brown-skinned families, but at journalists, clergy, attorneys, and anyone else who dares to document their abuse. Children graduating from high school this year have never known anything else. That fact should alarm every parent on earth. Children learn what leadership looks like long before they understand policy debates. They absorb emotional cues and notice who gets rewarded and who gets punished. When a president calls fellow Americans scum and suffers no consequences, the lesson is clear. Cruelty is permissible if you have power. Empathy is expendable. Democracy is a nuisance. Accountability is optional. This is how normalization works. What once would have been unthinkable becometh routine. The outrage dulls. The abnormal becomes background noise. And a generation grows up believing this is simply how adults in authority behave. I'm not going to read what Brendan has to say till later. We'll address him on Wednesday. What Brendan has to say to this. History tells us where this road leads. Dehumanizing language precedes dehumanizing actions. Ah, yes, there we are. This is the, explain this, Brendan, to our listeners. This is the one-piece swastika of the Pirates of Freedom. So, Brendan, if you'd be kind enough to come on, this is a image of One Piece and the Pirates of Freedom as represented by the swastika. As a matter of fact, the original proto-Nazi movements were called the Freikorps or the Free Corps, and the swastika was their symbol. Original Whitebeard Jr. So thank you so much for this, Brendan. Very important bolster, and if you can come on to educate our people about it, the Jolly Roger, please do so. And he's typing. Let's see what he says here. He says can't speak. Okay, so we'll check that. And of course, yeah, it is pretty late where he's at. And environmental issues. Got it. Okay. Now, as I said, every authoritarian movement begins by teaching people to see their neighbors as less than fully human. Once empathy vanishes, abuses become easier to justify, and violence becomes easier to excuse. That's why we all, parents, grandparents, and citizens, well, Brendan's back with us regardless. You're back! I see you! Yeah, well, as I said, that's why we all, parents, grandparents, and citizens, have a special responsibility right now. Well, you're still on the call, is what it looks like when I go to the actual call. Let's see, are you still on? Yeah, it looks like you're still on the call. It looked almost as if your square were lighting up. See me, yeah, and not pulling an Ian. Yeah, yeah. Anyhow, so let me give him the bug eyes here for the call, and yeah, there we go. Not pulling any in, so probably for the best. All right. Such having been said, back to the task at hand. We have an overwhelming responsibility right now. We can't assume our nation's children will automatically recognize how dangerous and abnormal this moment is. Instead, we have to name it for them. As a tutor, that's what I do for the lads on the estates. By the way, I just got to get a puke emoji for the latest shit that was put up by Brendan. This is disgusting. Somebody gorging themselves for the holidays. And thank you, Brendan, for totally ruining my appetite, which hasn't been too much of one lately. At any rate, we have to tell our children. We have to tell all children plainly and repeatedly that this is not what healthy leadership looks like. Okay, got it. That's Ian. Got it. Actually, you could have left that back up there because it's fucking funny. You can put that back up there. Just say that's Ian and you can put that back up there now. So I get it. Okay, now I get it. And that makes sense. I only wish that our man Aristides got rid of that other horrible image that he had put up earlier. Maybe he did ultimately, thank God. No, he didn't. He still left it up there. God damn it. Hopefully he deletes it later. He says, no, it's too gnarly. It is. It's AI. Oh, good point. So, if it's AI, then it's, yeah, you want to give that the thumbs down. Anything that's AI, you never want to encourage it. So, we need to tell our children, all children, that calling people scum and sleazebags is not strength. That praising autocrats while undermining democracy is not patriotism. That power without empathy is not leadership. It's merely a simple pathology known as psychopathy. And we must model something better ourselves. Disagree without dehumanizing. Stand up without tearing others down. Teach that democracy, in order to work, depends on mutual recognition of one another's humanity. Remind our kids that America has, in its best moments, been led by people who understand their role as moral examples, not just political operators. And that when CBS, Fox News, which it's anything but, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, Facebook, X, and other multi-billionaire-owned right-wing mass media and social media pretend that all of this is normal, that any of this is normal, they're spitting on the graves of our founders in the popular sense. The Minutemen, the farmers and folk who fought under the misguidance of the likes of the founding fathers. Their graves are being spit upon. And that the mainstream mass media machine, social or conventional, is participating in a gross violation of the basic norms of human decency. Now, there we are. Okay, excellent. There we are. And did we ever see Whiteboard rock his swastika flag except for this? And there we are. Ace Hunt for the Blackbeard final volume. Fight on for the pirate pride. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. And yes, if only our man Brendan could talk about this now. There we are for One Piece. Brendan is still typing, and he has this to share with us. Again, everybody should be watching the One Piece anime. He says the publishers forced Oda to change it. Yes, that is so disgusting, and it is again just a something that is disgraceful. So disgusted at catering to a single. He says lame as fuck. Indeed, so. We cater to a single neurotic minority worldwide, and that has got to stop. In this context, Trump's Christmas message wasn't just offensive, it was a warning. The future lays before us now, and if we care about the empire, and remember, America is an empire, not a republic. If we care about what our children will inherit as an empire, even as a country, even as a culture, we cannot allow this moral vandalism to go unanswered. And that's because Trump isn't planning to invade Venezuela. He's planning something worse. The loudest question in Washington right now is whether Donald Trump is going to invade Venezuela. The quieter and far more dangerous reality is this: he probably won't. Not because he cares about Venezuelan lives, but because he has found a strategy that is cheaper, less politically risky at home, and infinitely more devastating: economic warfare. Venezuela has already survived years of economic warfare. Despite 12 decades of sweeping American imperial sanctions designed to strangle its economy, the country has found ways to adapt. Oil has moved through alternative markets, communities have developed survival strategies, people have endured shortages and hardship with creativity and resilience. This endurance is precisely what the Trump maladministration is trying to break. Rather than launching a military invasion that would provoke public backlash and congressional scrutiny, Trump is doubling down on something more insidious: total economic asphyxiation. By tightening restrictions on Venezuelan oil exports, its primary source of revenue, Trump's maladministration is deliberately pushing the country toward a full-scale humanitarian collapse. In recent months, American imperial actions in the Caribbean Sea, including the harassment and interdiction of oil tankers linked to Venezuela, signal a shift from financial pressure to illegal maritime force. These operations have increasingly targeted Venezuela's ability to maneuver its own resources through international waters. Oil tankers have been delayed, seized, threatened with secondary sanctions, or forced to reroute under coercion. The objective is strangulation. This is illegal under international law. The freedom of navigation on the high seas is a cornerstone of international maritime law, enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Unilateral interdiction of civilian commercial vessels absent a United Nations Security Council mandate violates the principle of sovereign equality and non-intervention. The extraterritorial enforcement of American imperial sanctions, punishing third countries and private actors for engaging in lawful trade with Venezuela, has no legal bases. It is coercion, plain and simple. More importantly, the intent is collective punishment. Trump's calculation is brutally simple: make Venezuelans so miserable that they will rise up and overthrow Nicolás Maduro. by preventing Venezuela from exporting oil, which is the revenue that funds food imports, medicine, electricity, and public services, the Trump maladministration is knowingly engineering conditions of mass deprivation. Under international humanitarian law, collective punishment is prohibited. Well, it's prohibited precisely because it targets civilians as a means to achieve political ends. And if this continues, we will see horrific images: empty shelves, malnourished children, overwhelmed hospitals, people scavenging for food. Scenes that echo those coming out of the Gaza, where siege and starvation have been normalized by the Zionists, indeed by the majority of Judea, as weapons of war. American imperial actions will undoubtedly cause millions of Venezuelans to flee the country, likely seeking to travel to these United States, which they are told is safe for their families, full of economic opportunities and security. But Trump is sealing the United States border, cutting off asylum pathways, and criminalizing migration itself. When people are starved en masse, when economies are crushed, when daily life becomes unlivable, people move. Indeed, they migrate. Blocking Venezuelans from entering the United States while systematically destroying the conditions that allow them to survive at home means that neighboring countries like Colombia, Brazil, and Chile will be asked to absorb the human cost of Washington's decisions. This is how empire outsources the damage. But these countries have their own economic woes, and mass displacement of Venezuelans will destabilize the entire region. Venezuela is a test case. What is being refined now? Economic siege without formal war. We can call it the Jewish way of war. Maritime coercion without declared blockade. Starvation, mass starvation without bombs, is the Zionist blueprint. Any country that refuses compliance with Washington's political and economic demands under Zionist occupation government should be paying attention. This will be the map for 21st century regime change. And remember, it's all on behalf of a minority of the human race, so minuscule as to be a fly speck proportionate to the human population. The Zionists and the Judaic diaspora which occupies our federal government. And this is how Trump, as a meat sock puppet of the Zionist occupation government, can reassure the United States Congress, which is, well, Judeo-centric to say the least, that he is not going to war with Venezuela. He doesn't need to. Economic strangulation carries none of the immediate political costs of a military intervention, even as it inflicts slow, widespread devastation. There are no body bags returning to American imperial soil, no draft, no televised bombing campaigns, or carpet bombing, as the term was coined by Curtis LeMay in the Indochina conflict. Just a steady erosion of life elsewhere. Trump's calculation is brutally simple. Make Venezuelans so miserable that they will rise en masse and overthrow Maduro. That has been the same calculation behind American imperial policy toward Cuba for 6 decades, and it has failed. Economic strangulation does not bring democracy. It only brings suffering. And even if, by some grim chance, it did succeed in toppling the government, the likely result would not be freedom but chaos, possibly a protracted civil war that could devastate the country and the region for decades. This week last, people in Venezuela celebrated Christmas. Families gathered round the table to eat hallacas, wrapped with care. slices of pan de jamón, and dosta de lechosa. They shared stories, danced to gaitas, and made a toast with ponche cremel. If we oppose war because it kills, we must also oppose sanctions that do the same, more quietly, more slowly, and with far less accountability. But if this economic siege continues, if Venezuelan oil is fully cut off, if the country is denied the means to feed itself, if mass hunger is allowed to finish what bombs are no longer politically useful to accomplish, then this Yuletide season may be remembered as one of the last Venezuelans were able to celebrate in anything resembling normal life, at least for the near future. Polls consistently prove that nearly 70% of people in the United States oppose a military intervention in Venezuela. War is recognized for what it is: violent, destructive, unacceptable. But sanctions are treated differently. Many people believe they are a harmless alternative, a way to apply pressure without bloodshed. That assumption is dangerously wrong. According to a comprehensive study in the medical journal The Lancet, sanctions increase mortality at levels comparable to armed conflict. Hitting children and the elderly first and most of all. Sanctions do not avoid civilian harm, they systematically produce it. If we oppose war because it kills, we must also oppose sanctions that do the same, more quietly, more slowly, and with far less accountability. If we don't act against economic warfare with the same urgency we reserve for bombs and invasions, then sanctions will remain the preferred weapon, politically convenient, but equally deadly. Yet, here, back in the States, back behind our great, big, beautiful wall, Trump's legacy may trigger the political collapse of the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party itself. President Donald Trump is struggling to remain conscious at public events while opinion polls suggest Americans are turning against their president, and Republicans make for the exits ahead of bleak congressional midterms next November. A government-wide restructuring under DOJ led to mass federal layoffs and the dismantling of popular agencies such as USAID, United States Aid, before DOJ flamed out. And Trump's immigration crackdown is failing at the polls, despite it being one of his higher polling issues. Meanwhile, the Brown University political scientist Wendy Schiller said Trump's tariffs are the greatest self-inflicted wound that the president has brought on himself and the Republicans. In this administration, they are so much broader and more sweeping, and it's showing in supply chains, in consumer purchasing, in pricing, in every corner of people's lives. Whether it's a supermarket, or it's a holiday gifting, or whatever it is, they're feeling it. Additionally, the American people are pushing back against Trump's numerous infringements on free speech, with nearly 6,000 lawsuits filed in federal court over the course of his maladministration's first 11 months. And the maladministration is losing in courts with judges appointed by Republicans and even by President Trump himself. And then there's the long shadow of the Epstein files, which increasingly implicate Trump through his association with a convicted mass child sex trafficker, while also making him look out of touch. Last month, a Gallup poll showed Trump's approval rating down to 36%, the lowest of his second midterm, and disapproval up to 60%. Patrick Gaspard, a former assistant to Barack Obama and director of the White House Office of Political Affairs, has attested to the Fourth Estate that Trump has run out of runway on Joe Biden, having been given the allowance to blame Biden for the first few months of his presidency. But now, by a margin of 2-1, voters hold Trump rather than Biden responsible for the outcomes in the economy, and that's got to be pretty scary for the House Speaker, Mike Johnson and company. To quote as Larry Jacobs, director of the Center for the Study of Politics and Governance at the University of Minnesota, This is a guy whose legacy may well be the political collapse of Republicans in this era. Put another way, rather than asking who is going to be the inheritor of the Trump mantle and the so-called MAGA movement, we may be talking in a year or so about which candidates can escape the odious distinction of having been connected with Trump at all. The Guardian so reports, and here I read therefrom, Trump hit the ground running. On his first day in office, he pardoned nearly everyone involved in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol and launched a radical expansion of executive power, a systematic retribution campaign against perceived adversaries, and a sweeping overhaul of domestic and foreign policy. For months, Trump appeared unassailable as the opposition Democratic Party struggled to find its feet and protests appeared muted compared with his first midterm. But Democrats then appeared to regain their mojo. Like Joe Biden before them, Republicans' insistence that the economy is strong does not tally with many people's daily experience at the supermarket. The president's efforts to dismiss affordability as a con job, hoax, and scam by the Democrats have rung hollow as he plans a $400 million ballroom at the White House. The omens for November 2026 are grim. History shows the party that holds the White House always tends to suffer losses in midterm elections. Democrats appear galvanized and determined to curb Trump's power. Some Republicans are already deserting what they may fear is a sinking ship. And then I get this question. I guess this will be the final question for tonight from a listener who emails, "But Douglas, isn't World War III ending? With the way you describe it, Vladimir Putin winning and Donald Trump and the United States allies losing?" Look, motherfucker, the next world war is just getting underway. Putin has essentially declared war on Europe. I know you probably weren't alive in 1939 or 1956, or probably even 1991, but we've seen this play before, many times. Trump's new national security strategy proposes abandoning our allies, disbanding NATO, an organization that has prevented that third war in a total sense since 1949, and strengthening the American hegemony in the New World. Hence, the push for regime change in Argentina and Venezuela, and the cause of Canada planning to create a 300,000 person civilian reserve. They take Trump very seriously indeed. America has abandoned USAID, United States aid, its instrument for soft power around the globe, abandoned its political and moral integrity, abandoned any pretense of its claim to being a civilized country, all for a handful of rare earth and as a boost to the ego of an ignorant megalomaniac. You really need to read up and understand history if you're going to ask questions like this. All right, with that, everyone. If our man Aristides is still with us in conscience, well, he's always with us in conscience if he's still with us consciously, feel free to say good morning. Otherwise, I'll close live stream. If anyone wants to have something published in live stream, by all means, get it in there now, or it won't upload when the episode is published. With that, we'll give everyone a few minutes. We've had great numbers throughout the night. Very proud of you all. Spread the word. If you cannot contribute, you must distribute. We'll probably talk about Unterland, psychic abilities on Wednesday night. We'll certainly be back on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. All right. Okay, looks like Aristides is on the other side. We all love him dearly. Everybody maintain all of Team Dietrich in thought and prayer. You know, we always need it. And we can't do it without your contributions. Thanks to Matthew Bush for 25 United States dollars. Thanks to Brooke Hagberg for her auto payment of 100 United States dollars. My thanks to Brooke Elizabeth Gibson for her moral support. My thanks to Amy Como for her incredible notation skills and stenography. My thanks to everyone who supports Douglas Dietrich. If we were to give a credit to all of those involved, we would hit the PayPal account itself and remind ourselves of all of the incredible people who have made this show possible by ensuring my very survival. We have, of course, payments from a anonymous donor of 250 United States dollars. Goddess bless her. Claudia Romberg from Austria, who contributed 100 United States dollars. We have, of course, many others besides that. I'll see if I can look into further accounts, but we must always remember our dear friends in Manhattan. Well, he was in Manhattan. And of course, let's take a look at, oh God, his name's escaping me right now, yet he's my brother from another mother. Goddess bless you. Half black, half Chinese, a Blasian, a black Asian, and good God, Stephen Myers. So Stephen Myers, my apology, your name escaped myself for a bit of time there, and many others have contributed. Goddess bless you all. And with that, of course, let me close this account. And obviously, all of this money will go towards my surgery, whatever can be saved. In the interim, everybody rejoin us on Wednesday, same time, same place. With that, we'll be ending stream. Okay. There we go.